Chapter 1, Unexpected Rebirth, SSS-Level Talent. Dark clouds gathered, casting a gray and oppressive gloom over the world. John's armor was shattered, his hair matted with sticky blood, and his expression was one of exhaustion and despair. He looked at the devastated world around him, unable to hide the sorrow and hopelessness in his eyes. The people behind him were equally dejected, some were even slumped to the ground in utter despair. Is it over just like this? John swallowed hard, his brow furrowing in pain. After 7 days of continuous fighting, he had held on with his last bit of willpower. Humanity had given everything, only to end up with nothing. John couldn't accept it. Crack! A purple lightning bolt split the sky above, tearing it apart. A terrifying pressure enveloped the earth. Under the torn sky, a huge, grotesque face suddenly appeared. The oppressive pressure made it hard to breathe. The few people looked at the giant face, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Gods. John, what do we do? A disheveled man's voice trembled with despair as he instinctively looked to John for help. John didn't answer. He clenched his staff and stared defiantly at the huge, grotesque face. Humans! The deep voice echoed like thunder. The giant face looked down on them, its expression unreadable. I admire you. Become my slaves, and I may spare your lives. The face regarded them as insignificant ants. John and his group exchanged glances, some tempted. They had come so far, no one wanted to die. Everyone looked to John, hoping for his response. John didn't reply. He gripped his staff and slowly raised it above his head. Interesting. The giant face showed a hint of expression, a deep disdain and mockery. Human, you're the first mortal to raise a weapon against me. Even ants strive to live, I pity your choice. John shook his head. He had never expected to survive. I can't kill you, but I only need to prove one thing. Gods are not invincible. My death will awaken more people to take up arms and resist. His words were powerful, and the dull staff in his hand suddenly shone brightly. He gripped the staff tightly, his life force rapidly depleting as he forcibly cast a forbidden spell. John felt a sharp pain in his chest. Blood dripped as a blood-red blade pierced through, stopping his spellcasting. He looked down at the blood-red blade tip, shock and anger in his eyes. My bro, it's useless. We just want to live, even like dogs. Aaron said coldly, twisting the blade in his hand, shattering John's heart. As the long blade was withdrawn, John turned around, collapsing into a pool of blood. Aaron's cruelty and the indifference of the others deeply pained John. Very good, the giant face looked at Aaron with satisfaction. Aaron knelt, overjoyed, thank you, my lord. Ha, the giant face remained cold. Let's play a game. Only one of you can live. Decide amongst yourselves. The god looked at them with amusement, seeing them as ants for his entertainment. Ha! John laughed bitterly as he lay dying, witnessing the ugliest side of humanity. Aaron was dismembered by his subordinates, and those who had sworn brotherhood turned on each other, slaughtering one another. They deserved their fate. Ding ding. The harsh ringing of the alarm echoed in the cramped rental room. John reached under his pillow for his phone and turned off the alarm. Ha! The next second, John's eyes widened, fully awake. He sat up abruptly, looking around at the familiar yet strange surroundings with a bewildered, confused gaze. This looks like his previous rental apartment. But wasn't he betrayed and killed by Aaron? Could it be? John's eyes widened as he suddenly realized something. He hurriedly picked up the phone. Beside him. July 7, 2025, 11:42 p.m. Gulp. John swallowed hard, unable to hide his ecstatic joy. Rebirth. He had actually been reborn. And it was before the launch of God's Descend. When God's Descend was released, it became a global sensation. Everyone thought it was just a game. Until the game data merged with reality and the gods descended on Earth, people realized it was not a game but a real parallel world. In my previous life, I gave everything to protect Earth and humanity. Yet, this was the outcome. In this life, I will only protect those I care about. Aaron, we will meet soon. John's voice was cold, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Aaron, the president of the Wind and Cloud Guild, was in the same novice village as John and had a special encounter. But now, that encounter would be his. God's Descend would officially launch at midnight, just a few minutes left. Buzz. After a dizzying sensation, John found himself in a strange environment. The world was shrouded in gray, like the calm before a storm. A mechanical prompt echoed. Welcome to the world of gods. Scanning your identity information. Identity confirmed, please enter your ID. God Slayer. John had already decided on his ID, what he didn't complete in his past life, he would achieve. This time. ID entered successfully, would you like to adjust your appearance? You can adjust it by up to. A mirror appeared before John, reflecting his handsome face. Adjust down by 20%. John chose to reduce his appearance, as various forces would soon enter Earth, and he didn't want to be targeted. With his appearance adjusted, he looked less handsome and youthful, and more cold and murderous. Satisfied, John clicked confirm. Scanning your physical attributes, awakening talent. The prompt sounded, and John felt a current pass through his body. The initial attributes in God's Descend were related to the player's physical condition, which was a unique feature of this game. The system would awaken corresponding talents based on the player's attributes. Talents were ranked from SSS, A, B, C, D, E, F. SSS being the highest and F the lowest. Talents of S rank and above were unique. The higher the talent, the greater the potential and the faster the growth. Awakening an S-rank talent or higher meant becoming a dominant force. In his past life, John had only awakened a B-level magical damage amplification talent. He wondered if this time would be different. John felt a sense of anticipation, vaguely sensing that his body was different from before. Finally, the system prompt sounded again. Attribute scan complete. Detected that you possess the power of reincarnation, awakening unique SSS-level talent. Plunder. Plunder, SSS-level talent, unique. Effect 1, killing ordinary monsters has a 10% chance to plunder their attribute points. Effect 2, killing boss-level elites can permanently gain one of their skills, talents, or special attributes. Effect 3, killing monsters grants slaughter points. The stronger the monster, the more points. When slaughter points reach a threshold, talent effects can be enhanced or new special effects unlocked. John was ecstatic. He hadn't expected to awaken a unique SSS-level talent. Plunder, the ability to plunder attributes by killing monsters. Killing boss-level monsters and elites guaranteed the plundering of skills, talents, or special attributes. This plundered talent meant he could infinitely grow stronger through killing, a bug-like existence. In his past life, John had become a Tier 9 Grand Magus with just a B-level magical damage talent. In this life, with the plunder talent, John was confident he could reach the legendary Tier 10 profession and become a being comparable to the gods. Please choose your profession. A light screen appeared before him, showing various profession options. The world of gods had 6 main professions: warrior, knight, mage, priest, archer, and assassin. Additionally, there were many powerful hidden rare professions. However, those professions could only be obtained through encounters within the game. Mage. Just like in his past life, John chose the mage profession again. Mages were weak in the early stages but became invincible in the later stages. Profession selected successfully, entering the world of gods. After another dizzying sensation, John entered the novice village. Chapter 2, Entering the Game, S-Level Hidden Quest. Chapter 2, Entering the Game, S-Level Hidden Quest. Amidst lush green hills and clear waters, with flowers in full bloom, lay a somewhat dilapidated village that resembled a paradise on Earth. Upon entering the game, the first thing John did was check his own attributes. ID, Godslayer. Level 1, 0/100. Class, Apprentice Mage. Talent, Plunder, Unique SSS level. Effect 1, killing ordinary monsters has a 10% chance to plunder their attribute points. Effect 2, killing boss-level elites can permanently gain one of their skills, talents, or special attributes. Effect 3, killing monsters grants slaughter points. The stronger the monster, the more points. When slaughter points reach a threshold, talent effects can be enhanced or new special effects unlocked. Health points, 50, Constitution *10. Mana points, 80, Spirit *10. Base physical damage, 5, Strength *1. Base magic damage, 8+1, Spirit *1. Speed, 6, Agility *1. Physical resistance, 5+1, Constitution *1. Magic resistance, 8, Spirit *1. Constitution, 5, Strength, 5, Spirit, 8, Agility, 6. Luck, 1. Skills, Fireball Level 1, deals 50% of Spirit as fire magic damage to the target, consumes 5 mana, 3-second cooldown. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 0. Equipment, Wooden Staff, Common, Magic Damage +1, Novice Robe, Physical Resistance +1. John's attributes were almost the same as in his previous life, except for one significant difference: he now had an SSS-level plunder talent. He believed that with the plunder talent, he could grow much faster. John closed the attribute panel. White light flickered around him as countless players poured into the game. Although it was just the beginning, the novice village he was in was already nearly full. The chatter around him was incessant. Wow, this game is so realistic. No wonder it's 100% real, I can even smell the earthy fragrance. The feel is so real. A sleazy voice emerged from the crowd, followed by a loud slap. Pervert, get lost. If you want to touch your own chest. A girl squeezed out of the crowd in panic. This was the game world, without any legal constraints. I wonder if such a realistic game allows for deeper interactions. My friend wants to know too. The crowd was bustling and noisy, with conflicts even breaking out. John squeezed out of the crowd directly. The early stages were crucial, and he had to seize the opportunities in the novice village. Many players rushed into the novice village either to pick up quests or head out to the wild to hunt level 1 demonized hares. John, however, did not pick up any quests nor did he hunt monsters to level up. Instead, he headed into the forest ahead. He remembered there was a hidden quest in the forest. In his previous life, Aaron had completed this hidden quest, obtained a low-grade divine artifact, and quickly grew stronger. As a result, Aaron's Wind and Cloud Guild became a top-tier guild. But this time, the hidden quest would be his. John entered the area outside the novice village, where the level 1 demonized hares roamed. Screams echoed around him, and occasionally there were flashes of white light players being killed and revived by the demonized hares. Are these powerful monsters really level 1? Damn, this game is not meant for humans. Forming a team, need a tanky knight and strong DPS. Healer girl looking for a team, I have ample healing powers. I'm 18, awakened a D-level water talent, experienced in combat. Any big brothers want to level up together? Any assassins? I'm a knight and love being sneak attacked from behind. Strong team looking for teammates. For girls, innocent school beauty, cute lowly, cold mature woman, and girl next door type. Seeking a warrior with stamina, must last at least 2 hours. Ladies, look at me. Strong and sturdy, guaranteed to last 3 hours. Man, go away. Any big players willing to help a newbie level up? I'm diligent and obedient, will even open back doors for you. Looking for 4 strong teammates with C-level talent or above. $10,000. Reward for each level up. Eternal Guild recruiting members, D-level talent and above, many benefits. Players soon realized soloing wasn't an option against the demonized hares and began forming teams. But were these teams really for serious leveling? John glanced at the team advertisement with the 4 girls and muttered to himself, I wonder if I could last 3 hours? What was he thinking? Early game leveling and power were crucial. Women would only slow him down. Hey buddy, we need a mage for our team. Want to join? Player Fatty has sent you a party invitation. A man dressed as an archer blocked John and extended an invitation. John declined immediately, no thanks, I prefer to go solo. Damn, who does he think he is, a hero? He'll see how tough these monsters are once he gets killed by a demonized hare. We don't need him anyway. Let's find another mage. Ignoring the chatter behind him, John skillfully avoided the demonized hares and entered the forest. Demonized hares were passive monsters and wouldn't attack unless approached. I remember it's hidden in a cave, John thought as he cautiously ventured deeper into the forest. The forest was silent and eerie, filled with hidden dangers. The weakest monsters here were level 3 tusked wild boars, which were aggressive. Back then, when Aaron took on this quest, he was only level 3, nowhere near strong enough to handle the tusked wild boars, and thus didn't dare venture deep into the forest. This cave should be at the edge of the forest. John carefully searched the forest perimeter. Soon, he discovered a concealed cave hidden among dense brambles. This must be it, John thought, gripping his staff tightly as he took a deep breath and cautiously entered the cave. Who's there? A cold voice echoed, and a fireball illuminated the cave. The cave wasn't large, an elderly man with a pale face sat cross-legged in the open space, a fireball in his hand, ready to attack at any moment. An adventurer? The old man recognized John's identity and visibly relaxed. He was severely injured and would be doomed if discovered by an enemy. However, a level 1 adventurer could be easily killed. John examined the old man and confirmed his identity, the 7th-ranked Grand Mage, Dino. Sorry for intruding. Is there anything I can help you with? John asked sincerely, his tone respectful. Dino was about to kill John, but upon hearing his words, he hesitated. A cunning smile appeared on his lips as he sized John up and said, I do have a task for you. If you can get me a life-sustaining pill, I can reward you with a low-grade divine artifact. Ding! You have triggered the S-level hidden novice village quest, help Dino find the life-sustaining pill. Reward, low-grade divine artifact. Accept? So, it was this guy. John knew Dino was setting him up. The life-sustaining pill was a high-level and rare elixir that could instantly heal any injury as long as the person was still breathing. In the novice village, only the alchemist Enzo had the life-sustaining pill. Dino had already asked Enzo for it but was refused and even attacked. Left with no choice, he hid in the cave outside the novice village, barely clinging to life. Agree. John accepted the quest without hesitation. Ding. You have accepted the S-level hidden novice village quest. Help Dino find the life dash. Sustaining pill. Quest duration, 4 days. Reward, low-grade divine artifact. Failure, you will be cursed by Dino and unable to leave the novice village. Unable to leave the novice village. This guy was really devious. John wasn't surprised. The quest duration of 4 days meant Dino had about 4 days left to live. John could refuse the quest and wait for Dino to die, then loot his belongings. But John wasn't after Dino's belongings. He wanted Dino's skills and talents. In his previous life, Dino had brought devastating destruction to humanity on Earth during the God's Descent. John suspected Dino had an SS or even SSS level talent. His goal was to kill Dino and plunder his talent. Even severely injured and dying, a Grand Mage could easily kill John. He had to tamper with the life-sustaining pill. John looked at Dino with a troubled expression. Finding a life-sustaining pill in 4 days without any leads is impossible. I suspect you're trying to harm me. Dino's face maintained a friendly smile. Adventurer, we have no grievances. Why would I harm you? The alchemist Enzo in the novice village has the life-sustaining pill. He won't give it to you willingly, so you'll have to find a way to steal it. Remember, you only have 4 days. Dino held up 4 fingers to remind John. John nodded and confidently assured, I will get the life-sustaining pill for you within 4 days. With that, he turned and left the cave. Dino watched John's departing figure, his expression growing darker. Such naive and adorable humans. I almost feel bad for what I'll do to you. He. The flames extinguished, and sinister laughter echoed through the cave. John returned to the novice village and headed straight to the apothecary. Stealing the life-sustaining pill outright would be difficult. He needed to earn the alchemist's trust first. The apothecary was stocked with an array of medicines, but their prices were prohibitively high. The cheapest low-level magic and health recovery potions cost 10 copper coins each, a fortune for players at this stage. Hello, adventurer. Are you here to buy potions? A frail old man with a white beard appeared out of nowhere, smiling as he inquired. This was the alchemist Enzo, a third-rank mage and an invincible presence to the players in the novice village. Of course, Enzo's greatest strength was his alchemy talent. As a high-level alchemist, he could already concoct rare elixirs like the life-sustaining pill. Chapter 3, Soloing Monsters, Plundering Attributes. Chapter 3, Soloing Monsters, Plundering Attributes. John said, Hello, I don't need any potions. Do you need any help with anything? Not buying anything? Enzo's smile faded, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, I do have some trouble, but you're too weak to help me. I can try. John knew that the alchemist had a quest that required players to be level 3 to accept. However, if you persist, the alchemist will still give it to you. All right. Enzo thought for a moment and then nodded. These past few nights, the tusked wild boars in the forest have been sneaking out to destroy my herb field. If you can kill the tusked wild boars and bring back their tusks, I will exchange each set of tusks for a low-level magic or health recovery potion. Ding! You have triggered the E-level novice village quest, the alchemist's request. Kill tusked wild boars and bring back their tusks to exchange for low-level health or magic recovery potions. Do you accept? Accept. John accepted the quest without hesitation. Leaving the novice village, John headed straight to the Demon-Eyes Hair territory. The tusked wild boars were level 3 monsters, and John was only level 1, far from being their match. He needed to level up to level 3 first, then head into the forest to hunt the tusked wild boars. In the Demon-Eyes Hair territory, There were many players, most of whom were in teams of 3 to 5, barely able to kill a single demonized hare. Demonized hares had 40 health points, 7 agility points, and their strongest attribute was their physical attack, which reached 8 points. When using the skill strike, their damage reached 12 points. Novice players would be doomed if a demonized hare got close to them. John's base magic attack reached 9 points, and his level 1 fireball spell could deal 13 points of damage, base magic attack plus spirit attribute asterisk 50%. As long as he kept his distance, John could kill a demonized hare with 4 fireball spells. John distanced himself from the grouped players and soon found a lone demonized hare. Keeping at maximum distance, John waved his staff, and a fireball shot out, hitting the demonized hare precisely. The demonized hare's fur was scorched by the flames. It looked up with blood-red eyes, locking onto John, and charged rapidly. John quickly retreated, waiting for the fireball spell to cool down. The demonized hare's speed far surpassed John's, and the distance between them closed rapidly. Whoosh! The demonized hare leapt and used its skill, strike. John's eyes were sharp, closely watching the demonized hare's movements. Now! With the fireball spell cooled down, John waved his staff, and a fireball shot out, hitting the demonized hare precisely. Boom! The flames surged, and the demonized hare staggered and fell to the ground, its expression dazed. Interrupted. The demonized hare's strike skill was forcibly interrupted by John's fireball spell. This level of combat technique was something John had learned through countless life and death battles. Clearly, this was beyond the demonized hare's comprehension. John quickly retreated, widening the distance between them. The demonized hare, recovering from its surprise, bared its sharp fangs and charged at John again. Fireball. As soon as the 3-second cooldown ended, John fired another fireball spell, taking the opportunity to pull back further. John's expert kiting ensured that the demonized hare could never get close. Each time it did, John's fireball spell would precisely interrupt its attack. With the 4th fireball spell, John successfully killed the demonized hare, remaining unscathed. Killed level 1 demonized hare, gained 10 experience points. No items dropped. A player needed 100 experience points to level up from level 1, so killing 10 demonized hares would suffice. Carry on. John targeted another demonized hare and repeated the process. Killed level 1 demonized hare, gained 10 experience points. Plunder talent triggered, strength +1. The notification flashed. He had gained 1 point of strength. John was delighted. The plunder talent had a 10% chance to plunder an attribute point from ordinary monsters upon killing them. This was only the second demonized hare John had hunted, and he had already gained an attribute point. Unfortunately, it was a strength attribute, which wasn't particularly useful for John. John continued to search for solitary demonized hares. Killed level 1 demonized hare, gained 10 experience points. Plundered talent triggered, agility +1. Your level has increased to 2, you have gained 4 free attribute points and 1 skill point. The notification flashed. John had finally reached level 2. And his plundered talent had triggered again, granting him 1 point of agility. John opened the attribute panel and distributed the free attribute points. All to Spirit. Ordinary novice mages typically allocated points to Constitution and Agility to increase survivability. But with the plunder talent, John had no such concerns. At this point, John's Spirit attribute reached 12 points, giving him 120 mana points and a base magic attack of 13 points. Fireball had also increased to level 2, with damage scaling to 55% of the Spirit attribute as fire magic damage. John's fireball damage now reached 19 points. Time to hunt level 2 green snakes. John decided to head to the green snake territory to hunt them for experience. In the novice village, each level increase in monsters resulted in a significant boost in their strength, though the experience gained only increased by 1 point. Many players, even at level 2 or level 3, still chose to hunt demonized hares for leveling up. The demonized hare territory was becoming increasingly crowded with players. Many, seeing John's formidable strength, invited him to join their teams, but John declined them all. Not wanting to be disturbed, he chose the territory of the green snakes as his next target. The green snakes, being magical monsters with high spirit attributes, had a chance to drop spirit attribute points upon being plundered. John left the demonized hare territory and entered the green snake territory. There were only 2 teams of physical attack players here, busy killing the green snakes to level up. Green snakes had a spirit attribute of 9, which meant they had 9 points of magic resistance, making them a nightmare for novice mages. No mage would choose to hunt green snakes to level up, especially not alone. The 2 teams noticed John but showed no intention of inviting him to join. To them, a mage in this area was just a burden. John didn't mind. He kept his distance from the 2 teams to avoid any unnecessary conflicts. Soon, he found a hidden green snake in the grass. Green snakes were level 2 monsters with 60 health points, 9 base magic attack, and the wind pierce skill, a basic wind magic attack. John raised his staff, but before he could cast a spell, the green snake attacked first. The snake raised its head, and with a burst of magic, a wind pierce shot toward John. John stood his ground, taking the hit head-on. A damage number floated above his head. With 12 points of magic resistance, John's defense reduced the green snake's attack to just 2 points of damage. The snake seemed momentarily stunned by the negligible damage it had caused. John then launched his attack, casting a fireball spell that struck the green snake. Boom! Despite the snake's 9 points of magic resistance, it still took 10 points of damage, which was acceptable to John. Hissing in pain, the green snake flicked its tongue and abandoned its magic attacks, opting to slither rapidly across the grass towards John. Remaining calm, John quickly retreated and fired another fireball as soon as its cooldown ended. Boom! John continued to hit and run the green snake. Its speed was far inferior to the demonized hares, making it easy prey. With the 6th fireball spell, the green snake fell. Killed level 2 green snake, gained 11 experience points. Plundered talent triggered, spirit +1. As expected, the green snake provided a spirit attribute point. John was lucky, as his plunder talent triggered on his first green snake kill. To reach level 3, John needed 200 experience points, which required killing 19 green snakes. This time, John didn't hold back. Instead of attracting 1 snake at a time, he lured 3 simultaneously. The green snake's magical attacks posed no threat to John, and their speed was no match for his. He easily overwhelmed them. Soon, John leveled up to level 3, gaining an additional 2 points in spirit from his plunder talent. He allocated all 4 free attribute points to spirit. Now, his spirit attribute reached 19 points. Fireball had also leveled up to level 3, dealing 60% of his spirit attribute as fire magic damage. This brought his fireball's damage to an impressive 31 points. Should I continue hunting green snakes? John hesitated. With his current strength, he could handle the level 3 tusked wild boars. However, the spirit attribute points from the green snakes were too enticing. Forget it. Let's complete the quest first. After some thought, John decided to focus on the novice village's hidden quest. Although he had 4 days to complete it, he needed to be fully prepared. Just as John was about to leave, a massive green snake suddenly emerged from the grass. Whoosh! A gust of wind surged, transforming into a blade that slashed towards John. Slash! His robe was torn. A damage number floated above his head. A boss. John was thrilled. The creature before him was clearly a leader-level green snake boss. Chapter 4, Snatching Monsters, Plundering Skills. Chapter 4, Snatching Monsters, Plundering Skills. In the world of gods, bosses are classified as leader, elite, rare, epic, legendary, demigod, and mythical. The chance of encountering a boss in the novice village is quite low. The green snake in front of John was a level 2 leader boss. With 120 health points and a base magic attack of 20 points, this boss was a formidable opponent. Given John's current strength, he could defeat the boss as long as he was careful. He quickly retreated, raised his staff, and cast a fireball spell that flew out and struck the green snake with precision. Boom! Hiss! The green snake hissed in pain and rapidly closed the distance between itself and John. Unlike ordinary green snakes, this boss had a significant speed advantage. In just an instant, the green snake was right in front of John. Its agile body quickly attempted to coil around him. Skill, Death Coil. John's expression grew serious. With Fireball still on cooldown, he couldn't interrupt the green snake's attack and had to roll on the ground to narrowly avoid it. As soon as the Fireball spell cooled down, he cast it again. Boom! The green snake paused, losing another 11 health points. Enraged, it swayed its body, conjuring a wind blade that swiftly slashed at John. John was struck by the wind blade again. Someone's coming! John cursed under his breath, noticing a team approaching quickly from a distance. They had clearly spotted the green snake boss as well. Handling the green snake boss alone was already challenging. If others interfered, he'd stand no chance. Captain, it's really a boss. Hey, it's that lone wolf. He's already reached level 3. 2 exclamations came from the team. The group consisted of 4 members, 3 men and 1 woman, a knight, 2 archers, and a healer. It was a perfectly balanced team. John recognized the group. The leader was the archer who had previously invited him to join their team, with the ID, Fatty. Fatty was surprised by John's strength but quickly focused on the boss. Hey, buddy, we're from Wind and Cloud Guild. How about letting us have this boss? Fatty's tone was condescending despite his seemingly polite request. The Wind and Cloud Guild's leader, Aaron, had significant financial resources in real life and had invested heavily in the guild, leading to its rapid growth. The guild had already gained some notoriety in the novice village. Wind and Cloud Guild, huh? John sneered, not expecting to encounter members of Wind and Cloud Guild so soon. Think you can snatch the boss? Let's see if you have what it takes. John abruptly changed direction, charging towards Fatty and his team. Damn! Captain, he's trying to use the green snake against us. The knight in the team quickly raised his shield, panic etched on his face. He had just reached level 2 and was in no position to withstand the green snake's attacks. Take him out first, Fatty ordered, realizing John's intention. He drew his bow and shot an arrow straight at John. In the world of gods, there were no penalties for attacking other players first, so Fatty felt no guilt. Whoosh! The arrow grazed John's clothes. As he perfectly dodged it. Fatty frowned slightly. Little 5, attack with me. Yes, the other archer replied, and both fired their arrows at John simultaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows flew toward John. John remained unfazed, his movements fluid as he effortlessly dodged both arrows. Such high evasion! Fatty was shocked. Dodging once could be luck, but twice in a row indicated exceptional agility and combat experience. By now, John was right in front of the team. Well, a mage dares to get close, the knight sneered, raising his heavy wooden shield to smash it down on John. John spun gracefully, once again perfectly evading the attack. Ha! The knight swung and missed, his eyes widening in terror as he saw a wind blade heading straight for him. It was the green snake boss's attack. Slash! The knight's low magic resistance caused him to lose a quarter of his health in one hit. And it wasn't over yet. John raised his staff, launching a fireball. But the target wasn't the green snake, it was the knight. Boom! The fireball exploded, leaving the knight with only half of his health remaining. Healer, heal me quickly. The knight, panicking, desperately called out to the healer girl. Behind him. The healer finally reacted, raising her staff to cast a healing spell. But John, like a phantom, appeared right in front of her before she could finish. With fireball on cooldown, John swung his staff at the healer. Ah! The healer cried out in pain as a single-digit damage number floated above her head. John's base physical damage was still too low. However, his objective was achieved. Hurry, heal me. The knight urged frantically, seeing no recovery in his health. By this time, the green snake had abandoned John and was now attacking the knight. Having mistaken the team for John's allies. My spell got interrupted, the healer stammered, her voice trembling. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation. What? The knight, momentarily distracted, was immediately ensnared by the green snakes. Death coil. The snake opened its gaping maw and bit down on his neck. Whoosh! A flash of white light, and the knight was killed instantly, dropping a few copper coins on the spot. Fatty finally reacted and hastily ordered, "Quick, spread out. Little 5, forget the snake, kill that mage first." Fatty pulled the stunned healer girl back, drawing his bow and aiming at John once more. "Watch out, the snake!" the healer girl exclaimed, covering her mouth in fear and quickly warning Little 5. But it was too late. Little 5 was immediately entangled by the green snake and then hit by a fireball. It was John's attack. The archer, lacking any magic resistance, was instantly killed. Despicable. With another teammate down, Fatty was enraged. John was too cunning, forcing them to expose themselves to the snake's attacks. Run in different directions. Fatty shouted, abandoning the terrified healer and running in the opposite direction of the snake. Well, just a bunch of scum, John sneered, his killing intent growing stronger. He cast another fireball, knocking Fatty down. "Buddy, it's a misunderstanding," Fatty pleaded, his face filled with terror. He finally realized the power gap between himself and John and forced a smile. "Buddy, you know the Wind and Cloud Guild, right? I'm a squad leader in the guild." Fatty tried to intimidate John by mentioning the Wind and Cloud Guild. John had no time for nonsense. As soon as his skill cooled down, he raised his hand and cast another fireball. Boom! 2 fireballs sent Fatty back to the novice village for free. On the ground, a longbow and several copper coins were left behind. "This guy was quite rich," John muttered, picking up the longbow and copper coins. In the world of gods, currency was divided into gold, silver, and copper coins. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. In the early stages, copper coins were scarce, and their black market exchange rate was as high as 10 yuan per copper coin. John had no use for the bow but could sell it. Whoosh! A gust of wind surged behind him. John remembered the green snake boss was still around. The green snake, having killed the healer girl, was now fixated on John. Without any interference, John found it much easier to handle the green snake boss. 3 minutes later, the green snake boss finally fell to John's fireball spell. Killed level 2 leader green snake boss, gained 22 experience points. Plunder talent triggered, gain skill Wind Blade. Wind Blade, level 1, deals 50% wind magic damage to the target, consumes 5 mana, 3-. Second cooldown. The notification flashed. I actually plundered a skill. John was delighted. Mages in the early game didn't lack damage but rather the number of skills. Having an additional skill increased John's combat effectiveness by at least 30%. Besides the skill, the green snake boss also dropped a staff, 2 skill stones, and several copper coins. Green snake staff, common, usable by mages, magic damage plus 5. Skill stone, used to gain 1 skill point. The green snake staff, with its 5-point magic damage bonus, was much stronger than his novice staff. John equipped it immediately, increasing his magic damage by 4 points. He also had 2 skill stones. In the world of gods, players most lacked skill points. Especially in the later stages, the skill points required to upgrade basic, intermediate, and advanced skills increased exponentially. Many players in the late game, lacking sufficient skill points to upgrade, could only use basic and intermediate magic. Use skill stone, gain 2 skill points. John used the skill stones, gaining 2 skill points and choosing to upgrade his fireball spell. Fireball level 5, deals 70% of Spiritus fire magic damage to the target, consumes 5 mana, 3-second cooldown. Level 5 Fireball dealt 37 damage, and level 1 Wind Blade dealt 33 damage. Time to deal with the tusked wild boars. John confirmed he hadn't missed anything and headed to the forest to hunt the boars. Just as John left, Fatty arrived with a group of players in a hurry. The green snake boss has been killed. Fatty saw the boss's corpse and collapsed in despair. His death had not only dropped his level back to 1 but also lost him the purchased longbow, resetting him to novice status. A man carrying a broadsword approached Fatty and consoled him. Fatty, I've reported this to the guild president. The president will avenge you. Chapter 5, Tusked Wild Boar, Enemies Meet. Chapter 5, Tusked Wild Boar, Enemies Meet. John returned to the forest. The silence was eerie, as no adventurers dared to venture here. This time, John didn't bother to hide his presence and actively sought out tusked wild boars. Rustle! Suddenly, the bushes ahead shook, and a monster the size of a calf appeared. It resembled a wild boar, with tusks as sharp as daggers, glinting menacingly in the light. This was a level 3 beast, the tusked wild boar, with 120 health points and 10 base physical attack points. It also possessed 2 skills, charge and stomp. The tusked wild boar had thick skin and tough flesh, but its magic resistance was low. Snort snort. The boar pawed at the ground, its cold eyes fixed on John, before suddenly launching an attack. Skill, charge. Boom boom. The ground trembled slightly as the massive body of the tusked wild boar barreled forward like a tank. Its sharp tusks aimed directly at John's vital spots. John couldn't afford to take the hit. The charge skill was one of the few low-level skills that couldn't be interrupted. However, its weakness was its lack of flexibility. John sidestepped, and the tusked wild boar roared past him. Boom! With a loud crash, a thick tree behind John was shattered. If he had been hit, he wouldn't have survived. Snort! The boar turned, its hot breath steaming, and glared at John with fury. Boom! The boar stomped the ground, using its stomp skill. I was waiting for that, John thought confidently. Seizing the moment, he cast Fireball. Boom! The fireball hit, interrupting the boar's skill. Next, a wind blade whistled through the air, slashing at the boar's head. Blood flowed, and a deep wound appeared, exposing bone. The tusked wild boar screeched in pain, enraged, and charged at John recklessly. John easily dodged, creating distance. With his skills cooled down, he cast Fireball and Wind Blade again. After 3 rounds of attacks, the tusked wild boar let out a final wail and fell to the ground, dead. Killed level 3 tusked wild boar, gained 12 experience points. Plunder talent triggered, Constitution +1. The system notification flashed. John had successfully killed the tusked wild boar and his plunder talent had triggered, increasing his Constitution by 1 point. It actually dropped an item, John said, surprised, as he picked up a copper coin from the ground. The drop rate for items from ordinary monsters was very low. John happily picked it up and collected the boar's tusks, which were quest items he could exchange with the alchemist for a low-level health or magic recovery potion, worth 10 copper coins. He decided to stay and hunt more tusked wild boars to level up to level 5 before returning to the alchemist to submit the quest. Let's continue. John roamed the forest, searching for solitary tusked wild boars. A piercing scream echoed as yet. Another tusked wild boar fell to John's magical assault. John had hunted over 20 tusked wild boars, leveling up to level 4 and plundering 2 points of constitution and 1 point of strength. He allocated his 4 free attribute points to spirit, and his fireball skill had now reached level. His power had significantly increased once again. By now, the sun had set, and the forest grew darker and more ominous. Nighttime made the forest monsters more active, with even stronger beasts appearing. John knew better than to stay here any longer. Someone's there? John frowned, spotting 2 5-member teams in the distance, all at level 4. Reaching level 4 so quickly meant they were among the top players in the novice village. Leading one of the teams was a knight clad in leather armor, wielding a broadsword and a massive shield. He had a handsome face but carried an air of malevolence. John's eyes instantly grew cold upon seeing him. Wind and Cloud Guild, Aaron. ID, Unrivaled. John hadn't expected to encounter Aaron so soon in the novice village. It made sense, though. In his previous life, Aaron had completed the hidden quest to help Dino find the life-sustaining pill, earning the low-grade divine artifact, the Guardian Shield, and rapidly increasing his power. Aaron also noticed John and was especially surprised to see several tusked wild boar corpses nearby. A top player. He knew some of the game's secrets. Anyone who could solo tusked wild boars at this stage was undoubtedly among the top players. With a smile, Aaron approached John and said, "Hey there, I'm Unrivaled, the leader of the Wind and Cloud Guild. Interested in joining our guild?" The killing intent in John's eyes flashed briefly as he hatched an even better revenge plan. Stealing the life-sustaining pill from the alchemist wasn't guaranteed to succeed. But he could use Aaron and his guild to his advantage. Unrivaled, a warrior whispered in Aaron's ear, "That's the guy who killed Fatty's team." "He's Godslayer?" Aaron frowned. He hadn't expected the skilled player before him to be Godslayer. Aaron knew the Wind and Cloud Guild's rapid rise in the novice village was due to their financial power and loyalty. If this situation wasn't handled well, it could cause dissatisfaction among the members. However, recruiting Godslayer into the guild, at the cost of losing Fatty, was unacceptable. Trade-off. Aaron made up his mind and extended the olive branch to John once more. "Brother, Aaron, love to make friends with heroes from all walks of life. If you join the Wind and Cloud Guild, I can offer you the position of vice president." This was Aaron's best offer, and he extended his right hand in a friendly gesture. If Godslayer refused, Aaron could always avenge Fatty later. John calmly looked at Aaron without any response. Aaron frowned, feeling an unsettling sense of being seen through by Godslayer. "What, you don't agree?" Aaron withdrew his hand, his gaze turning cold. His team members immediately prepared for battle. John finally spoke, "President Unrivaled, you misunderstand. I actually have a favor to ask." With that, John revealed the quest he had accepted to Aaron. Aaron's eyes widened, his breath quickening as he exclaimed, "An S-level hidden quest, a low-grade divine artifact." Gulp! Aaron swallowed hard, a flash of greed in his eyes. If killing a player could drop a quest, he would have attacked Godslayer without hesitation. In the world of gods, equipment was categorized as common, fine, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical, divine artifacts. Currently, no player even had a piece of fine equipment. The appearance of a divine artifact would undoubtedly cause a bloodbath. Aaron quickly composed himself, hiding his inner thoughts. He asked, "Bro, you want me to help you complete this quest?" John nodded, "President Unrivaled, if you help me complete this quest, I will give you the divine artifact as a reward." Aaron was stunned, struggling to believe his ears. "Are you joking?" He couldn't fathom anyone resisting the allure of a divine artifact. John, however, looked resigned. "You can see the quest has a time limit. If I can't complete it, I won't be able to leave the novice village. I've investigated, the alchemist in the novice village is at level 10. I can't handle him alone, so I need help." Watching Aaron's reaction and seeing his skepticism, John continued, "If President Unrivaled can't help, I'll have to seek assistance elsewhere." "Wait." Aaron was flustered. "In this novice village, who is stronger than the wind and cloud guild? I accept your request." Aaron's eyes narrowed as he added, "But what if you go back on your word afterward?" Clearly, Aaron didn't fully trust John. John replied calmly, "If I go back on my word, you can attack me. The Wind and Cloud Guild can handle one person, can't it?" Aaron pondered this plan, finding no apparent traps. If Godslayer reneged, he could openly attack. No individual, no matter how strong, could withstand the entire Wind and Cloud Guild. Aaron extended his right hand to John again, smiling. "Happy cooperation." John glanced at Aaron's hand and shook it firmly. "Tomorrow at this time, we'll meet in front of the Novice Village Apothecary." Before Aaron could respond, John logged off and disappeared. Chapter 6, Plotting Against Aaron, Stealing the Life-Sustaining Pill. Chapter 6, Plotting Against Aaron, Stealing the Life-Sustaining Pill. Aaron stood staring at the spot where John had disappeared, his brows furrowed. He couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in his gut. He turned to an elderly man dressed as a mage within his team and asked, "Matt, do you think this guy's story is credible?" The old man stepped forward, bowed slightly to Aaron, and then spoke, "The only uncertain factor here is the strength of the alchemist. I've already investigated, the village chief and the guard squad in the novice village are all level 10. The alchemist hasn't shown his power, so his exact strength is unknown." The elder looked at Aaron and continued, "Master, I will send someone to test the alchemist's strength." Aaron nodded, "Find someone weak to probe him. Also, notify the guild members to push hard on leveling up tonight. We have a big operation tomorrow afternoon." "Understood," the old man nodded, and then began issuing guild announcements. In the real world, in a cramped rental apartment, John removed his helmet, rubbing his forehead, feeling a throbbing headache. Without realizing it, he had been online for 12 hours straight. Entering the world of gods was mentally exhausting. The gaming helmet John used allowed a maximum of 8 hours of continuous play each day. Exceeding that would lead to significant mental fatigue. "I need to get a gaming pod," John muttered to himself. Compared to gaming helmets, gaming pods were more advanced and could inject nutrient fluids to restore mental strength. A basic gaming pod allowed continuous play for 3 days. A mid-level gaming pod allowed continuous play for 7 days. The top-level advanced gaming pod allowed a player to stay online for a month. However, gaming pods were also much more expensive. A basic gaming pod cost 100,000 yuan. Mid-level and advanced pods weren't just about money, they required connections and influence to acquire. John couldn't afford even the most basic gaming pod at the moment. At the current exchange rate, one gold coin was worth 100,000 yuan. He needed to acquire a gold coin quickly. Otherwise, as the game progressed, the value of gold coins would depreciate significantly. John put aside this concern, ate something, washed up briefly, and went to bed to restore his mental strength. The next day, John woke up feeling refreshed, noticing a significant improvement in his physical condition. Game data would fully merge when the world of gods connected to reality, but for now, it was gradually enhancing players' bodies. John reconnected his helmet and entered the world of gods. He was still in the forest where he had logged off yesterday. The surroundings were quiet, with no other players in sight. Tusked wild boars had tough hides and were not the best for leveling up. Aaron and his team moved to the level 2 green snake territory to hunt and level up. John, having reached level 4, had a spirit attribute of 23 points, resulting in a base magic damage of 28 points. His level 6 fireball dealt 45 points of fire damage, while his level 1 wind blade dealt 39 points of wind damage. With 2 rounds of magic attacks, John could kill a tusked wild boar. He roamed the forest, looking for more boars. Killed level 3 tusked wild boar, gained 12 experience points. You have reached level 5, gained 4 free attribute points, 1 skill point. The notification flashed. After nearly a day of hunting, John had killed over 30 tusked wild boars and finally reached level 5. Additionally, he had plundered 4 points of constitution. John's constitution and base physical resistance reached 12 points, comparable to a level 5 warrior. The SSS-Level Plunder talent is truly terrifying. John marveled once again. He opened his attribute panel and allocated all 4 free attribute points to Spirit, bringing his Spirit attribute to an impressive 27 points. His Fireball spell also leveled up to level 7. It's time to complete the quest, John thought, checking the time before heading back to the novice village. In front of the apothecary, John saw Aaron waiting for him. Aaron had sent his underlings to test the alchemist Enzo's strength. A level 3 underling provoked Enzo and was instantly killed. According to the underlings' report, Enzo's strength was on par with the village chief, approximately level 10. With their numbers, they could handle him. Bro Godslayer, you're finally here, Aaron greeted John warmly, a smile on his face. John nodded coolly, eyeing the members behind Aaron. There were over 200 of them, all at level 5. Clearly, they had gaming pods and could level up quickly by staying online without needing rest. Aaron, full of pride, introduced his forces. Brother, these are the elite of the Wind and Cloud Guild. Almost all the top players in the novice village are under my command. Additionally, I have over 1,000 underlings who will keep the village guards busy. Aaron's introduction was also a veiled threat, warning John not to play any tricks. John smirked inwardly, confident that the Wind and Cloud Guild would be severely weakened by the end of the day. I'm going to hand in the quest. You guys will attack the apothecary shortly. Just keep the alchemist busy, there's no need to kill him, John instructed. Aaron dismissed John's concern with a wave. Don't worry, we've got this. John said no more and entered the shop. Inside, a few players were purchasing potions. By now, players could afford them as it was the second day. Old man, I'm here to turn in the quest, John said, approaching the counter and laying out a pile of boar tusks. Enzo, annoyed at being called old man, was about to retort but held his tongue when he saw the boar tusks. 57 sets of boar tusks. Enzo exclaimed, eyeing John in surprise. Kid, I didn't misjudge you. Each set of boar tusks can be exchanged for 1 low-level health or magic recovery potion. Take your pick. Can I exchange them for copper coins instead? These low-level potions were of little use to John. He needed money more than potions. Enzo frowned but then nodded. Normally, no, but considering you brought so many boar tusks, I'll make an exception. Enzo retrieved 5 silver coins and 70 copper coins from under the counter and handed them to John. Here's your reward, kid. Thank you. John expressed his gratitude, quickly pocketing the coins. He was now one step closer to purchasing a gaming pod. After turning in his quest, John didn't leave. Instead, he pretended to browse the potions at the counter, waiting for the Wind and Cloud Guild to make their move. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion rocked the entrance of the shop, followed by a loud shout. Charge in, ransack the shop! Chaos erupted at the entrance, with spells flying and arrows whizzing through the air. Targeting the apothecary. Courting death. Enzo cursed furiously and charged outside. The players inside the shop looked on curiously, buzzing with excitement. Ransack the apothecary? Who's bold enough to do that? It looks like it's the Wind and Cloud Guild. Damn, I've always hated that stingy old man. Let's go help the Wind and Cloud Guild. Brothers out. The Wind and Cloud Guild had a significant reputation in the novice village. The surrounding players, eager for some action, quickly joined in, hoping to profit from the chaos. Taking advantage of the confusion, John slipped into the back of the apothecary and found Enzo's bedroom. The life-sustaining pill was hidden in a secret compartment under Enzo's bed. In his previous life, Aaron had boasted about how he had stolen the life-sustaining pill, making it easier for John now. John swiftly entered Enzo's bedroom and quickly located the secret compartment under the bed. Inside, he found not only the life-sustaining pill but also 3 skill stones, a bottle of mana-suppressing potion, and 2 bottles of unknown poison. He took everything and, without bothering to inspect them closely, escaped through the back door. The front of the shop had turned into a fiery inferno, with screams of agony filling the air, resembling a scene from hell. Something's wrong, this guy isn't just level 10. President, the information was wrong, run. Screams echoed continuously as white lights flashed, elite members being instantly killed. Retreat, retreat now. Aaron, realizing the mistake, hastily ordered a retreat, but he was struck by a fireball and killed instantly. Enzo stood at the entrance, his hair and beard billowing, casting powerful spells that indiscriminately targeted the surrounding players, killing them all instantly. The true power of a level 30 mage was on full display. The more than 200 elites led by Aaron couldn't hold out for even a minute and vanished in flashes of white light. Even the onlookers were caught in the crossfire, suffering heavy casualties. Novice Village Resurrection Point. Aaron emerged with a grim expression on his face. Damn it! Aaron cursed through gritted teeth. Despite his caution, he had been misled by his underlings. Enzo's power was far beyond just level 10. Young Master, the Elder Matt, pale-faced, emerged from the resurrection point and spoke. Our people have been watching the resurrection point closely. We haven't seen Godslayer. We don't know if he succeeded. Only then did Aaron recall the primary goal of attacking the apothecary. If Godslayer had managed to steal the life-sustaining pill and complete the hidden quest, earning the low-grade divine artifact, then the losses suffered by the Wind and Cloud Guild would be insignificant. Aaron hurriedly opened his friend's channel, only to realize he hadn't added Godslayer as a friend. A bad feeling surged through him. Chapter 7, Killing Dino, Plundering Talent. Chapter 7, Killing Dino, Plundering Talent. At this moment, John had already left the novice village. Ding, player Unrivaled has requested to add you as a friend. The notification flashed, and John promptly rejected it. Even if Aaron was slow to react, he now knew he had been played. Time to log off and rest. I'll turn in the quest tomorrow. John checked the time and vanished on the spot. Having stolen the life-sustaining pill, half of the hidden quest was complete. Next, he needed to deal with Dino. Real world. The imperial capital, a luxurious villa. Bang bang. The sounds of smashing and breaking echoed. Aaron was furiously destroying the items around him, seething with rage. Godslayer, how dare you trick me? To develop the Wind and Cloud Guild, he had invested $30 million. Due to helping Godslayer with the quest, over 200 elite members and more than 1,000 regular members of the guild had been slaughtered. The penalty for dying as a novice was severe, dropping players back to level 1. His entire $30 million investment had gone down the drain. Even worse, the hard-earned prestige of the Wind and Cloud Guild had vanished. Aaron didn't care about the money, but he couldn't swallow this humiliation. Matt. Aaron called coldly, looking towards the door. The door opened, and Matt hurried in, looking distressed at the shattered porcelain on the floor. Matt spoke, "Young master, facial recognition didn't find any real information on Godslayer. He must have adjusted his appearance." Aaron's face turned icy. "I don't care about that. Godslayer must pay dearly, both in the game and in reality." Matt remained silent, waiting for Aaron's instructions. He knew Aaron's character well, calculating, ruthless, and vengeful. Suffering such a significant loss, Aaron wouldn't let Godslayer go. Two things. Aaron contemplated for a moment before speaking slowly. First, place a bounty on Godslayer in the novice village. Killing him once will earn a reward of $100,000, no limit on the number of times. Second, have Sini get close to Godslayer. Once we have his real-world information, I'll grant her freedom. Matt lifted his head and looked at Aaron, hesitant to speak. Sini came from a family of ancient martial arts practitioners, and Aaron had spent a considerable amount to control her. Using her against Godslayer seemed excessive. In Matt's view, Sini's value far exceeded that of Godslayer, making this plan unwise. However, he knew Aaron's personality. Once a decision was made, it wouldn't change. "I'll arrange it immediately," Matt agreed and bowed before leaving. Aaron's expression relaxed slightly as he spread his arms, leaning back on the sofa. His face darkened with a terrifying expression as he muttered, "It's been a long time since anyone dared to provoke me like this. Godslayer, I hope you don't disappoint me. I want to torture you properly. Don't you dare quit this game until I've had my fill." The next day, John re-entered the world of gods and learned about the bounty placed by the Wind and Cloud Guild. A bounty of 100,000 for killing Godslayer once. John sneered at the thought. His goal wasn't just to outsmart Aaron. Revenge was only beginning. First, he needed to complete his task. John checked the quest details. Today marked the third day, and Dino was likely at the end of his strength. Delaying further risked losing the chance if Dino died before he could complete the task. From Enzo, John had stolen not just the life-sustaining pill but also a mana-suppressing pill and 2 poisons. He examined these items carefully. Life-sustaining pill, high-grade potion, can instantly heal any injury, excluding soul injuries. Mana-suppressing pill, high-grade potion, seals internal magic, automatically lifts after 3 days. 100 poison pill, mid-grade potion, refined from 100 poisonous insects. Extremely toxic, fatal to anyone below level 7. Bloodthirst pill, mid-grade potion, a failed product of refining the chi and blood pill, drains life energy until death. All 4 pills, except the life-sustaining pill, were deadly poisons. John suspected that Enzo specialized in poison crafting. He had 1 mana-suppressing pill, 100 poison pills, and 2 bloodthirst pills. Mixing these poisons would undoubtedly be lethal for the severely injured Dino. John carefully cut open one of the life-sustaining pills, hollowing it out before grinding and mixing the mana-suppressing pill, 100 poison pills, and bloodthirst pills. Then placing the mixture inside. He resealed the pill, making sure it looked flawless. John nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. He stored the altered life-sustaining pill and headed to the forest to complete the quest. In the forest, many high-level player teams roamed. They weren't hunting tusked wild boars for leveling up but were instead on the Wind and Cloud Guild's bounty hunt for Godslayer. John didn't want any confrontations for now, so he avoided them and headed for the hidden cave. The cave hadn't been discovered by other players. Phew! John entered the cave, the firelight flickering, indicating Dino had sensed his approach. Under the firelight, Dino looked even paler and more haggard. His eyes lit up with hope as he saw John. "Kid, you finally came. Where's the life-sustaining pill?" John stepped forward, palm open, revealing a milky white pill of unaltered life dash. Sustaining pill. Life-sustaining pill. Dino's eyes gleamed as he reached out to grab it. John quickly pulled his hand back, eyeing Dino warily. "What about my reward?" Dino glared at John coldly. A weak human adventurer dared to play tricks on him. If killing John guaranteed the drop of the life-sustaining pill, Dino would have acted already. "Oomph, I keep my promises." Dino scoffed, taking out a large black shield from his storage pouch. A purple glow shone, the unmistakable mark of a divine artifact. The Diamond Giant Shield, a low-grade divine artifact. John's excitement was palpable. Though he couldn't equip a shield, the value of such an artifact was immeasurable. Seeing John's reaction, Dino's expression turned disdainful. He had decided that once he obtained the life-sustaining pill and recovered, he would kill John. His artifact was not something to be taken so easily. Dino extended his hand, saying, "Give me the life-sustaining pill." John nodded, switching the pill with the tampered one in his palm without Dino noticing. Dino grabbed the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. John took a few steps back, his staff ready in hand. Dino was severely injured, and the altered life-sustaining pill should be lethal. However, John feared a desperate counterattack. As the pill took effect, Dino's face initially showed signs of recovery. But then his expression twisted in pain. He glared at John with fury. "What did you give me, boy?" Bang! John didn't waste words. He swung his staff, casting Fireball and Windblade at Dino. Dino's magic resistance was astounding, and John's attacks only dealt a minimal 1 point of damage each. "You're courting death," Dino roared, conjuring a fireball in his palm. But it quickly dissipated as the mana-suppressing pill took effect. John relaxed slightly, his voice cold. "Old man, don't struggle. You're dead today." "Ugh." Dino attempted to speak but coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The 100 poison pill and bloodthirst pill were rapidly consuming his life force. Already gravely wounded, he had no strength to resist. "You'll regret this." In his final moments, Dino managed to utter a few words before a magical curse shot out, hitting John. A sense of foreboding washed over John, and he knew it was too late to dodge. "You have killed the 7th tier Archmage Dino, gaining 330,240 experience points. You have reached level 6, gaining 4 free attribute points, 1 skill point. You have reached level 7, gaining 4 free attribute points, 1 skill point. You have reached level 8, gaining 4 free attribute points, 1 skill point. You have reached level 9, gaining 4 free attribute points, 1 skill point. You are affected by Dino's curse, you cannot level past 9. Current experience, 327, 340/900. Plunder talent activated, you have acquired the Divine Growth talent. Wrath of the Gods. A series of notifications flashed. John had leveled up to 9 but could not progress further. Damn, I still got cursed. John cursed, checking the curse details. Dino's curse, cursed by Archmage Dino, preventing levels above 9. Can be lifted by a 7th tier mage or reaching 1000 spirit points to forcibly remove it. It could be lifted. Seeing the curse details, John was elated. Finding a 7th tier mage in the novice village was nearly impossible. Even if he did, they wouldn't help him remove the curse. Alternatively, he could forcibly lift it by reaching 1000 spirit points. For a level 9 player, achieving 1000 spirit points seemed impossible. But John had the advantage of his plunder talent, which could potentially grant him spirit points from defeating magic-wielding monsters with high spirit attributes. Reaching 1000 spirit points at level 9 was entirely feasible for him. John breathed a sigh of relief and checked the newly acquired talent. Chapter 8, Diamond Giant Shield and the Elven Saintess. Chapter 8, Diamond Giant Shield and the Elven Saintess. Wrath of the Gods, Divine Level Growth Talent, currently F level, grants 10% skill cooldown reduction. Upgrade conditions, kill 10 level 1 monsters to upgrade to E level. A Divine Growth Talent? This seemed to be a tier above the SSS level talents. In his previous life, John had never heard of a Divine level talent. Even at F level, Wrath of the Gods provided a 10% reduction in skill cooldowns. No wonder Dino had managed to become a near demigod, invading Earth and bringing devastation to humanity. John didn't rush to leave, instead, he looked at Dino's corpse. In the world of gods, NPCs differed from players. They were real beings. Once dead, they permanently vanished, and all their belongings would drop. John's eyes were drawn to the ring on Dino's right middle finger. It was a storage ring. He removed it, and with a mental probe, he viewed its contents. Various items filled the ring, including 20 skill stones, 2 skill books, 11 stealth talismans, various high-grade materials, over 1,300 gold coins. Jackpot! John's eyes lit up at the sight of the gold coins. With the current exchange rate, 1 gold coin was enough to buy a basic gaming pod. With over 1,300 gold coins, he could easily afford a high-end gaming pod, provided he could obtain the qualification to purchase one. For now, he set aside that concern and began sorting through the items. He had 20 skill stones, plus the 3 he had stolen from the alchemist Enzo, giving him a total of 23 skill stones. He used them all, gaining 23 skill points. The 2 skill books were Earth Shield, basic mage skill, conjures an earth shield that blocks damage equal to 50% of the caster's spirit attribute, costs 5 mana, 30-second cooldown. Slash, basic warrior skill, deals physical damage equal to 50% of the caster's strength, costs 5 mana, 3-second cooldown. Earth Shield was a defensive magic skill, which John immediately learned. As for Slash, it was a warrior skill, which he couldn't use. John flipped through the items in the storage ring, frowning in confusion. This guy doesn't have any mage equipment? Dino had no staff, no robes. Had they been taken from him, or did he simply not use a staff? The remaining items in the storage ring were currently of no use to John. His gaze settled on the heavy shield emanating a purple glow. Diamond Giant Shield, low-grade divine artifact. Requirements: Knight class, strength 500 plus. Physical defense plus 1000, magic defense plus 500, health plus 1000. Additional attributes: Constitution plus 1000, strength plus 50, spirit plus 50, agility minus 100. Diamond Protection, artifact skill, halves incoming damage, duration 10 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Description: sacrifices speed for immense defensive power. John looked at the attributes of the Diamond Giant Shield, astonished. With a base boost of 1000 points to physical defense and 500 points to magic defense, any knight equipped with this shield would become a moving fortress. John even felt a momentary urge to switch to a knight class. No wonder Aaron had made such a meteoric rise in the previous life. With this artifact, even with poor talent, one could become a formidable knight. But now, this artifact was in John's possession, severing any connection to Aaron. John stored the Diamond Giant shield. His next goal was to boost his spirit attribute and break Dino's curse. He couldn't remain stuck in the novice village forever. John remembered a nearby area populated by level 10 flame spirit foxes. These monsters were adept at fire magic, had high spirit attributes, and were first-rank beasts, perfect for upgrading his Wrath of the Gods talent. John opened his attribute panel and allocated all his recently earned free and skill points. He added all 16 free attribute points to Spirit. With the 27 skill points, he upgraded his 3 basic skills to level 10, the Novice Cap. John reviewed his updated attributes. ID, Godslayer, level 9, 327340/900. Class, Mage Apprentice. Health, 120, Constitution *10. Mana, 430, Spirit *10. Base physical damage, 7, Strength *1. Base magic damage, 43 plus 5, Spirit *1. Speed, 7, Agility *1. Physical resistance, 12 plus 1, Constitution *1. Magic resistance, 43, Spirit *1. Constitution, 12, Strength, 7, Spirit, 43, Agility, 7. Luck, 1. Talents. Plunder, SSS level, unique. Effect 1, killing regular monsters has a 10% chance to plunder their attribute points. Effect 2, killing boss level enemies can permanently plunder one of their skills, talents, or special attributes. Effect 3, killing monsters grants slaughter points. The stronger the monster, the more points gained. Upon reaching a threshold, slaughter points can enhance talent effects or unlock new features. Current slaughter points, 107. Wrath of the Gods, Divine level growth talent, currently F level, grants 10% skill cooldown. Reduction. Upgrade conditions, kill 10 first-rank monsters to upgrade to E level. Skills, Fireball, level 10, deals 95% of Spirit as fire magic damage, costs 5 mana, 3 second. Cooldown. Description, max level skill, can be upgraded to Greater Fireball upon reaching first rank. Mage, costs 10 skill points. Windblade, level 10, deals 95% of Spirit as wind magic damage, costs 5 mana, 3 second cooldown. Description, max level skill, can be upgraded to Wine Slash upon reaching first rank Mage. Costs 10 skill points. Earth Shield, level 10, conjures an Earth Shield that blocks 95% of Spirit as damage, costs 5 mana, 30 second cooldown. Description, max level skill, can be upgraded to Stone Armor upon reaching first rank Mage. Costs 10 skill points. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 6, Equipment, Green Serpent Staff, Common, plus 5 magic damage, Novice Robe, plus 1 physical. Resistance. Negative status, Dino's Curse, cannot level past 9. How powerful! John marveled at his own growth. With his current strength, John was more than capable of handling the level 10 Flame Spirit. Foxes. It was still early, so John avoided the players roaming the forest's outskirts and ventured deeper into the woods, arriving at the Flame Spirit Fox's territory. These were all level 10 or higher beasts, and no players dared to tread there yet. Rustle. Suddenly, a noise came from the dense underbrush. John gripped his staff, ready to cast a fireball, when a young girl stumbled out of the forest and fell to the ground. A person here? John was surprised, keeping his fireball ready but not attacking as he approached cautiously. The girl had snow-white skin, strikingly beautiful features, long green hair, blue eyes, and pointed ears. An elf. John recognized her race and was taken aback. Elves were powerful native beings of this world, and he hadn't expected to encounter one near. The novice village. The elven girl was pale and severely injured. Upon seeing John approach, she looked terrified and tried to flee. "Quick, she's injured and can't get far." A man's voice called out from the dense forest, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. The elven girl trembled, looking at John with pleading eyes. "Help me." She could sense that this human was different from the dark humans chasing her. After a moment's hesitation, John stepped forward, picked up the elven girl, and quickly climbed a large tree, hiding within its dense foliage. Several figures burst out of the forest, their eyes scanning the area like hawks. "Shoo!" John gestured for silence, activating a concealment talisman he had taken from Dino's storage ring. The talisman could perfectly hide their presence, making it impossible for the enemies to detect them even up close. Dino had used such talismans to evade his pursuers. A shadowy figure approached the base of the tree where John was hiding. The girl in his arms went rigid, clutching John's arm in fear, barely daring to breathe. Severely injured, being discovered would mean death at best. At worst, she'd become a plaything for these humans. Fortunately, the concealment talisman was powerful. The pursuer didn't find any trace of John or the elf. After searching the area with no results, the leader of the group spoke coldly. "The elven saintess is gravely injured and poisoned. She can't have gone far. Search the forest thoroughly." The group returned to the forest, searching thoroughly. Elven saintess? John heard their conversation and was astonished. The girl in his arms was actually the saintess of the elven race. As the pursuers disappeared into the forest, the elven saintess remained in John's arms, clutching his arm tightly. He could feel her light weight, and a delicate fragrance filled his senses, making him feel calm and serene. Chapter 9, Token of Affection, Elven Spring. Chapter 9, Token of Affection, Elven Spring. John swallowed hard, looking at the elven girl in his arms. "It's safe now," he said. However, something was off about the elven girl. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were unfocused. This wasn't due to her injuries but rather a special poison known as love flower powder. This was a poison concocted by dark humans to enslave and torment elves. The only antidote to this deadly poison is sexual intercourse between a man and a woman. The elven girl retained her last bit of sanity, staring at John with a heated gaze, struggling to utter two words: "Help me." The branches of the tree they were on shook, quickly growing and intertwining to form a hammock. John's clothes fell away, leaving him with only one thought: could this really happen in a game? So big. The elven saintess looked at John's firm member with a look of shock. It was her first time being this close to a man. But soon, the fear in her heart was replaced by burning desire. The elven girl quickly shed her thin dress and eagerly mounted him. "Ah!" She gasped in pain, covering her mouth tightly to avoid alerting the enemies. The tearing pain was intense, with blood staining the leaves beneath them. The elven girl trembled, enduring the pain, but felt immense satisfaction within. Her body went limp, and she collapsed into John's embrace. The poison of the love flower powder quickly dissipated, and the elven girl regained her senses. Realizing the shameful position she was in, she blushed deeply. "Human, I am sorry," the elven girl stammered, hastily searching for her clothes, wanting to escape. But John grabbed her arm, stopping her from fleeing. The desire burning within him couldn't let the elven saintess escape so easily. With a mischievous grin, John said, "The poison of desire isn't so easily cured." The elven girl looked puzzled, about to ask what he meant when John sat up, pulling her into his arms, his other hand exploring her body, moving rhythmically. The elven girl moaned unconsciously. The pain below was intense, but there was also a pleasure that reached deep into her soul, making it impossible to stop. Forgetting her shyness, the elven girl wrapped her arms around John's neck, clumsily responding to his movements. John moved faster and faster. The elven girl panted heavily, her moans growing louder, forgetting they were being chased. Fortunately, the concealment talisman not only hid their presence but also muffled sounds. Ah! The elven girl cried out in ecstasy, her legs wrapped tightly around John, her body trembling uncontrollably. She felt utterly drained, collapsing against John. Weakly, she pleaded, "Human, I can't. Please, let me go." The sensation was strange, she couldn't feel her body, but her heart was filled with satisfaction. Even her injuries seemed to ease. John, however, had no intention of stopping. He laid the elven girl on the hammock, changing positions, his movements growing more intense. The elven girl moaned in pain, continuously begging for mercy. "I really can't take it anymore. If this continues, I'll break." This was her nth time pleading. Were all humans this powerful? Tears rolled down the elven girl's cheeks, forming a teardrop-shaped pendant. The leaves rustled, and the elven girl's pleas and moans echoed, growing hoarse and weak. Over 2 hours had passed, and she had lost count of how many times she had climaxed. She felt like she was about to break. Finally, John reached his limit, letting out a satisfied groan as his essence surged forth. The elven girl felt the heat below, her body trembling uncontrollably, reaching another climax before gradually losing consciousness. Looking at the beautiful elven girl in his arms, John murmured, "Am I really this strong? Could it be related to my rebirth?" The elven girl, a satisfied smile on her lips, fell asleep, still clinging tightly to John's neck as if it gave her a sense of security. John didn't leave immediately. After days of intense leveling, he was mentally exhausted. Holding the beauty in his arms, he too fell asleep. When John awoke, it was already dusk. The elven saintess had left without a word, leaving only a faint fragrance. The disheveled leaves around him were evidence of the intensity of their earlier activities. Beside him was a teardrop-shaped pendant and a vial of potion, pressed under a handkerchief with delicate writing, "My name is Anna. I will find you." John felt a sense of loss. "Anna?" he murmured, repeating the name. In his previous life, he had never heard of this name. It must have been this encounter that led her to disaster. Fortunately, he had saved her in this life. John put aside his thoughts, looking at the items Anna had left. Tear of the Elf, pendant. Description, said to be formed from the tears of an elven girl, it is a token of affection, with no special attribute bonuses. Elven Spring, elven sacred item, contains immense power, drinking it increases spirit by 100 points. John was shocked. Both items were legendary treasures. The Elven Spring could directly increase his spirit by 100 points, which would be incredibly beneficial to him. However, John valued the Tear of the Elf even more. Though it had no attribute bonuses, it was a token of affection from the elven girl. Clearly, Anna had fallen for him. The gods and dark humans had destroyed the elven world. Their hatred for the gods and dark humans was as intense as that of humans. Moreover, the elven race was powerful. John could ally with them to fight against the gods and dark humans. And Anna was the elven saintess, the future leader of the elven race. John carefully put away the Tear of the Elf and then opened the Elven Spring, drinking it in one go. You have consumed the Elven Spring, spirit plus 100. Dino's curse weakens, can be removed by a 5th rank mage or if spirit reaches 500 points. The notifications flashed. Dino's curse is weakening? John was delighted. This was an unexpected bonus. His spirit attribute had now reached 143 points. He only needed 357 more spirit points to forcibly break Dino's curse. This wasn't an Insurmountable task for John. Howl. The eerie howls of wolves echoed. In the dark forest, pairs of green eyes appeared. These were bloodthirsty demon wolves, level 15 beasts. They roamed in packs at night, searching for prey. John didn't want to provoke them and immediately logged off, his body vanishing. In the distance, a figure in black tight clothing, accentuating a curvy figure, approached the tree where John had been hiding. Strange, why did the trail end here? The woman, holding 2 daggers, looked around. Cautiously, muttering to herself. Sini, ID, Gale, profession, Shadow Assassin. She was one of the few players to obtain a hidden profession in the novice stage. Sini possessed an A-grade talent, aura perception. She had tracked John's aura to this location. Howl. The wolf's howls echoed, and the green eyes in the forest made Sini shiver. He must have logged off. I'll check again tomorrow. Sini, looking frightened, knew she was no match for the bloodthirsty demon wolves. She immediately logged off. In the real world, John did not rest but instead turned on his computer and logged into the World of Gods forum. This was the most popular forum since the release of the game, filled with player-created guides. John wasn't interested in the guides, most of which were incorrect. His goal was to purchase a gaming pod. Initially, John had planned to buy a basic gaming pod. But after killing Dino and obtaining over 1,000 gold coins, he decided to go for a high-dash end gaming pod. John posted a message, offering 100 gold coins to buy a high-end gaming pod. Leave your God's ID for in-game verification. The post quickly got buried but still caught the attention of many players. Soon, John received over a dozen replies. Bragging much? Do you even know what you're talking about? Not even 100 silver coins, let alone 100 gold coins. It's late, go to bed. You can dream about it. The messages were all mocking, except for one useful reply. Bro, you really have that much gold? Verify in-game, ID, Richie. Chapter 10, The Deal, Assassin Sini. Chapter 10, The Deal, Assassin Sini. Richie. Seeing this ID, John felt a rush of nostalgia. The image of a confident and slightly roguish young man came to mind. Richie was both his in-game ID and his real name. In John's previous life, when the Monster Tide army attacked, Richie had sacrificed himself to buy John time. If Richie were still alive, he would undoubtedly be by John's side, fighting to the end. In reality, Richie's background was not simple. His family had military connections, which meant he could indeed obtain a high-end game pod. Unlike the typical wealthy second generation who only knew how to indulge in pleasures, Richie admired strength and sought power. After being easily defeated by John in the past, he had become John's devoted follower. Get online, I'll add you as a friend, John replied to Richie and reconnected to the World of Gods. He was still on the tree, the hammock of interwoven branches still intact. Below, a pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves roamed. The concealment talisman was still in effect, so the wolves didn't notice John. Ignoring the wolves, John opened his friends list and entered Richie's ID, sending a friend request. Soon, the request was accepted, and Richie sent a message. Richie, you want to buy a game pod? Send me a screenshot of your game gold. John smiled and instead of sending a screenshot, he initiated a trade and placed the Diamond Giant shield in the window. Richie was also a knight and had an opportunity later to become an Earth Knight. John remembered Richie's expression of envy and desire when he saw Aaron with the Diamond Giant shield in the past. However, Richie hadn't used his background to pressure Aaron into giving up the shield. Compared to Aaron, Richie deserved the Diamond Giant shield more. And was the right fit for it. John had completed the hidden quest with Richie in mind and was glad to have reconnected with him so soon. In another novice village, a young boy stared at the trade window in shock, swallowing hard. A low-grade artifact, the Diamond Giant Shield, was offered for just 1 copper coin. Richie's finger hovered over the accept button, trembling slightly. Damn, a gentleman does not take handouts. Richie cursed, grabbing his shaking hand with his other hand. His reason overcame his desire, and he decisively rejected the trade. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of moral victory, though a part of him regretted it. Richie, bro, what do you mean by this? He felt insulted and demanded an explanation from Godslayer. Godslayer, an artifact for 3 conditions. First, help me get a high-end game pod. Second, I know you'll look into my background, so help me keep my personal information top secret. Third, be my follower. Damn! Richie cursed aloud at Godslayer's message. This guy was not only crazy in his ID but also in real life. Moreover, he seemed to know his identity. Richie, the first 2 conditions are fine, but the third one is impossible. Pick another. He really wanted the Diamond Giant Shield. Godslayer, then just the first 2 conditions. Richie received another trade request. It was the same as the first time, the Diamond Giant Shield for just 1 copper coin. He was numb to it now. It seemed like Godslayer really wanted to give him the artifact. Was there a catch? Richie, bro, aren't you afraid that I'll take the artifact and run? With my skills, you can't do anything to me. Godslayer, would you? Richie gritted his teeth at Godslayer's message. He felt like this guy had him figured out. Fine, you win. Richie cursed, looking at the trade interface. This time, he decisively accepted the trade. Richie, since you're so sincere, I'll keep the third condition open. If you can beat me, I'll agree to be your follower. Godslayer, deal. I'll send you my address. Get me the high-end game pod as soon as possible. Richie, no need. I've already traced your IP and got your information. The game pod will be delivered tomorrow. Richie felt smug. He thought he had turned the tables. Godslayer, real name John, was just an ordinary person. With his identity exposed and the artifact in hand, he must be panicking. Godslayer, okay. Just one simple word. Richie couldn't stay calm. He didn't seem to care at all. Was he slow to react, or did he have something to rely on? Richie, aren't you going to say something softer? Aren't you afraid I'll mess with you? Behind your back? No reply came. Richie then realized that Godslayer had already logged off. Damn! He felt an urge to reach through the internet and teach John a lesson. But soon, his attention was drawn back to the Diamond Giant Shield. He caressed it, eyes full of affection, murmuring, an artifact. I must be the first player in the world of gods to get an artifact. The only downside was that he couldn't use it yet. It required 500 points of strength. Richie was itching to use it. It was like marrying the goddess of his dreams but not being allowed to consummate the marriage. He opened his friends list and saw that Brian was online, immediately sending a private message. Richie, Dad, help me get a set of equipment that boosts strength. Also, give me the authority to log into Skynet and modify someone's information. He quickly received a reply from Brian. Brian, why do you need strength-boosting equipment as a knight? And don't do anything. Reckless. Richie, I know, it's just for an ordinary person, it won't have any impact. Richie worked quickly. By noon the next day, John received his message. His identity information was completely hidden, accessible only to those with higher authority. In addition to a high-end game pod, Richie had gifted John a high-end villa worth $20 million to better conceal his identity. John accepted the arrangement with a smile. The price of an artifact far exceeded $30 million. The villa was located in the suburbs of Down City, not far from John's current location. After hailing a cab, he arrived at the villa community in half an hour. His identity information was already recorded, allowing him to enter the community under the envious and suspicious gaze of the driver. The villa had 3 floors, spacious and bright, with a simple yet elegant design. It was fully equipped with various furniture, appliances, and entertainment and fitness equipment. Having experienced the apocalypse, John no longer had a strong desire for luxury. These amenities didn't interest him much. He went to the 3rd-floor bedroom where the high-end game pod was already installed and filled with nutrient fluid, allowing for a maximum online time of 1 month. John couldn't wait any longer and lay down in the game pod, connecting to the world of gods. Identity verification successful. Welcome, Adventurer Godslayer, to the world of gods. The notification echoed, followed by a spinning sensation. John's figure appeared at the place where he had last logged off, on the hammock made of woven tree branches. Boom, boom. The sound of magic explosions in combat reached his ears. Someone's here. John instantly became alert. Anyone appearing here had to be a strong player. Ahead, 3 fiery red flame spirit foxes were besieging a woman. She wore tight black leather armor, her long black hair flowing, and her delicate face was icy and stern. She was being forced back in a disheveled manner by the flame spirit foxes. Sini. John recognized her immediately. Indeed, only she could have tracked him down from Aaron's side. Sini noticed John and her eyes lit up. She called out for help, "Hey, give me a hand." John remained motionless. He knew Sini's background. She was a product of an ancient martial arts family, trained to serve and appease nobility. Bound by a contract that obligated her to obey Aaron. In his previous life, Aaron had given Sini to John to win him over. John never treated her as a slave. Over time, they grew close, and Sini eventually opened her heart to him. However, during a battle, she took a powerful hit from a 9th-tier warrior for John, crippling her cultivation and becoming an ordinary person. To avoid being a burden, she left without a word. Whoosh! A fireball came crashing down, and Sini rolled away awkwardly, shouting again, "If you don't help, I'm going to die." John still didn't move. He knew Sini's personality and that to win her over, he had to let her suffer a bit first. Boom, boom. 2 fireballs hit Sini consecutively. At only level 7, she stood no chance against the level 10 flame spirit foxes and was instantly killed. At the novice village resurrection point, Sini emerged with fury burning in her icy eyes. "What a peculiar guy," she muttered. It was the first time she had been at a disadvantage with a man. Her carefully planned damsel in distress scenario had backfired, resulting in her death. Sini's mission to approach Godslayer was to complete Aaron's task and gain her freedom. Now, however, she was filled with curiosity about Godslayer. Her eyes hardened with determination. "I need to find out exactly who you are." Sini left the novice village, quickly heading back to where John had appeared. Chapter 11, The Strongest Profession, Invitation to Team Up. Chapter 11, The Strongest Profession, Invitation to Team Up. Before long, Sini appeared in the territory of the flame spirit foxes. She saw Godslayer effortlessly battling 2 flame spirit foxes, dispatching them with ease. So strong. Sini was stunned. This game wasn't simple, it felt like a real world. Beyond attributes, combat skills were extremely important. Godslayer seemed battle-hardened, but his fighting style was unfamiliar to her and didn't resemble those from ancient martial arts families. This guy must be a gaming expert with high comprehension skills, a martial arts prodigy. It's a pity he chose the mage profession. Defeated level 10 Flame Spirit Foxes, gained 20 experience points. Plunder talent activated, gained 1 point in spirit attribute. Successfully defeated 10 first-tier beasts, Wrath of the Gods talent upgraded to E level, gained 20% skill cooldown reduction. Upgrade condition, defeat 100 first-tier beasts, Wrath of the Gods talent can be upgraded to D level. The notification flashed. John had killed 10 Flame Spirit Foxes, gaining 1 spirit attribute point. Moreover, his Wrath of the Gods talent upgraded to E level, granting him a 20% cooldown reduction and unlocking the next upgrade condition. Killing 100 first-tier beasts. Continue. John muttered, noticing Sini nearby but ignoring her, focusing on hunting more Flame Spirit Foxes. Player Gale has sent you a party invitation. Sini sent a team invite to John. He declined it without hesitation, even intentionally letting a Flame Spirit Fox slip by, which pounced on Sini. Boom! A fireball hit her. At level 1, Sini was instantly killed. At the Novice Village Resurrection Point, Sini was furious. Bastard! She could tell that Godslayer had done it on purpose. Sini desperately wanted to take revenge on this guy, but at level 1, she was no match. Even if she hadn't dropped to level 1, she felt she wouldn't be able to defeat Godslayer. For the sake of my freedom, I'll bear it. Sini gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger. She entered the forest again, heading straight for the Flame Spirit Fox's territory to find Godslayer once more. Another Flame Spirit Fox bypassed Godslayer and charged straight at her. Predictably, Sini was once again killed instantly. Damn it! At the resurrection point, Sini looked grim. In the world of gods, death was reversible, but the mental strain was significant. I refuse to believe I can't deal with you. Sini was now dead set on confronting Godslayer. After more than 10 attempts, Sini emerged from the resurrection point once again, her face pale and her mental resilience nearing its limit. A player running a stall nearby had been watching for a while. With what he thought was a charming smile, he approached Sini and said, "Hey, beauty, are you lovesick? Big brother can help you out." His expression was lewd. Sini, already fuming, coldly replied, "Get lost." Oh, a feisty one. I like that. The sleazy man raised his arm, intending to lift Sini's chin. Sini stepped back, grabbed his arm, and applied a joint lock. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was accompanied by the man's pig-like squeal of pain. Sini moved like a phantom, her dagger flashing as it sliced through the man's vital points. He turned into a white light and reappeared at the resurrection point, looking dazed. Oomph, loser! Sini gave him a disdainful glance before turning to leave. A level 1 assassin had just taken down a level 6 warrior. The onlookers were stunned, their perception of the world shattered. So, assassins are the strongest class in the world of gods. Is it too late to change my class now? Our party is recruiting assassins, no requirements needed. In the crowd, a novice assassin looked at a nearby heavy armored warrior and stabbed him without hesitation. Clang! The dagger broke, and the warrior's health barely budged, displaying a pitiful 1 point. Damage! The heavy armored warrior turned, his face full of muscle and anger, glaring at the frail assassin. What do you think you're doing? The novice assassin gulped and forced a smile. Bro, I just wanted to test if my dagger was sharp. Boom! The warrior swung his heavy sword, instantly killing the assassin, and spat. Strongest class? Trash! Unaware of the scene at the resurrection point, Sini re-entered the Flame Spirit Foxes' territory and found Godslayer. Dead flame spirit foxes littered the area. Godslayer was effortlessly handling the attacks of 3 flame spirit foxes. Player Godslayer has sent you a party invitation. Sini, ready to face death again, was stunned by the party invitation from Godslayer. She quickly accepted it, overjoyed, and then realized, this guy has killed me 17 times, and I'm actually happy? Despite her grudge, Sini put on a smile to complete her mission. She looked at Godslayer and said, "Boss, are you going to help me level up?" John picked up the 2 copper coins dropped by the flame spirit foxes and said flatly, "Yes, help me lure the monsters." Most of the flame spirit foxes in the area had already been cleared by John, and luring more would be a waste of time. This task was perfect for Sini. What? Sini frowned, struggling to suppress her anger. She knew he wouldn't be so kind and snapped, "Boss, I'm only level 1. If a flame spirit fox even touches me, I'll die." "Don't worry, I won't let you die," John replied. Sini rolled her eyes. She didn't believe a single word Godslayer said. She had died 17 times. Because of him. He was a demon. Fine. If I die again, I won't forgive you. Determined to complete her task and regain her freedom, Sini reluctantly agreed. She charged towards a small group of flame spirit foxes in the distance. Sini had a cunning plan. This group had 7 flame spirit foxes. Godslayer might be strong, but facing so many would be tough. She wanted him to taste death after killing her so many times. Nerves on edge, Sini kept a close watch on the flame spirit foxes' movements, ready to dodge their magical attacks. Whoosh! 3 fireballs roared towards her. She managed to dodge one, but the other 2 were unavoidable. I was careless, Sini thought, filled with despair. Now at level 1, her attributes were greatly reduced, leaving her no chance to dodge. Just as she closed her eyes, ready to meet her death again, she heard 2 explosions. Boom! Boom! Sini opened her eyes wide, utterly shocked. How is this possible? She muttered. A fireball and a wind blade had precisely intercepted and destroyed the 2 fireballs from the flame spirit foxes. How did he do that? Sini stared at Godslayer, a strong desire to learn from him growing inside her. She wanted to ask but couldn't bring herself to do it. Godslayer was undoubtedly extraordinary. His control over his skills and his grasp of battlefield tactics were perfect. Otherwise it not make sense. "Hey, if you don't want to die, get behind me." Godslayer's impatient voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Sini quickly hid behind him, her mind racing with questions. John knew what she was thinking but didn't bother to point it out. With his skills cooled down, he raised his hand, and fireballs and wind blades flew out. Boom! Boom! A flame spirit fox was instantly killed. The remaining 6 foxes launched their attacks, sending 6 fireballs his way, enveloping him. John didn't bother to dodge. He let the fireballs hit him, not even using Earth Shield. With his incredibly high magic resistance, the flame spirit fox's attacks couldn't penetrate his defense, only chipping away 1 HP at a time. Sini was once again deeply shocked. She glanced at the party interface showing Godslayer's information and couldn't believe it. Is he really only level 9? The party has killed flame spirit foxes. You gain 10 experience points. The notification flashed. Normally, experience points would be divided in a party, reducing efficiency. But with Godslayer, Sini's leveling efficiency hadn't decreased, it had increased dramatically. Seeing Sini still in a daze, John urged, "Don't just stand there, keep luring the monsters." Sini snapped out of it, glaring at Godslayer. He was clearly using her as a workhorse. Determined to gain his trust, Sini continued to lure more flame spirit foxes, willing to endure for her mission. Chapter 12, Talent Enhancement, AoE Attack Magic. Chapter 12, Talent Enhancement, AoE Attack Magic. Kill flame spirit foxes, gain 10 experience points. Plunder talent activated, gain 1 point of spirit. Accumulate 100 killing points, plunder talent special effect 1 enhanced. Kill ordinary monsters, 20% chance to plunder their attribute points. The notification flashed. John was overjoyed. With the enhanced plunder talent, the chance to plunder attribute points had doubled. He could now gain the 500 spirit points even faster. Both the plunder talent and the Wrath of the Gods talent can up the level, and seem to have limitless growth potential. The next plunder talent enhancement required 1000 killing points, while the Wrath of the Gods talent needed 31 more first-tier monsters to upgrade. Feeling motivated, John quickened his pace in killing the flame spirit foxes. Meanwhile, Sini was struggling. She couldn't lure the monsters fast enough to keep up with John's killing speed. Another 5 flame spirit foxes fell. Sini collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. "Boss, can you slow down a bit? I can't keep up." The rapid increase in experience points was satisfying, but running back and forth was exhausting. John glanced at Sini and said calmly, "You have 2 choices, keep luring the monsters, or I can send you back to the novice village for free." "You." Sini gritted her teeth. This Godslayer was a devil who didn't understand pity. Damn this jerk. She cursed inwardly, dragging her tired body to continue luring the monsters. Fortunately, her level had increased to 4, significantly boosting her agility. Luring the monsters was no longer dangerous. Sini moved nimbly, weaving through the dense forest to attract as many flame spirit foxes as possible. At one point, she managed to lure 10 flame spirit foxes, thinking it would trouble Godslayer, but he handled them effortlessly. Monster. This guy was definitely a monster. Realizing Godslayer's immense strength, Sini stopped trying to play tricks. Boom! Suddenly, a fireball exploded in front of her, sending her flying and nearly killing her with over 100 points of damage. Sini startled, and saw a large flame spirit fox engulfed in flames glaring at her. A boss! She turned and fled, shouting, "Boss, save me! It's the leader boss!" John's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, another boss. Last time, he had plundered the wind blade skill from the green snake boss. He wondered what he would plunder this time. The flame spirit fox boss, along with 7 flame spirit foxes, was hot on Sini's heels. John quickly intervened, launching a fireball at the flame spirit fox boss. Boom! A significant damage number appeared, and the flame spirit fox boss let out a wail of agony, its eyes filled with terror. A single spell from this human had knocked out a quarter of its health. The flame spirit foxes abandoned Sini, turning their attention to John. Whoosh! A massive fireball appeared and instantly shot towards John. Boom! An explosion followed, with the heatwave sweeping over John, reducing his health by 54 points, nearly half of his total. The flame spirit fox boss was at the first tier of level 10, capable of casting advanced beginner-level spells like the large fireball. John couldn't afford to be careless. The gap between their levels and tiers was substantial. Sini, seeing Godslayer dodging awkwardly, felt a pang of concern. Could he be in danger? She quickly caught herself, thinking, wait, why am I worried about him? I should hope both he and the flame spirit fox boss take each other out. Whoosh! Flames surged as the flame spirit fox boss cast another spell. Sini, gripping her dagger tightly, hesitated about whether to help Godslayer. At that moment, a wind blade whistled through the air, hitting the Flame Spirit Fox boss with precision. Boom! The flames surged, and the Flame Spirit Fox boss was stunned. Its spell had been forcibly interrupted. How did he do that? Sini was shocked, recognizing John's deliberate skill from her training in ancient martial arts. Skill intercepting a magic attack. Skill interrupting the enemy's spellcasting. This Godslayer was more terrifying than she had imagined. Eren had provoked this guy and would likely pay a heavy price. Sini, enslaved for years and filled with hatred for Eren, eagerly anticipated a direct confrontation between Godslayer and Eren. Boom! Boom! The Flame Spirit Fox boss was repeatedly struck by 2 spells, its health plummeting to nearly nothing. Screech! With a final cry, the Flame Spirit Fox boss's flames extinguished, and it fell to the ground, dropping 2 items, a staff and a pair of boots. Killed level 10 Flame Spirit Fox boss, gained 20 experience points. Plundered talent activated, acquired skill Fire Rain. Fire Rain, level 1, deals fire magic damage equal to 30% of spirit to targets within range. Consumes 15 mana, 10-second cooldown. Area damage magic. John was thrilled to have plundered an area damage spell. Compared to single target skills, area damage spells were far rarer. In his previous life, even a basic area damage skill book was worth 10,000 gold coins, and it was hard to find. John never expected to get an area damage spell before leaving the beginner's village. In addition, the Flame Spirit Fox boss dropped 2 pieces of equipment. Flame Staff, common, usable by a tier 1 mage, plus 10 magic damage, plus 5 fire magic damage. Wind Boots, common, usable by a tier 1 profession, plus 7 speed. Both items were of common quality for tier 1. But the Flame Staff added 2 attributes. Unfortunately, John couldn't use it right now. Sini approached, her eyes longing as she saw the Wind Boots attributes. For an assassin, speed and physical damage were the most crucial attributes. John ignored her desire and stored both the Flame Staff and Wind Boots, saying, "Stop slacking, keep pulling monsters." You! Sini stomped her foot, gritting her teeth. "I curse you to be single forever." She had never met someone like this before. Usually, any man who saw her had ulterior motives. But Godslayer was different. It wasn't that he was playing hard to get, it seemed like he was just intentionally giving her a hard time. Does he know who I am? Sini wondered, glancing warily at Godslayer before continuing to lure monsters. John didn't notice her change in expression. He had 6 unassigned skill points from his last level up, perfect for upgrading Fire Rain. Fire Rain, level 7, deals fire magic damage equal to 60% of spirit to targets within range, consumes 15 mana, 10-second cooldown. With his high spirit attribute, the damage of the level 7 Fire Rain reached 256 points. 2 casts of Fire Rain could wipe out a group of Flame Spirit Foxes. John's efficiency in killing the Flame Spirit Foxes increased dramatically, leaving Sini exhausted as she continuously attracted more. Successfully killed 100 tier 1 monsters, Wrath of the Gods talent upgraded to level D, now 30% cooldown reduction. Next upgrade requirement, kill 1000 tier 1 monsters, Wrath of the Gods can be upgraded to level C. Notifications flashed. The Wrath of the Gods talent had been upgraded to level D, providing a 30% cooldown reduction. Fireball and Wind Blade now had a cooldown of 2.1 seconds, and Fire Rain had a cooldown of 7 seconds. Each level up in Wrath of the Gods provided a 10% cooldown reduction. John couldn't imagine how powerful this talent would be at SSS level. The next upgrade required killing 1000 Tier 1 monsters, which wasn't a problem for him. After dealing with 2 more flame spirit foxes, he looked at the stunned Sini and said, "Keep going." Sini, with a resigned expression, spread her hands and said, "There are no more." John realized that the surrounding flame spirit foxes had been cleared out. His spirit attribute had increased by another 7 points, and his agility by 2 points, bringing his spirit attribute to 164. He was closer to the 500 spirit points needed to break Dino's curse. Unfortunately, there weren't enough flame spirit foxes, and their respawn rate couldn't keep up with John's killing speed. The area did have packs of bloodthirsty demon wolves, but they were known for their strength and agility, which wouldn't help in plundering spirit attributes. "Godslayer," Sini said with a mischievous smile, "I just got word that the Wind and Cloud Guild is hunting a boss. Should we go help?" She emphasized the word help with a hint of sarcasm. Chapter 13, Snatching the Boss, Aaron in Despair. Chapter 13, Snatching the Boss, Aaron in Despair. "Oh?" John gazed intently at Sini. His first thought was that this could be a trap set by Aaron, or perhaps Sini was trying to use him against Aaron. The latter seemed more likely. Sini had always wanted to escape Aaron's control, and even kill him. But the slave contract bound her to Aaron's commands. John became interested and asked, "Tell me more." Sini, unaware of John's inner thoughts, explained, "The Wind and Cloud Guild found a level 10 elite boss, Earth-armed bear, in the wild. They're organizing their members to kill it. Should we take advantage of the situation?" "Earth-armed bear?" John was surprised. Aaron's luck was extraordinary. In the previous life, it was not the Wind and Cloud Guild but another guild, the Overlord Guild, that discovered and killed the Earth-armed bear boss. However, the Overlord Guild was later absorbed by Aaron. John remembered that the Earth-armed bear guarded the path from the beginner village to the level 1 city. The first kill would grant attribute points and drop a hidden dungeon scroll. These rewards must not fall into Aaron's hands, especially the hidden dungeon scroll. John looked at Sini and said, "Take me there." "Okay." Sini opened the map, identified the coordinates, and headed towards the Earth-armed bear boss. In another part of the forest, overgrown with wild grass, an ancient path lay hidden. Bang, bang. The sounds of battle echoed through the area. Hundreds of players were besieging a black giant bear. The bear stood upright, towering over 4 meters tall, with a massive frame. Each swing of its giant paws took down 2 to 3 players at a time. The knights at the forefront were terrified. This colossal creature was beyond their capability to handle. Aaron stood at the rear of the crowd, his expression indifferent, and shouted, "No one retreats. Anyone who dies will be compensated with $10,000. With such a reward, everyone seemed to be fueled with adrenaline, recklessly charging at the bear despite the danger. Next to Aaron was a burly man dressed as a warrior. Watching the white flashes of death in the battlefield, he frowned and said, "Brother Unrivaled, isn't this too cruel? The players now aren't strong enough to deal with this giant bear." The man was the leader of the Overlord Guild, Overlord. He was the one who discovered the hidden boss and, lacking the strength to take it down, sold the information to the Wind and Cloud Guild. Aaron glanced at him and replied indifferently, "Great achievements require sacrifice. Besides, these people aren't really dying." Overlord frowned, disagreeing with Aaron's philosophy. While in-game death wasn't real, it still inflicted significant mental harm. No one could guarantee that frequent in-game deaths wouldn't affect real-life mental health. The Earth-armed bear had already been sold to the Wind and Cloud Guild, so Overlord held his tongue and continued observing the battle. Boom! Suddenly, the Earth-armed bear slammed the ground, causing spikes of earth to surge up, engulfing the archers and mage squads in the rear. Screams echoed, and white lights flashed as a dozen ranged players were instantly killed. Aaron's face darkened. The ranged players were the main attackers and couldn't afford heavy casualties. Seeing the earth-armed bear preparing another attack, he quickly ordered, "Mages, archers, spread out. Knights and warriors, get up front and don't give the earth-armed bear any chance to use its skills." The knights and warriors fearlessly charged forward, managing to temporarily suppress the earth-armed bear. Arrows rained down and spells whizzed through the air, striking the massive bear. Most attacks couldn't even penetrate its defenses, dealing only 1 point of force damage. However, with hundreds of people attacking simultaneously, the cumulative damage was still significant. The earth-armed bear's 2,000 health points had been halved after several rounds of attacks. John and Sini hid in the thick grass, watching the battle unfold. At that moment, the earth-armed bear unleashed another powerful attack, instantly killing over 20 archers and mages. The level 10 elite boss was far stronger than a head boss. Sini felt a chill down her spine and looked at Godslayer beside her, asking, "Big shot, can you handle this big guy?" John shook his head. The earth-armed bear had high physical and magical resistances and possessed long-range area skills. Even if he could kill it, it would come at a significant cost. But he didn't need to defeat the earth-armed bear head-on. John was well aware of Aaron's tactics. Aaron would sacrifice guild members to whittle down the boss's health, then deliver the killing blow himself. John kept a close eye on the earth-armed bear's health. Soon, it had dropped to just over 300, and the earth-armed bear became enraged, breaking through the knight's defensive formation and charging towards the mages and archers in the back. "Stay here," John instructed Sini, preparing to make his move. The grass rustled as he quickly advanced. Everyone's attention was on the earth-armed bear, so no one noticed John. "Young master." Matt appeared beside Aaron like a ghost, reporting, "It's down to 30 health points. Be careful." Aaron nodded, immediately commanding, "Everyone stop attacking. Knights and warriors, keep it busy." The archers and mages retreated while the warriors and knights used their lives to block the earth-armed bear, giving Aaron a chance to strike. Boom, boom. Explosions rang out as players were continually killed. Aaron remained unfazed, switching to a long spear and seizing the moment to charge at the earth-armed bear. Whoosh! A fireball suddenly flew toward him. Aaron quickly rolled to the ground, narrowly dodging the fireball aimed not at him, but at the earth-armed bear. Aaron, furious, turned to the mage squad and yelled, "Who attacked?" "Boss, it's Godslayer." A player recognized John and hastily warned. "Godslayer?" Aaron was stunned, then quickly realized that this guy was trying to steal the boss kill. Boom! The fireball hit the earth-armed bear, dealing 27 damage. The bear still wasn't dead. It had 3 health points left. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the boss had high magical resistance, otherwise, all their efforts would have been in vain. "Stop him, now!" Aaron, panicking, gave the order and rushed towards the earth-armed bear, knowing that with only 3 health points left, one hit would kill it. And novice mages can only master one skill with a 3-second cooldown, so Godslayer wouldn't have time to make another move. Aaron, feeling confident, suddenly heard a gust of wind behind him. A wind blade swiftly caught up with him. Godslayer had a second skill. Aaron's eyes widened in fear and despair. The wind blade was only 0.1 seconds faster than his spear, striking the earth-armed bear. Novice Village announcement: Player Godslayer has slain the hidden boss earth-armed bear in Novice Village, opening the passage to Jade City. Reward: 10 free attribute points, 1 skill point. Players can leave Novice Village and proceed to Jade City for job advancement after reaching level 10. The village announcement echoed. No! Aaron roared in despair and fury, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at John. Godslayer, I'll tear you to pieces. Boom! A fireball hit him, and his voice was abruptly cut off as he was instantly killed. He killed our guild leader. Get him! Avenge the boss! The Wind and Cloud guild members cursed and charged at John. He sneered, casting fire rain, and a wave of white lights flashed as the weak players were instantly killed. Amid the chaos, a graceful figure appeared, leaving trails of white lights in her wake. It was Sini. She slaughtered the Wind and Cloud guild players without hesitation, seeing it as an opportunity to earn Godslayer's trust. In just a few minutes, the remaining 100-plus players of the Wind and Cloud guild were slaughtered by the two individuals. Only Overlord, the leader of the Overlord guild, had the presence of mind to flee immediately. The money from selling the boss was already in his account, so there was no need to risk his life for Aaron. Novice Village Resurrection Point. Aaron's face was as dark as night, his chest heaving, eyes burning with rage. Cough. Overwhelmed with anger, Aaron spat out a mouthful of blood. Young master? Matt was startled, quickly supporting the staggering Aaron. Aaron steadied himself with difficulty, his voice trembling as he asked, Matt, how much did we lose this time? Matt remained silent for a moment, then sighed, at least 70 million. 70 million. Aaron's face turned pale, his teeth gritted. He knew the losses extended far beyond the monetary value. 2 consecutive devastating blows had left the Wind and Cloud Guild in disarray, making it nearly impossible to reorganize. Taking a deep breath to quell his fury, Aaron coldly commanded, Order Sini. She has 2 days. Just 2 days to get Godslayer's real information, or she'll lose her freedom forever. With that, he logged off abruptly. Chapter 14, Lucky Attribute, Secret Area of Goblin. Chapter 14, Lucky Attribute, Secret Area of Goblin. At this moment, John was examining the rewards for slaying the boss. 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. The plunder talent had activated, but this time, instead of obtaining a skill or talent, he plundered 2 points of luck. It can plunder luck. John was pleasantly surprised. These 2 points of luck were even more valuable than skills in his eyes. The luck attribute is a hidden fixed attribute that cannot be increased by any means. 1 point of luck increases the success rate of probability events by 1%. This includes the drop rate of items from monsters, equipment enhancement success rates, and the trigger probabilities of hidden attributes such as critical hits and combos. Most importantly, it also increases the probability of plunder talent activation. In addition, the Earth-Armed Bear had also dropped 1 skill stone, 1 enhancement stone, a rare piece of equipment, and a scroll. Armed Bear Belt, rare. Equipment requirements, above first tier profession. Plus 50 health points. Additional attribute bonus, plus 2 constitution. It turned out to be a rare accessory. In the world of gods, equipment is divided into 8 types: weapons, helmets, clothes, shoes, belts, bracers, rings, and necklaces. Among them, belts, bracers, rings, and necklaces are accessories with lower drop rates. The quality of equipment is further divided into common, rare, epic, legendary, and artifact. The corresponding boss must be killed to have a chance to drop them. Additionally, players with high-level forging talents can also create high-quality equipment. The belt required a first-tier profession to equip, which John couldn't use, so he stored it away. Then, he picked up the scroll, which he was most eager about. Secret Area of Goblin, accessible to players above level 10 in first tier, contains the Treasure of Goblins. This also required a first-tier level 10 player, so John had no choice but to store it away. The Earth-Armed Bear had also dropped a skill stone and an enhancement stone. John used the skill stone to gain 1 skill point directly. The enhancement stone could enhance the basic attributes of equipment. but lower quality equipment wasn't worth upgrading. Big shot, why haven't you reached level 10 yet? Sini asked curiously after picking up the items dropped by the players and noticing John's level. She had encountered John at level 9 and had leveled up to 10 herself, yet John was still at level. John ignored her question and allocated the newly acquired 10 free attribute points to his spirit attribute. His spirit attribute reached 174 points, and Fire Rain was also upgraded to level 9, slightly increasing its damage. After completing these adjustments, John looked at Sini and said indifferently, "Sini, we need to talk." "Huh?" Sini's eyes widened like a startled deer. She stepped back, a dagger appearing in her hand, staring coldly at John. How do you know my name?" She had never revealed her real name to Godslayer. John glanced at Sini and said calmly, "No need to be nervous. I mean you no harm. Now, tell me, what does Aaron want you to do by approaching me?" Sini scoffed at Godslayer's words. "No harm? You killed me 17 times. She sheathed her dagger but remained wary, saying, "Aaron wants me to get your real identity information in exchange for my freedom." She did not hide the truth. The fact that he knew her identity indicated that he must have a significant background in the real world. Deceiving him would easily be seen through. John sneered, fully aware of Aaron's nature. In the previous life, Aaron had handed Sini over to him but still did not grant her freedom, intending to spy on him secretly. When John eventually found out, Aaron had to return Sini's slave contract to placate him. "You didn't actually believe that, did you?" "That's incredibly naive," John scoffed disdainfully. "You." Sini was furious but didn't dare make a move. For a mage, being close to an assassin was taboo, but she had a feeling she couldn't kill. "Godslayer." John continued, "My real name is John. This is my address information. Give it to Aaron and see if he lets you go." He directly gave Sini his previous address information. With Richie having hidden his identity information, John wasn't worried about Aaron finding out anything. Sini stared at John, utterly confused. "What do you mean by this?" Godslayer knew her purpose, so why give her his identity information? Was it false information? John saw through her thoughts and said, "The identity information is correct. I just want to help you." "Help me?" Sini was even more puzzled. John continued, "But don't get your hopes up. Aaron won't let you go." "Wait a minute," Sini said and immediately logged out. John knew she was going to take his identity information to Aaron, hoping to trade it for her freedom. But she was destined to be disappointed. John opened his friends list, which only had 2 names: Richie and Sini. At the moment, Richie was online. John sent him a private message. "Godslayer, Richie, I need another favor." "Richie, speak." "Godslayer, you know Aaron from the Smith family in the Imperial capital, right? I need someone from his side." John provided Sini's identity information to Richie. "Richie, I thought it was something big. Just a heads up, these big families are quite ruthless. Don't let beauty cloud your judgment." "Godslayer, you're overthinking it." "Richie, we're all men here. No need to hide it. One call and it's done." After sending the message, Richie logged off. In the real world, at the Smith family mansion in the Imperial capital, Sini had just given Aaron John's identity information. Matt was busy at the computer verifying the information, his frown deepening. Aaron, his face pale, looked at Matt and urged, "How is it?" "Young master, it's a bit tricky," Matt said gravely, turning the monitor to Aaron. On the screen, a massive information box flashed with the words, "Access denied." "No, that can't be." Aaron's eye twitched in disbelief. Not being able to access the information meant the person was beyond his reach. Aaron couldn't accept this reality. Beside him, Sini had grown impatient and urged again, "Is the verification done? Can I have my freedom back now?" Hearing Sini's words, a ruthless glint flashed in Aaron's eyes. He then put on a friendly smile, appearing approachable. "Sini, it seems John is quite fond of you." Sini frowned, taking a step back. Aaron's smile made her feel sick. She extended her hand, coldly saying, "Give me the slave contract." Aaron remained unmoved and calmly said, "How about this, you stay by John's side and keep an eye on him. Once I get useful information, I'll naturally grant you your freedom." "No way." Sini rejected him outright. "From now on, I won't do anything for you." The smile on Aaron's face vanished, replaced by a cold stare. Just as he was about to speak, the phone on the table rang. Ring ring. Matt answered the call, his expression growing serious. He handed the phone to Aaron and whispered, "Young master, it's Richie from Old Town City." "What?" Aaron exclaimed, hastily taking the phone. His tone shifted to one of utmost respect. A stark contrast to his previous demeanor. "Mr. Richie, it's really you," Aaron said, his face full of smiles, nodding repeatedly. After ending the call, his smile disappeared entirely. Aaron looked at Sini, struggling to contain his anger. "I am no longer your master. You can leave now." Sini was puzzled, not understanding what Aaron meant. She vaguely suspected this had something to do with John. Without asking further, she turned and left. No matter what, escaping Aaron's grasp was her priority. As Sini departed, Aaron collapsed onto the sofa, his face pale with fear. Matt, confused, quickly asked, "Young master, what happened?" Aaron took a deep breath, regaining some composure, and said, "This John is closely connected to Richie. This time, we have to accept our loss." Sini immediately logged into the world of gods. Sure enough, John was still waiting in the same place. "Did you do this?" Sini scrutinized John, curious about his identity. He seemed to be someone even Aaron didn't dare to defy. John hadn't expected Richie to act so swiftly. He nodded and said, "I have your slave contract. Now, this is my current address. Come over." Richie had already ensured Aaron would transfer Sini's slave contract to him, and it would be delivered the next day. Hearing John's words, Sini's face turned pale, a self-deprecating smile appearing on her lips. She felt foolish for naively believing she would gain her freedom. Out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's lair, Sini had resigned herself to her fate. Looking at John, she said plainly, "I understand. I'll come right away." Before John could respond, Sini's figure disappeared from where she stood. Chapter 15, Signing the Contract and Subduing Sini. Chapter 15, Signing the Contract and Subduing Sini. John was puzzled when Sini logged off so abruptly. Even if she longed for freedom, was there really such a need to rush? Holding the secret area of Goblin in his hand, John had planned to ask Sini for help. The secret area of Goblin contained level 15 Goblin mages in large numbers. If everything went as expected, one trip to the secret area of Goblin could net John over 300 points in mental attributes through his plunder ability. However, the secret area of Goblin required players to be at least level 10 and of the first tier to enter. He needed Sini to lead the team into the area. "I guess I'll have to wait until she logs back in," John thought, glancing at the spot where Sini had disappeared. He decided to head back to the Flame Spirit Fox's territory to continue hunting them and increasing his mental attributes. "Congratulations! You have successfully killed 1,000 Tier 1 beasts. Your Wrath of the Gods talent has advanced to Grade C, granting 40% skill cooldown reduction. Next upgrade requirement, kill 10,000 Tier 2 beasts. Wrath of the Gods can be upgraded to Grade B. The notifications flashed before John's eyes. After a full day and night of fighting, John finally advanced his Wrath of the Gods talent to Grade C, gaining a 40% reduction in skill cooldowns. However, the next upgrade would require him to kill 10,000 Tier 2 beasts. Tier 2 beasts ranged from level 30 to 60, far beyond what could be found in the novice village. This meant he would have to wait until he left the novice village to continue upgrading the Wrath of the Gods talent. Still, the 40% skill cooldown reduction was already an impressive boost. After a full day and night of battle, John managed to plunder an additional 57 points in mental attributes and 8 points in agility. His mental attribute now stood at 231 points, bringing him closer to the 500-point goal. John rubbed his forehead, feeling the strain. "I need to log off and rest," he said wearily. The nutrient solution in the advanced game pod can replenish mental energy. However, continuous fighting for an entire day and night is physically exhausting, and rest is still needed to recover physical strength. Of course, in the world of gods, one can also rest. However, it is not safe to do so in the wilderness, and John doesn't want to waste a concealment talisman. Returning to the real world, John saw it was just past noon. Sini's slave contract had arrived the previous afternoon. Returning it to her would grant her freedom. After a quick shower and a bite to eat, John went back to his room to rest. In the early evening, the doorbell woke John from his nap. "Who is it?" John asked, feeling a bit annoyed. Only Richie knew his location, so he rarely had visitors. Opening the door, he found an absolutely stunning woman standing there, looking at him with a slightly dazed expression. "Sini." John recognized her instantly, a smile spreading across his face. Memories of their time together flooded back as if they had happened just yesterday. But recalling how Sini had left without a word in the previous life, John's smile turned into a frown of anger. You are Godslayer?" Sini asked, uncertain. The young man before her, handsome and dashing, seemed completely different from the cold Godslayer she knew in the world of gods. Seeing the smile on John's face, Sini's cheeks turned red, and her heart began to race. "Come in," John said, stepping aside to let her in. Sini entered the villa, curiously glancing around. The simple yet comfortable decor lacked any opulent feel, making the space feel inviting. "Wait here for a moment," John said as he walked into the bedroom. He returned shortly, holding Sini's slave contract. "Your slave contract arrived yesterday." Sini looked at the contract in John's hand, her fists clenched and lips pressed together in determination. "I can follow your orders, but I have my limits. There are things I will not do, and you cannot force me. That's my bottom line." John looked at Sini in confusion, then simply handed her the contract. "What are you talking about? Haven't you always wanted to be free? From now on, you're free." "What?" Sini stared at John, dumbfounded. "Aren't you going to enslave me?" John shook his head. "You're free now." Sini stared at the contract in her hands, feeling lost. She had no idea what to do next. Then, a self-mocking smile appeared on her face. She had been raised as a slave and a commodity by her ancient martial arts family. Freedom was a foreign concept to her. Even with the contract in hand, her family would just capture her and trade her again. Sini looked at John, making up her mind. A dagger slipped from her sleeve into her hand, and she quickly stepped forward, cutting John's finger. His blood dripped onto the contract. John was taken aback, unable to react in time. He glared at Sini. "What are you doing?" Sini grinned, holding up the blood-stained contract. "The contract is sealed. From now on, you are my master." John was puzzled. "Didn't you want to be free?" With a ripping sound, Sini tore the contract in front of John. She said calmly, "This is true freedom. From now on, I can only be your servant. You can never trade me to anyone else." John was speechless, unable to comprehend her intentions. Sini stepped closer, nearly pressing against John. She looked up at him, her breath warm against his skin. "Master, you killed me 17 times. You owe me compensation 17 times. Wait for me in the bedroom." Blushing, Sini quickly ran to the bathroom before John could respond. Listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, John's mind was filled with images of Sini's beautiful face and alluring figure. But this time, if she dared to leave without a word again, he would surely break her legs. John was still resentful of Sini's abrupt departure in the previous life. This time, he vowed to protect her and never let her go again. John returned to the bedroom. After a while, the bedroom door opened. Sini, with her hair still damp and wearing John's oversized shirt, which barely concealed her curves, entered the room with a shy, blushing face, like a budding flower. Gulp. John swallowed hard. Before he could react, Sini had already slipped into bed. "Master, 17 times. Sini's body trembled slightly from nerves, but her face remained stubborn as she spoke. "You better not regret it." John smirked and yanked off Sini's shirt. Sini let out a gasp, her body laid bare. Her proud, perky breasts, flat stomach, and tightly closed legs with a hidden, intimate garden were fully revealed. John climbed onto her, gently teasing her breasts. Sini responded awkwardly and clumsily to John's touch. As the tension between them grew, her stiff body gradually relaxed. John pressed on, diving in deeply. Sini cried out in pain, clutching the bed sheets tightly, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. "Master, it hurts." John slowed down, tenderly licking away her tears and soothing her tense nerves. Once Sini had relaxed and adjusted, John renewed his fierce assault. Sini regretted it. She lost count of how many times John had brought her to climax, yet he remained as firm as ever, seemingly endless. "Master, I was wrong, please forgive me," Sini pleaded in distress. But John had no intention of letting her off. He whispered softly in her ear, 17 times. "This is just the first." Sini's body trembled, and she shook her head repeatedly. "Master, I was joking. I know I was wrong. Please, just give me." Her pleas only fueled John's desire for conquest. Sini's voice grew hoarse, and she cried out in pain. Why was John so strong? Despite being an ancient martial arts practitioner with a body far superior to ordinary people, she couldn't handle it. John, it seemed, was as powerful in this as he was in everything else, profoundly deep and strong. Finally, just as Sini felt she might faint, she sensed John's climax. A scalding hot flow surged into her deepest parts, igniting every nerve. Sini let out a long moan, her limbs clinging tightly to John with all their strength. The exquisite sensation reached every cell, making her feel as if she were in paradise. Sini let out a sigh, her body completely spent, too exhausted to move even a finger. "Sini, this was only the first time," John's devilish voice whispered in her ear. Sini's body stiffened. Only then did she realize John was still standing tall, seemingly even harder than before. "Master, I'm sorry, I truly am. Please, have mercy on me," she begged repeatedly. She didn't know if John could actually manage 17 times, but she was sure she couldn't take it any longer. Chapter 16 Wonderful Experience, Entering the Secret Area. Chapter 16 Wonderful Experience, Entering the Secret Area. John knew that Sini, being a first-timer, couldn't handle too much. He gently pulled her into his arms and softly said, "We'll save the rest for later. Get some rest. Sini bit her lip, making up her mind. Master, I have an idea. But you can't peek. With that, she slid under the covers. John was taken aback, not expecting what came next. He felt a warm, soft sensation envelop him. That incredible feeling was like an electric current, coursing through his entire body. He nearly gave in, but managed to hold back. Sini buried her head deeper, her mouth filled completely. It felt uncomfortable at first, but she quickly adjusted. Contrary to what she'd read online, it didn't have an unpleasant smell. Instead, it had a unique scent she found oddly captivating. Her movements were clumsy, slow as she sucked and moved her hand up and down his length in rhythm. John's moans of pleasure spurred her on, making her movements more confident and vigorous. At one point, John's member touched the back of her throat. It hurt, but she didn't stop. Instead, she worked harder. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Then 20. John was still going strong. Sini's neck was stiff, her mouth numb. Tears welled up in her eyes from the effort. Is my master's thing made of iron? She wondered, determined to see this through. Fighting back tears, she moved even faster, doing everything she could to bring John to climax. Finally, after another 30 minutes, John reached his limit. Xiaoyu, get up. I'm about to come, he warned. But Sini ignored him, gripping him tighter and sucking harder. With a deep groan, John couldn't hold back anymore, releasing his heat. Ahem. Sini swallowed repeatedly. John, surprised, quickly said, Sini, you don't have to swallow. But she didn't stop until she had drained every drop, then, emerging from under the covers. She looked up at John, her eyes sparkling, her sweat-dampened hair clinging to her forehead, making her look even more alluring. With a satisfied smile, Sini said, Master, I want to keep your taste forever. I'll go freshen up. She hobbled out of bed, wincing in pain, and made her way to the bathroom. Listening to the sound of running water, John smiled, reliving the pleasurable moments. The next morning, Sini's pained moans and pleas for mercy filled the room once more. After 2 more hours of relentless lovemaking, John finally let her rest, satisfied. Master, is it too late to regret? Sini lay exhausted on the bed, looking at John with weary eyes. With a mischievous grin, John stroked her smooth, soft skin and asked softly, What do you think? Sini trembled, her face filled with fear as she noticed John was aroused again. She quickly said, I'll go make breakfast. She forced herself to endure the discomfort and hurriedly ran out of bed. Sini knew that if John continued, she wouldn't be able to get out of bed at all today. John sighed, a bit disappointed, but let her go. He got up, washed up, and helped Sini set up her game pot. Sini had left the Smith family with nothing. So John had bought the game pod last night, which was delivered this morning. It was just the basic model. But it was more than enough for Sini since she didn't enjoy staying in the game for long periods. After a simple breakfast, John and Sini entered the game together. John reappeared in the Flame Spirit Fox's territory. In one day, over 100 Flame Spirit Foxes had respawned. Squeak, squeak. The Flame Spirit Foxes noticed John and screeched as they rushed toward him. John remained calm, waved his staff, and cast Fire Rain. A shower of fire covered a dozen Flame Spirit Foxes. Their piercing screams echoed as the dozen Flame Spirit Foxes were instantly killed. Notification messages flashed. You have slain a level 10 Flame Spirit Fox, gaining 20 experience points. Plunder talent activated, +1 to mental attribute. You have accumulated 1000 kill points, enhancing plunder talent effect 1, unlocking a new effect. The plunder talent had strengthened once more. John was overjoyed and quickly checked his status. Plunder talent, SSS level, unique. Effect 1, killing ordinary monsters has a 20% chance of plundering their attribute points and a 1% chance of plundering special attributes. Effect 2, killing boss-level enemies can permanently grant one of their skills, talents, or special attributes. Effect 3, killing monsters doubles the drop rate of items, with a chance to drop common or premium equipment. Effect 4, killing monsters grants kill points. The stronger the monster, the more points earned. Reaching 100,000 points can enhance the talent. Current kill points, 13. After the enhancement, the plundered talent could now plunder special attributes from ordinary monsters, although the probability was only 1%. What surprised John the most was the newly unlocked effect. That is, killing monsters doubled the drop rate of items, with a chance to drop equipment. In the world of gods, the drop rate for items, especially equipment, was very low, with bosses being the main source. Now, with the enhanced plunder talent, even ordinary monsters could drop equipment, although only up to premium quality for now. As the talent further improved, the quality of dropped equipment could likely increase. Squeak, squeak. More flame spirit foxes screeched and rushed toward him. John closed the attribute interface and continued fighting. Fireball, Windblade, and Fire Rain, alternating between the three skills. With his powerful magical damage, the flame spirit foxes were killed before they could even touch John. Soon, the over 100 flame spirit foxes that had respawned around him were all slaughtered. John gained 21 mental attributes and 3 agility points. In addition, 2 pieces of equipment had dropped. A light leather armor with +5 defense and an adamantine sword with +7 physical damage. John stored them all in his inventory. Master. At this moment, a graceful figure came running over. It was Sini. "I'm back," Sini said, her face filled with joy as she looked John up and down. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under her gaze, John said, "You can just call me by my name." Master sounds a bit weird. He had never treated Sini as a slave. "I won't," Sini said stubbornly, wrapping her arm around John's. "You look better in reality." John was speechless and changed the topic. "Have you completed your class advancement?" Sini nodded enthusiastically, looking proud. "Master, I'm now a first-level shadow assassin." With her class advancement, she had also learned 2 new skills and was curious if she could now match up to John. However, she decided against trying. She knew how powerful John was. Even as a first-level shadow assassin, she was no match for him. "Master, here's the magic poison you asked for," Sini said, taking out over 100 bottles of intermediate magic recovery potions from her bag and handing them to John. John had specifically requested these. With his Wrath of the Gods talent providing a 40% skill cooldown reduction, his mana consumption was too fast to keep up with the recovery rate. John took the potions and handed the secret area of Goblin Scroll to Sini, saying, "Let's enter the secret area." Sini nodded, invited John to her party, and crushed the scroll. Buzz! A glow enveloped them, and with a spatial power fluctuation, they were transported to a forest. A gentle breeze blew, and the air was filled with birdsong and the scent of flowers, making it seem like a paradise. Entering the first-level secret area of Goblin, difficulty, normal. Completion conditions: obtain the Goblin Treasure, S-level and above evaluations will receive additional item rewards. The secret area will disappear upon death or obtaining the Goblin Treasure. Notification messages flashed. The secret areas had difficulty levels ranging from normal, brave, hero, king, to hell. The higher the difficulty, the more challenging the completion conditions. Sini looked around curiously. "Master, is this the secret area? It doesn't seem dangerous." As soon as she finished speaking, a squad of goblin soldiers emerged from the forest. Intruders! With a roar, the goblin soldiers charged at them with their spears. Master, leave this to me. Sini's eyes sparkled. She wanted to impress John after her class advancement and rushed forward. Chapter 17, Slaying Goblins, Frenzied Attribute Boost. Chapter 17, Slaying Goblins, Frenzied Attribute Boost. But in the next second, Sini's face changed. Splat! A goblin's thrust caused Sini to lose over 100 health points in one strike. As an assassin, her health was already low, and this attack brought it to the brink. Master, help! These guys are really strong. Sini was startled, quickly drinking a low-level health potion, and hurriedly ran toward John. Seeing the goblin soldiers closing in on her, John decisively took action. Whoosh! A fire rain spell enveloped the dozen goblin soldiers. Damage numbers flashed as the goblins let out ear-piercing screams. Next, a fireball and a wind blade followed. Boom! Boom! 2 goblins were instantly killed. With John's 254 points in spirit attribute, these goblins, with only 600 health points and 40 magic resistance, couldn't withstand his 2 magical attacks. Despicable human, how dare you harm the great goblin race? Die! The remaining 11 goblin soldiers shouted angrily, abandoning Sini and charging at John with their spears. Sini quickly warned John, Master, be careful, those guys are level 15. Facing the goblin soldiers' attack, John stood his ground, his staff swirling as earth elemental energy surged. An earth shield instantly appeared in front of him. Splat! Splat! The spears struck the earth shield. The earth shield trembled, then shattered into nothingness. John swiftly retreated, the fire rain spell cooling down, and cast it again. Whoosh! Flames enveloped the 11 goblins, instantly depleting their health. They screamed and fell to the ground. You have killed a level 15 goblin, gaining 15 experience points. Plunder talent activated, Strength attribute +1. Plunder talent activated, Strength attribute +1. Notification messages flashed. John's strength attribute increased by 2 points. While strength wasn't hugely beneficial for him, it was better than nothing. He knew that goblin mages were present in this secret area, though they hadn't encountered any yet. Master, there's some gear. Sini noticed a spear on the ground, picking it up excitedly. It was an ordinary grade level 1 spear with +9 physical damage. Since neither John nor Sini could use it, John stored it in his storage ring to sell later. After clearing the battlefield, John looked at Sini. Sini sighed, knowing what John wanted. She extended her hand and said, I'll pull more mobs, but I want the wind boots. The wind boots added +7 speed, making her task of pulling monsters safer. John didn't hesitate to give her the wind boots along with the excellent quality armed bear belt. These items didn't provide much benefit to him but were perfect for Sini. Sini beamed at the armed bear belt's attributes and quickly put it on, eagerly heading off to pull more monsters. In reality, they didn't need to attract more goblins on purpose. The sounds of battle had already drawn the surrounding goblins. Intruders! Intruders spotted! Get them! Destroy the intruders! Angry shouts echoed as dozens of goblins emerged from the forest. John didn't take any chances, backing off and using his magic skills while keeping his distance. Sini stood in front of John, using her agility to draw the goblins' attention and ease the pressure on him. As spells flew and screams echoed, goblin soldiers fell one after another. Their teamwork became more seamless, and Sini's combat skills improved significantly. She even managed to kill a lone goblin soldier without taking any damage. 2 hours later, the area was cleared of goblin soldiers, leaving behind a field of corpses and scattered loot. Sini was thrilled, rummaging through the goblin corpses and picking up scattered coins and equipment, muttering about striking it rich. Meanwhile, John checked the attributes he had plundered from the slain goblin soldiers. 180 points of strength, 15 points of constitution, 9 points of agility, and 3 points of spirit. His strength had reached an astonishing 187 points. Even elite level 20 assassins or warriors, who pursued maximum strength, wouldn't have such high strength attributes. John couldn't help but smile wryly, considering whether he should start hitting monsters with his staff. Additionally, he gained 5 points of attack speed and 2 points of physical critical hit. These were special attributes typically enhanced by talents or high-quality equipment. 5 points of attack speed increased his attack speed by 5%, and 2 points of physical critical hit increased his physical critical hit rate by 2%. Unfortunately, these attributes were meant for physical classes and didn't benefit a mage like him, unless he decided to use his staff for melee attacks. "Master, I can't use these items," Sini said, handing John a pile of coins and a dozen pieces of equipment she had gathered from the battlefield. These things are all she left after picking. She glanced at John's level, puzzled. "Master, why are you still at level 9? In the same amount of time, she had already reached level 15, yet John's level hadn't changed at all. Sini suggested, "Maybe we should disband the party. That way, you could level up faster." John shook his head, not bothering to explain. "It's not about the experience. Let's keep going." He remembered that goblin mages were supposed to be in this secret area, and there were quite a few of them. As long as his spirit attribute reaches 500 points, breaking the curse, he can start leveling up normally. It seems best to avoid provoking the powerful beings in the world of gods for now. Especially those dark humans with their unpredictable methods. John and Sini ventured deeper into the dense forest. Soon, they encountered goblins again, 20th level goblin warriors and archers. "I'll draw them out," Sini said before John could speak, and she charged forward. Whoosh! With a flash of cold light, she struck a goblin warrior. Sini only managed to deal just over 80 points of damage. "Intruder, die!" The goblin warrior roared, swinging its long sword at her. Startled, Sini retreated hastily and called out, "Master, these guys are much stronger." John didn't take any chances. He swung his staff, casting Fireball and Windblade. Boom! Boom! The damage numbers floated up. The 20th level goblin warriors had 1,200 health points. John's 2 spells weren't enough to kill them in one shot. Then, a rain of fire fell. The goblin warrior's health was depleted, and it fell to the ground with a scream. Killed 20th level goblin warrior, gained 20 experience points. The death of the goblin warrior enraged the remaining goblin warriors and archers. Whoosh! Arrows whistled through the air, targeting John and Sini. Seeing Sini dodging frantically, John shouted, "Sini, get behind me!" Whoosh! The power of Earth surged, forming an Earth shield that blocked most of the incoming arrows. John quickly retreated, creating distance, and drank an intermediate magic recovery potion. He swung his staff, casting Fireball and Windblade repeatedly at the goblin warriors and archers. With various spells alternating, damage new bears 10 above goblins' heads, and they fell one after another. Despite this, John remained cautious, continuously dodging the incoming arrows. He only had 230 health points and couldn't withstand 2 hits from the goblin warriors and archers. Boom! The last goblin archer was killed. Sini breathed a sigh of relief, still shaken. "Master, should we keep going?" Several times, she had nearly been shot by the goblin archers and had to hide behind John. John nodded, "Keep going, but draw more than 10 goblins at a time." "All right." Sini agreed, drinking a low-level health recovery potion and waiting for her health to recover before drawing more goblins. Deep in the forest, there were only 20th level goblin warriors and archers. Sini targeted isolated groups of goblins whenever possible. After half a day, there were no more goblins to be found in the forest. Sini had leveled up to 18. John's base attributes had seen significant improvements. His strength increased by 157 points, agility by 21 points, constitution by 12 points, and spirit by 6 points. He also gained 7 points of attack speed, 2 points of physical critical hit, 1 point of luck, and 3 skill points. John's strength attribute now reached 344 points, while his spirit attribute was only 263 points. He was almost tempted to start bashing monsters with his staff. Sini finished clearing the battlefield and sat down wearily, asking, "Master, do we keep going?" "Take a break," John said. He was used to continuous high-intensity combat, but Sini still couldn't handle it as well. "Okay," Sini said happily, lying down on the grass. Her tight leather armor outlined her graceful figure. It makes John feel a surge of desire. But he restrained himself. The most important thing now was to increase his spirit attribute and break the curse. Chapter 18, Breaking the Curse, Elite Boss. Chapter 18, Breaking the Curse, Elite Boss. By evening, a flicker of firelight could be seen in the forest. It was the goblin territory. Sini looked at the goblins patrolling the perimeter and warned, "Master, there are goblin knights and goblin mages." Compared to goblin warriors and archers, goblin knights and mages were far more dangerous. John, however, was excited and said, "You stay back." His target was the goblin mages. Standing up, he immediately cast Fireball, targeting a goblin knight on the outskirts of the territory. Boom! A damage number floated above the goblin knight's head. These guys had considerable magic resistance. Intruder! There's an intruder! The attacked goblin knight roared in anger. Whoosh! A huge fireball whizzed by from the edge of the territory, illuminating the surrounding forest and revealing John's figure. Human! Attack! Tear that guy apart! The goblins were furious, charging forward with a roar. The ground trembled slightly as a massive horde of goblins, including 500 knights and over 1,000 mages, surged forward. Sini was startled and quickly warned John, "Master, be careful, those knights have the charge skill." First-tier knights had charge skills, and if a mage got close, they were as good as dead. Whoosh, whoosh! Countless spells whistled through the air, fireballs, wind blades, and arrows intertwining and enveloping John's position. "Watch out for yourself," John reminded Sini. Ignoring the spells overhead, he charged into the goblin army. Boom, boom. Spells hit John but couldn't penetrate his defense, only forcing a deduction of 1 HP per hit. Even so, getting hit by these spells could still be fatal. John's speed far exceeded that of a level 10 agility maxed assassin. He swiftly bypassed the goblin knights and plunged into the ranks of goblin mages. "Oomph, foolish human!" A goblin mage sneered as John approached, disdain on its face. It thinking he was like a moth to a flame, ignorant and reckless. John brandished his staff, not casting a spell but instead striking the goblin mage hard. Boom! The goblin mage's spell was interrupted, and 300 plus damage floated above its head. The mage stood there, dumbfounded, staring at John in confusion. A warrior wielding a mage's weapon? Boom, boom. 2 more strikes of the staff, and the goblin mage fell dead. John swung his staff, charging into the ranks of the goblin mages, moving like a force of nature. Fire rain rained down, and the staff struck repeatedly. Piercing wails echoed. The goblin mage's formation shattered, leaving them helpless and fleeing in panic. The charging goblin knight army finally realized what was happening and rushed back to defend. But the disorganized goblin mages severely hindered their charge, preventing the knights from fully utilizing their charge advantage. From a distance, Sini watched in stunned silence. A phrase popped into her mind: melee mage. Monster, the master is a monster. Sini muttered to herself. She had initially planned to help, but now it seemed she would only be a hindrance. Sini sat back comfortably against a tree, watching her experience points soar, feeling elated. Leveling up while lying down, this was amazing. Screams and curses filled the air. The battlefield was in chaos. John moved effortlessly, swinging his staff and striking the goblin mages mercilessly. You have killed a level 20 goblin mage. You have gained 20 experience points. Plunder talent activated. Spirit attribute +1. The notifications kept flashing. Finally, John's spirit attribute reached 500 points. Your spirit attribute has surpassed 500 points. Dino's curse has been forcibly lifted. You have leveled up to level 10. You have gained 4 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Your experience points have reached the maximum for the novice level. You can continue leveling up after your class advancement. John felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He had successfully reached level 10. Finally, I'm free! John exclaimed in delight, quickly dispatching the last few goblin mages. Insolent human, you will pay! Came the enraged shouts. With the goblin mages dead, the remaining goblin knights went all out, charging towards John with fury. John smirked, swinging his staff as a fire rain fell. A series of damage numbers appeared. The goblin knights had 1600 HP and 120 magic resistance, but they were still killed by John's 2 spells. What are you? A warrior or a mage? A goblin knight asked in terror. This human was 2 strange blazing speed, incredible physical damage, terrifying magical damage. This couldn't be a level 10 human. Whoosh! Another fire rain fell, and the goblin knights collapsed in droves, unable to withstand the assault. Human, stop harming my people! A furious roar echoed as a gust of wind whipped through the area, and a large sword slashed towards John. John's expression turned serious. With no time to dodge, an earth shield quickly formed in front of him. Boom! The earth shield shattered, and the immense impact sent John flying. He was startled. His spirit attribute had reached 517 points, and with the earth shield's protection, it should have absorbed 490 points of damage. The fact that the shield broke meant this enemy dealt over 490 points of damage. Boss! Sini, seeing the gigantic goblin that had suddenly appeared, instinctively wanted to help. But she held back, knowing her strength was no match for the boss. Her intervention would only be a hindrance. This was the 25th level elite boss, the Goblin Chief. The final monster in the secret area of Goblin. Defeating it would grant them the Goblin treasure. The Goblin Chief, seeing its fallen kin all around, veins bulging in anger, roared with fury. Human! You are unforgivable! Whoosh! The great sword swung, and the Goblin Chief activated the sword/slash skill. John remained calm, eyes sharp, closely watching the Goblin Chief's movements before decisively countering. Bang! A fireball struck the Goblin Chief, interrupting its skill. The Goblin Chief was taken aback. This human's single attack had wiped out 1/10 of its health. And more terrifyingly, it had disrupted its skill. This interruption was intentional. The Goblin Chief, far more intelligent than ordinary monsters, sensed John's formidable strength. Taking advantage of the goblin's hesitation, John quickly created distance, unleashing a wind blade. Bang! The attack hit the Goblin Chief again. Enraged, it charged at John, its speed far surpassing his. But each time it got close enough to attack, John would interrupt with a skill and widen the gap. Damn it! The Goblin Chief cursed, feeling a deep sense of helplessness against John. Whirlwind slash. The greatsword swung, and a fierce wind howled as the Goblin Chief launched its skill once more. At that moment, a fireball came hurtling towards it. The Goblin Chief, now wary, turned to absorb John's attack head-on, determined not to let him interrupt. Die. The Goblin Chief's face contorted in pain, yet its eyes gleamed with confidence. This strike would surely kill the human. John was taken aback, not expecting such a maneuver from this seemingly clumsy creature. Whoosh! The greatsword, accompanied by a raging wind, crashed down like a tidal wave, engulfing John. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. He swung his staff, summoning another earth shield. Bang! Bang! A series of collisions shattered the earth shield, and John took the hit. A damage number appeared above him. John sighed in relief, grateful for the 100+ points of constitution he had plundered from the Goblin Knights. Without those, this strike would have been fatal. Even so, his health was immediately halved. You're still alive? The Goblin Chief was stunned, a sense of dread creeping over him as he saw John still standing. John smirked coldly, had time to end this. With a wave of his staff, a rain of fire descended, enveloping the Goblin Chief. Following that, a fireball and a wind blade hurtled towards the Goblin Chief. Bang! Bang! The Goblin Chief's health plummeted, leaving him with just over 100 hit points. This time, John stopped running and charged forward. The Goblin Chief looked confused but then broke into a joyful grin. He had been struggling to get close to this human. Nearby, 2 surviving Goblin Knights were alarmed and shouted a warning, "My lord, be careful. He's not a mage." Not a mage? Have these 2 lost their minds? The Goblin Chief ignored them, raising his greatsword overhead, ready to strike John. Bang! Bang! John dodged nimbly, then swung his staff, striking the Goblin Chief hard. The Goblin Chief's health was completely depleted. As he fell to the ground, a single thought echoed in his mind, this guy, is he really not a mage? Chapter 19, Premium Set, Leaderboard Opening. Chapter 19, Premium Set, Leaderboard Opening. Killed Elite Boss Goblin Chief, gained 100 experience points. Plunder talent activated, strength +10, physical crit +1, attack speed +1. You have cleared the secret area of Goblin, normal, overall rating SSS. Additional rewards, level 1 Life Stone 5, Magic Stone 5. The notification flashed. John felt a bit disappointed that the plundered attributes from killing the boss did not benefit his mage class. However, the SSS rating did grant him an extra 5 life stones and 5 magic stones. Life stones and magic stones can be embedded in armor. A level 1 life stone increases health by 10 points, and a level 1 magic stone increases mana by 10 points. 2 stones of the same level and type can be combined to create a higher level stone. But like enhancement stones, the success rate decreases as the embedding level increases. John didn't plan to embed these stones right away since his current equipment quality was too low. Common equipment has 1 gem slot, premium equipment has 2, and rare equipment has 3 slots. The highest level artifact equipment can have up to 6 gem slots. Nearby, the two surviving goblin knights saw their slain leader and finally reacted, roaring in anger, "Despicable human, you will pay for harming goblins. The great demon king will not spare you." Bang! Bang! John didn't bother arguing. He swung his staff, casting magic to easily kill the two knights. With the battle over, Sini happily ran over, exclaiming, "Master, I got 10 gems." From clearing the secret area, she also received 5 level 1 life stones and 5 level 1 magic stones. Not knowing their use, she handed them all to John. John accepted the gems without hesitation and turned his attention to the items dropped by the goblin chief, a longsword and a treasure chest. The longsword was a level 1 premium item, granting plus 10 physical damage and plus 2 strength. These attributes made it an excellent premium item, but neither he nor Sini could use it. John put away the longsword and eagerly opened the treasure chest. You opened the secret area of Goblin Chest, gaining 10 skill stones, 1 star set, 1 azure bird set, and 1 origin stone. Sure enough, there was an origin stone. John was thrilled. He had targeted this secret area of goblins specifically for the origin stone. The conditions for an origin stone to appear were stringent. It only appeared on the first clearance of a secret area of goblin if the rating was S or higher. After that, the secret area of goblin would no longer refresh. The origin stone has a single effect: it allows the selection of a second class. John had originally planned to choose a priest class, which also benefits from high spirit attributes. But now, with his strength attribute reaching an astonishing 344 points, far exceeding the violent output physical classes of the same level, he decided to choose a physical output class to utilize his strength attribute effectively. You used the origin stone, opening the second class selection. Current available classes: Knight, Warrior, Archer, Assassin, Priest. The prompt appeared. Among the physical damage classes, there were 4 options: Knight, Warrior, Archer, and Assassin. Archers were ranged attackers, which conflicted with the mage class, and knights leaned towards defense, with limited strength benefits. That left only warriors and assassins. Assassin. John didn't hesitate and chose the assassin class. Mage's greatest fear was enemies getting close. The assassin class dealt deadly damage only when in close proximity to the enemy. John could already imagine the despair on his enemies' faces when they realized he was also an assassin. You have chosen the Assassin Apprentice class and learned the skill Assassinate. Assassinate, level 1, deals physical damage equal to 50% of strength to an enemy, consumes 5 mana points, cooldown 5 seconds. John used the 10 skill stones he had just obtained from the chest, converting them into 10 skill points, and upgraded Assassinate. Assassinate, level 10, deals physical damage equal to 95% of strength to an enemy. Consumes 5 mana points, cooldown 5 seconds. Note: current skill max level. Upgrade to Tier 1 Assassin, consume 10 skill points, and the skill can be upgraded to Deadly Strike. John now had 5 fully leveled skills, and make them upgrade to 10 level. But only 5 skill points left. Upgrading apprentice skills to beginner tier required 10 skill points. Then each level thereafter also required 10 skill points. John's skill points were far from sufficient. Many players would focus on upgrading 1 or 2 skills. But John didn't want to do that. He would find a way to get more skill points later. John checked the 2 sets of equipment from the chest, both of which were premium sets. With set bonuses. Fire Phoenix Feather Crown, Premium, Tier 1 Mage Class, Mana plus 50, Spirit plus 2. Fire Phoenix Belt, Premium, Tier 1 Mage Class, Health plus 50, Spirit plus 2. Fire Phoenix Ring, Premium, Tier 1 Mage Class, Magic Damage plus 10, Spirit plus 2. Set Bonus, Mana plus 100, Magic Damage plus 10, Magic Crit plus 1. Note: the legendary Fire Phoenix set contains the power of the Divine Bird, greatly enhancing magic damage. Star Boots, Premium, Tier 1 Warrior Class, Speed plus 10, Strength plus 2. Star Bracers, Premium, Tier 1 Warrior Class, Physical Defense plus 5, Magic Defense plus 5, Strength. Star Ring, Premium, Tier 1 Warrior Class, Physical Damage plus 10, Strength plus 2. Set Bonus, Health plus 100, Physical Damage plus 10, Physical Crit plus 1. Note, this legendary set is forged under starlight, its gleaming points resembling stars, greatly enhancing physical damage. Both sets were top-tier premium equipment. The set bonuses, especially the hidden attributes of physical and magical crit boosts, were impressive. Master, this set is so powerful! Sini exclaimed, her eyes shining as she looked at the star set in John's hands. Take it, John generously handed the set to Sini. He could use both sets, but switching back and forth was too troublesome. The Fire Phoenix set provided him the greatest enhancement. Announcement: the number of Tier 1 players in the World of Gods has reached 10,000. Leaderboard is now open. Announcement: the number of Tier 1 players in the World of Gods has reached 10,000. Leaderboard is now open. Announcement: the number of Tier 1 players in the World of Gods has reached 10,000. Leaderboard is now open. Suddenly, a series of 3 system announcements echoed, causing quite a stir in the world of gods. The leaderboard was opening so quickly. John had expected. It was only the 5th day, and already 10,000 players had completed their Tier 1 class. Advancement. The monsters in the World of Gods were formidable, making leveling up no easy feat. The most challenging task was clearing the path from the novice village to the Tier 1 city. Each novice village had a 10th level elite boss blocking the way to the city. Other novice villages didn't have a powerhouse like John. Defeating this elite boss must have come at a great cost. Master, I made it to the leaderboard, Sini exclaimed in delight. Really? John, curious, opened the leaderboard to check. There were 3 leaderboards in total: the level leaderboard, the equipment leaderboard, and the pet leaderboard. Level leaderboard. First Dark Angel, Assassin, level 29. Second Richie, Earth Knight, level 26. Third Demon Emperor, Holy Mage, level 26. Fourth Butcher, Berserker, level 24. Fifth Gaia, Dragon Knight, level 24. 10th Gale, Shadow Assassin, level 22. Equipment Leaderboard. First Diamond Giant Shield, Lower Divine Artifact, Owner, Richie. Second Dragon Fong, Tier 1 Rare, Owner, Dark Angel. Third Judgment Spear, Tier 1 Rare, Owner, Gaia. Pet Leaderboard. First Junior Earth Dragon, Elite, Owner, Gaia. Sure enough, Sini's ID appeared at the bottom of the level leaderboard. The 3 leaderboards only displayed the top 10, and unlike the level leaderboard, the other 2 were not fully populated. The pet leaderboard had only 1 entry, Gaia's Earth Dragon. The equipment leaderboard listed only rare quality or higher equipment. Given the current player's strength, defeating bosses of rare quality was nearly impossible, so the 2 rare items on the list were likely obtained through hidden quests. All familiar names. John's eyes turned cold as he looked at the players on the leaderboard. These individuals, with privileged backgrounds, considered themselves superior. When disaster struck, instead of resisting, they became lackeys of the dark humans. He intended to settle accounts with them, one by one. Chapter 20, The Ancient Martial Arts Family and the Trial Assessment. Chapter 20, The Ancient Martial Arts Family and the Trial Assessment. Sini browsed the leaderboard with a puzzled expression. Master, what's the deal with the first place on the level leaderboard? An assassin is 3 levels ahead of the second place? The level leaderboard, except for the top-ranking assassin, was filled with players of hidden classes. John glanced at the leaderboard and said calmly, "Nothing special. He just has an experience boost talent." This Dark Angel was one of the few players with an SSS level talent. However, his SSS level talent wasn't particularly powerful, merely an auxiliary experience boost that increased his experience gain by 90%. Sini nodded, not surprised that John knew these details. In her eyes, John was mysterious and powerful, even someone like Aaron didn't dare to offend him. "Master, to me, you are the strongest," Sini said earnestly. She wasn't flattering John. Without his help, she wouldn't have reached level 22 so quickly and made it onto the leaderboard. The level leaderboard ranked players by their level but didn't reflect their true strength. John turned his attention away from the leaderboard and looked at Sini. "Sini, I'm going to do my class advancement." "Okay," Sini nodded. For some reason, her cheeks turned red, and she said softly, "I'll log off and prepare dinner. Come offline early." Without waiting for John's response, she logged off and disappeared. John smiled, left the secret area, and headed to Jade City, the nearest Tier 1 city from the novice village, for his class advancement. Outside Jade City, there was a hidden trial for the mage class advancement. In his previous life, he barely passed the 3-part trial to become a judgment mage during his second class advancement. But now, John's level 10 attributes far surpassed those of Tier 2 class strongmen, making him more than capable of passing the trial. The appearance of the leaderboard caused quite a stir in the world of gods, especially among various families and guilds. In the novice village, Aaron had just slain a tusked wild boar, reaching level 7. "Damn Godslayer!" he cursed through gritted teeth. If it weren't for Godslayer killing him twice, he would have already reached level 10 and completed his class advancement. He might have even made it onto the leaderboard. Aaron checked the newly appeared leaderboard. Most of the IDs on the level leaderboard were familiar to him. But one name surprised him. Gale. That was Sini's ID. The fact that this woman made it onto the leaderboard. That was something Aaron couldn't accept. To him, Sini was just a slave. He never expected that after escaping his control, she would top the leaderboard. Moreover, Sini turned out to be a hidden class awakener, a fact she had never disclosed before. This filled Aaron with a fresh surge of nameless anger, feeling as though Sini had played him. However, Godslayer's ID was nowhere to be found on the level leaderboard. Aaron sneered, "Humph, I thought you were a formidable opponent. Turns out, you're nothing special." Having learned that Godslayer might be connected to Richie, he no longer dared to seek revenge. He could only vent his frustrations verbally. Closing the level leaderboard, Aaron's attention was drawn to the first item on the equipment leaderboard, a shield. An artifact. He swallowed, eyes filled with greed. But as he saw the name of the artifact's owner, his excitement deflated. Owner, Richie. Richie's background was something the Smith family absolutely could not provoke. This artifact shield was out of his reach. Matt, standing beside him, also noticed the artifact shield, frowning as he pondered something. Aaron asked, "Matt, what's wrong?" Matt pulled his gaze away and looked at Aaron. "Sir, do you remember that hidden task Godslayer had? The reward was an artifact. And on the entire equipment leaderboard, there's only this one artifact." Matt's hint made Aaron realize, "You mean this originally belonged to Godslayer and was taken by Richie?" Matt shook his head. Richie's status means he represents the official side, he wouldn't outright steal. I suspect Godslayer gave it to him. They likely made some sort of deal, like Richie offering Godslayer protection. Damn it! Aaron cursed and raged. That artifact should have been his. To help Godslayer complete that task, he had suffered immense losses, even causing his guild to disband. Now, it seemed he had done all that for someone else's benefit. Aaron felt a deep sense of injustice, but he didn't dare offend Richie or make a move against Godslayer. Seeing Aaron's thoughts, Matt smiled slightly, confident and calculating. Sir, we can't offend Richie, but there are those who aren't afraid of him. Aaron's eyes lit up. You mean the ancient martial arts families? But his excitement quickly faded, and he sighed. The ancient martial arts families rarely involve themselves in worldly affairs. They won't target Richie. Sir, you're mistaken, Matt said with a cold smile. He was practically a member of one of these families and understood their methods well. He continued, Sir, do you think the slaves trained by the ancient martial arts families are just for making money? They're meant to monitor the actions of major families. Sini thinks she's free with that contract, but she doesn't realize she's just a puppet of the Griffin family. Without any true freedom. Matt's words sent chills down Aaron's spine. To the Smith family, the ancient martial arts families were like a towering mountain, as unattainable as how ordinary people viewed families like theirs. If the ancient martial arts families wanted to destroy families like theirs, it would be effortless. Aaron took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He looked at Matt and asked, So you mean to use Sini to stir conflict between the ancient martial arts families and the military? No, Matt shook his head, pointing skyward with confidence. Sini alone isn't enough. But this game, the world of gods, is. Seeing Aaron's confusion, Matt explained, I verified it through various channels. This isn't just a game. It seems more like a real world. Moreover, any increase in power within the world of gods translates to reality. The ancient martial arts families aren't greedy for money or power, but if they can improve their cultivation, they'll definitely be interested. That makes sense. Aaron nodded repeatedly, his expression excited. The immense allure of an artifact is irresistible. If Richie could be persuaded to part with it, all would be well. But if he refused, the consequences would be dire. Aaron said, Matt, I'll leave it to you to contact the Griffin family. Matt gave a cold smile, his expression dark. Sir, if we're going to cause trouble, let's make it big. Why not involve all the ancient martial arts families? Do as you see fit, Aaron agreed. He knew Matt's history, once a slave and puppet cultivated by the Du family, an ancient martial arts family. But after a serious injury while serving the Royce family, his cultivation was destroyed. The high and mighty family showed no compassion. To them, Matt was just a dog. Without value, he was discarded. Later, Aaron's father rescued him, and Matt became fiercely loyal to the Smith family. Meanwhile, John had reached the outskirts of Jade City. Jade City was a level 1 city, far more organized and bustling than the novice village. At the city gate, a guard detachment was stationed, with many players coming and going. These were players from the surrounding novice villages. In the city, various profession mentors could advance players to the first tier of their careers. But not to hidden professions. John didn't enter the city. Instead, he followed an overgrown path leading outside. Soon, he encountered dilapidated buildings. Judging by the scale of these ruined structures, this must have been an even more prosperous and grand city than Jade City. The area was desolate, rarely visited, and free of monster spawns, so few players paid attention to it. This should be the place. John stopped in front of a ruined building, brushing away the dust. On a stone tablet to reveal 4 large characters, the Temple of Magic. In his previous life, he had stumbled upon the Magic Sanctuary trial by chance and successfully advanced to become a Judgment Mage, significantly boosting his strength. Back then, John barely passed the 3 trials. He felt that the Judgment Mage wasn't the strongest profession available here. The trial difficulty was tailored to the player's level. This time, John was only at level 10, so the difficulty would be greatly reduced, but his attributes were incredibly strong, ensuring he wouldn't stop at just 3 trials. Taking a deep breath, he walked into the dilapidated hall and approached a damaged statue. Touching it and channeling his mana into it. Buzz! Light flashed, emitting a powerful magical aura. Magic Sanctuary trial activated. Enter. Chapter 21, Mage Puppets and Attribute Growth. Chapter 21, Mage Puppets and Attribute Growth. The prompt appeared, and John didn't hesitate to choose to enter. A wave of spatial energy surged. John's figure disappeared and reappeared in a vast hall that felt ancient and heavy. First trial, eliminate 10 level 1 mage puppets. Current mage puppet attributes, HP 200, magic attack 40. In the empty hall, 10 mage puppets materialized out of thin air. Magic energy fluctuated as the 10 mage puppets initiated their attacks. First fireballs, water arrows, wind blades, all targeted at John. The attacks from these mage puppets couldn't even penetrate John's magical defenses, causing only 1 point of damage each. John raised his hand, and a fire rain fell, instantly obliterating the 10 mage puppets. Defeated level 10 mage puppet. Plundered talent triggered, spirit +1. Defeated level 10 mage puppet. Plundered talent triggered, spirit +1. Defeated level 10 mage puppet. Plundered talent triggered, skill point +1. The notifications flashed. Mage puppets weren't considered monsters, they didn't grant experience points or drop items. However, their attributes were real, and the plundered talent could be triggered. The 10 mage puppets provided John with 2 points of spirit and 1 skill point. First trial completed. Second trial, eliminate 100 level 10 mage puppets. The battle ended, and the hall was once again filled with mage puppets, this time, 100 of them. John acted decisively, casting Fire Rain once more over the clustered mage puppets. As expected, they were all instantly killed. Defeated level 10 mage puppet. Plundered talent triggered, skill point +1. Defeated level 10 mage puppet. Plundered talent triggered, spirit +1. This time, John gained 21 points of spirit, 3 skill points, and 1 point of magic crit. These mage puppets, with their high spirit attributes, were perfect for increasing his spirit. Second trial completed. Third trial, eliminate 10 level 10 elite mage puppets. Attributes, HP 500, magic attack 80. The empty hall was once again populated with 10 puppets. Unlike the previous 2 stages, these 10 mage puppets possessed the strength of elite boss level enemies. Facing even one elite boss was challenging for players of the same level, let alone 10. However, John was an exception. With a single cast of Fire Rain, he engulfed the 10 elite mage puppets. The overwhelming damage instantly depleted their 500 HP. Instant kill. Defeated elite mage puppet. Plunder talent triggered, spirit +1, skill point +1. Defeated elite mage puppet. Plunder talent triggered, spirit +1, skill point +1. Notifications flashed. John was surprised to see that the 10 elite mage puppets had yielded 10 points of spirit and 10 skill points through plunder. Skill points were exactly what he lacked the most. Onward. The next stage consisted of 100 level 10 elite mage puppets. In his previous life, John had failed this trial. But now, things were different. With no pressure, a single cast of Fire Rain engulfed the 100 elite mage puppets, killing them all. Defeated elite mage puppet. Plunder talent triggered, spirit +1, skill point +1. Defeated elite mage puppet. Plunder talent triggered, spirit +1, skill point +1. John gained another 100 points of spirit and 100 skill points. Fourth trial completed. Trial 5, eliminate 10 level 10 elite mage puppets. Attributes, HP 1200, magic attack 160. This time, the mage puppets had the strength of elite boss-level enemies. John still felt no pressure. After his skills cooled down, he cast Fire Rain again. The damage numbers flashed, but Fire Rain's damage was no longer enough to instantly kill the elite mage puppets. The mage puppets retaliated, various spells flying towards John. These elite mage puppets still couldn't surpass John's magical defenses. Bang! Bang! John unleashed 2 more spells, shattering 2 of the mage puppets. Once Fire Rain cooled down, he cast it again, engulfing and killing the remaining 8 mage puppets. Defeated elite mage puppet. Plunder talent triggered, skill point +1, magic crit +1. Defeated elite mage puppet. Plunder talent triggered, spirit +1, skill point +1. Notifications flashed, showing that John had gained 7 points of spirit, 6 skill points, and 4 points of magic crit. Compared to the leader-level mage puppets, the attributes plundered from elite mage puppets were even rarer. Trial Stage 6, eliminate 10 level 10 rare mage puppets. Attributes, HP 2500, magic attack 320. John frowned. Why not 100 elite mage puppets? It wasn't that John couldn't handle rare mage puppets, but the increased difficulty and reduced quantity meant he would gain fewer attributes. Bang! Bang! 2 fireballs hit John, barely breaking through his magic resistance and causing single-digit damage. John counterattacked with a Fire Rain, followed by a Fireball and Wind Blade, instantly killing 1 rare mage puppet. With his skills cooling down, John switched to 2 daggers, the novice knives discarded by Sini. Rushing to another mage puppet, he used the assassin skill Assassinate. Slash. The mage puppet's physical resistance was only 120, so John's attack caused over 500 damage. Quickly following up, John's daggers flashed, slicing through the puppet's vital points and draining its HP to 0. As the mage puppet disintegrated, it stared at John in confusion, unable to comprehend how a mage could be so skilled in close combat with such high physical damage. Defeated rare mage puppet. Plunder talent triggered, spirit +10, skill points +3, acquired. Skill Lightning Strike. John had plundered a skill but didn't have time to check it as he focused on the remaining 8 rare mage puppets. The rare mage puppets put some pressure on John, but he still managed to kill them with relative ease. From the 10 rare mage puppets, John gained 21 points of spirit, 12 skill points, 3 points of magic crit, and a rare lightning skill, Lightning Strike. John immediately used skill points to upgrade Lightning Strike to level 10, the maximum for a novice. Lightning Strike, level 10, deals spirit * 95% damage to enemies, consumes 5 mana, 3-second cooldown. Note, skill is at max level. Upon advancing to a tier 1 mage, spend 10 skill points to upgrade to Thunderstorm. Another powerful magic attack skill was added to John's arsenal. John closed the skill description and looked around the now empty hall, frowning. Why is there no movement? Based on the trial's pace, the next wave of mage puppets should have appeared by now. If the trial had ended or failed, he should have awakened the hidden class. But nothing happened for quite a while. Generating new trial stage. Just as John grew impatient, a notification appeared. With a surge of powerful magic, a massive, metallic mage puppet materialized. Trial Stage 7, eliminate a level 10 epic mage puppet. Attributes, HP 6000, magic attack 640. This time, there was only one puppet, but it had the strength of a level 10 epic boss. Its spirit attribute was 640, second only to John's. Whoosh! Massive magic waves formed 2 gigantic fireballs, one after the other, hurtling towards John. 2 fireballs? John thought, his expression serious. He feared he might not withstand the damage from both. Buzz! An earth shield formed in front of him, just as the 2 fireballs struck. Boom! The earth shield shattered, and the second fireball hit John directly. The intense heat and searing pain washed over him. John's health dropped to just over 200 points from his original 1450, teetering on the brink of death with just one more hit needed to finish him off. Finally, a worthy opponent. John muttered to himself, eyes blazing with determination. The mage puppet's rigid face showed a hint of disdain as it prepared another spell. You won't get another chance, John declared, eyes fixed on the mage puppet's movements. In the next instant, he cast Fireball. Chapter 22, Spell Combo, Wrath of the Gods Mage. Chapter 22, Spell Combo, Wrath of the Gods Mage. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the fireball exploded, directly interrupting the mage puppet's attack. A damage number floated above the mage puppet's head. Despite its strong magic resistance, John's fireball still dealt over 600 points of damage. That was more than enough. He only needed to hit the opponent 10 times to take it down. The mage puppet, its skill interrupted, showed a flicker of confusion in its eyes before quickly gathering magic again. As an epic-level mage puppet, it had more than just 2 skills at its disposal. Zap! A bolt of lightning struck precisely, interrupting the mage puppet's skill once more. This was immediately followed by a wind blade. The constant interruption of its spells left the mage puppet in agony. It was like being on the verge of a climax, only to be suddenly pulled back. Boom, boom. The ground trembled as the mage puppet abandoned its magic attacks and charged directly at John. Now it was John's turn to be surprised. A fragile mage trying to engage in close combat with an assassin? That was suicide. Even though the mage puppet was an epic-level boss, its physical resistance wouldn't be high, and its health was just inflated. Standing his ground, John flashed a faint smile, calmly putting away his staff and switching to 2 daggers. The mage puppet noticed John's movements and was puzzled, but didn't pay much attention. It couldn't believe that this human mage apprentice had any means of physical attack. Then John moved, using the assassin skill Assassinate. In an instant, he was in front of the mage puppet, his dagger slicing precisely across its throat. A massive crimson damage number appeared. Critical hit. John was slightly surprised. He only had a 5% physical crit rate, yet it had triggered this time. The mage puppet's eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. Its health was now down to just over 2,000 points. This human in front of it truly had physical attack capabilities. It's time to end this. John's cold voice rang out, as cold gleams flashed from his daggers, each strike targeting the mage puppet's vital points. His control over the battlefield and his extensive combat experience made his close combat abilities just as formidable as his ranged attacks. The mage puppet, in a state of panic, swung its staff wildly. Every time it attempted to cast a spell, John ruthlessly interrupted it. As an epic-level mage puppet, it had never felt so frustrated. Damage numbers continuously flashed above its head. The 2,000-plus health points were quickly drained. The mage puppet's body shattered and scattered across the floor. Its large head rolled to John's feet, its eyes filled with regret and unwillingness. If it had another chance, it swore it would never engage the strange human in close combat. Killed epic mage puppet. Plunder talent activated. Obtained B-level talent, spell combo, luck +4. I actually plundered a talent. John was overjoyed and quickly checked his new acquisition. Spell combo, B-level talent. 50% chance to trigger a combo effect when casting spell attacks. No wonder the mage puppet could cast 2 fireballs at once. It had the spell combo talent. This talent was almost as powerful as Wrath of the Gods, although it was a pity it was only at B level. In addition to the spell combo talent, John also gained 4 points of the rare luck attribute. All trials completed. Awakening hidden profession. At this moment, a prompt appeared. The Magic Temple trials only had 7 stages, and John had cleared them all. A beam of light enveloped him, and he felt a powerful, ancient magical energy flowing into his body, transforming into a warm current that spread throughout his limbs. You received the blessing of the Magic Temple. Spirit plus 100, skill points plus 10. John was pleasantly surprised to find he had received additional rewards. The 100 points increase in spirit significantly boosted his magic damage. Additionally, he gained 10 more skill points. Detected Wrath of the Gods talent. Advancing to hidden profession, Wrath of the Gods Mage, Tier 1. Wrath of the Gods Mage, hidden profession. Increases magic critical hit rate by 10. Each level up grants an additional 4 spirit points and 1 skill point. Your assassin profession has not yet advanced. Unable to level up for now. Trial completed. Transferring out of trial space. A series of notifications flashed, and John exited the trial space, reappearing in front of the dilapidated Magic Temple. What a powerful hidden profession! John eagerly checked the details of the Wrath of the Gods Mage, feeling both surprised and thrilled. The profession directly added the rare attribute of 10 points to magic critical hit rate. Additionally, each level up would grant him an extra 4 points of spirit and 1 skill point. Ordinary Tier 1 professions only provided 8 free attribute points and 1 skill point per level up. John would gain an extra 4 spirit points and 1 skill point with each level. A small difference at level 1, but what about at level 100? Or level 1000? In his previous life, his Judgment Mage profession only provided 2 extra spirit points per level. Yet even then, John became one of the top players in the world of gods. The Wrath of the Gods Mage was far superior to the Judgment Mage. Let's upgrade the skills first. John opened his attribute panel. Since his assassin profession had not yet advanced, he could not increase his level. He had now accumulated 138 skill points and decided to upgrade all his mage skills to the novice level. 1st to 3rd tier professions could learn novice skills, 4th to 6th tier professions could learn intermediate skills, 7th to 9th tier professions could learn advanced skills. Beyond the 10th tier, professionals could learn ultimate skills, and even forbidden spells. However, as the skill level increased, the skill points required for upgrades also skyrocketed. Many players, even in the later stages, had to rely on novice and intermediate skills due to the lack of skill points. But John was different. As a Wrath of the Gods Mage, each level up provided an additional skill point. Coupled with his plunder talent, he never had to worry about skill points. Consume 10 skill points to upgrade Fireball to the novice skill Great Fireball. Consume 10 skill points to upgrade Windblade to the novice skill Windblade Slash. Consume 10 skill points to upgrade Fire Rain to the novice skill Rain of Fire. Consume 10 skill points to upgrade Lightning Strike to the novice skill Thunderstorm. Consume 10 skill points to upgrade Earth Shield to the novice skill Rock Armor. John used 50 skill points to upgrade all 5 of his apprentice-level mage skills to novice level. Mage skills. Each novice skill upgrade required 10 skill points, with single target skills increasing their spirit attribute boost by 10% and area skills by 7%. John still had 88 skill points left, enough to upgrade his skills 8 more times. After some thought, he decided to focus on Rain of Fire. With his exceptionally high spirit attribute, his single target magic attack damage was already sufficient, but he needed more area of effect magic damage. John reviewed his upgraded skills. Great Fireball, Level 1, Novice Magic. Deals spirit asterisk 110% fire magic damage to the target. Consumes 10 mana points, 3-second cooldown. Windblade / level 1, novice magic. Deals spirit asterisk 110% wind magic damage to the target. Consumes 10 mana points, 3-second cooldown. Rock armor, level 1, novice magic. Earth element condenses into a suit of armor, protecting the user and absorbing damage equal to spirit asterisk 110%. Consumes 10 mana points, 30-second. Cooldown. Rain of Fire, level 9, novice magic. Deals spirit asterisk 146% fire magic damage to targets within the area. Consumes 30 mana points, 10-second cooldown. Thunderstorm, level 1, novice magic. Deals spirit asterisk 110% lightning magic damage to the target and splash damage equal to half the initial damage to surrounding enemies. Consumes 10 mana points, 3-second cooldown. All 5 magic skills showed significant improvements after being upgraded to the novice level. Especially with Rain of Fire upgraded to level 9, its damage was nearly double that of Fire. Rain. John's level remained at 10, but his experience points had reached an astonishing 370,000. Once he completed his assassin profession advancement, he could start leveling up normally. John initially planned to enter Jade City to find an assassin instructor for his advancement. But as he looked at the desolate ruins of the city in front of him, he had another idea. Since there was a magic shrine trial here, might there also be a similar trial for the assassin profession? He was already a hidden profession, Wrath of the Gods mage, and wouldn't mind having another hidden assassin profession. This place had once been a prosperous city, so there must have been an organization for assassin trials. John began searching through the dilapidated buildings around him, hoping to find some clues. Beep. At that moment, his private chat pinged. It was Sini. Gale, Master, it's time to eat. Godslayer, okay, I'll log off soon. After replying to Sini, John glanced around the vast, ruined city. Finding any clues in a short time was unlikely, it would take a more prolonged search. Chapter 23, City Building Order, Post-Dinner Exercise. Chapter 23, City Building Order, Post-Dinner Exercise. John's figure vanished, returning to the real world. It was already evening. He had been online for a full day and night. With the help of nutrient fluids, he didn't feel tired, but he was definitely hungry. Sini was still busy in the kitchen. John headed to the bathroom, took a quick cold shower, and felt instantly refreshed. He could clearly feel his enhanced physical condition. The data from the world of gods hadn't completely integrated, but the improvement in his in-game strength was subtly enhancing his real-life physique. John put on clean clothes and went to the dining room on the first floor. Sini had changed into a white silk camisole nightdress and was busy at the dining table. The hem of her dress swayed, revealing her long, snow-white legs. John couldn't help but feel a bit entranced. Hearing movement, Sini smiled, "Master, come eat." The table was set with 6 exquisite dishes. John, knowing Sini's culinary skills, felt a wave of nostalgia. "It's just the two of us. Next time, you don't need to make so many dishes," John said as he sat at the table, eagerly diving into the food in front of him. Sini had a small appetite. After a few bites, she put down her chopsticks, rested her chin in her hands, and watched John with a look of adoration. "Master, how does it taste?" "Delicious," John praised without hesitation. Sini's cooking was indeed excellent, comparable to any gourmet delicacy. "Really?" Sini beamed, her eyes forming crescents with her smile. "Then I'll cook for you every day from now on." After dinner, John relaxed on the sofa, watching the news on TV. Sini, sitting cross-legged, leaned on his shoulder. The news channels were all focused on the world of gods. One news report caught John's attention. Latest news: Gaia, president of the Dragon King Guild, has obtained a city building order and will establish a city in a week. A city building order so soon? John was surprised. The order required defeating a Tier 3 rare boss, which seemed impossible with the current player's abilities. Even sacrificing players' lives to pile on damage wouldn't achieve this. It was likely that Gaia didn't obtain the city building order by defeating a boss. John didn't dwell on it much. The plan to establish a city in a week was doomed to fail. Establishing a city in the world of gods was an open challenge to the dark humans, who would never allow it. To establish a city, one had to endure a 24-hour monster-tide assault, which current players' strength couldn't withstand. Master, Sini's breath was like orchid, her body nearly pressed against John's, her cheeks flushed. I want it. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but John still caught it clearly. Smelling her light fragrance, a fire ignited in his heart. He pulled Sini's soft body into his arms and whispered in her ear, "You're playing with fire." Sini's delicate body trembled, her head buried deep, her cheeks reddened to her ears. She knew John's strength. But somehow, she felt a magnetic pull towards him, making her willing to be the moth flying into the flame without hesitation. Looking at John's handsome face, she felt her whole body heating up, her mouth dry. She took the initiative to kiss John. Sini gradually let go, becoming passionate like fire, her eyes intoxicated. She kissed from John's cheeks to his chest, her hands restlessly exploring his waist. John's pants were uncomfortably tight, bulging. He undid his belt and pulled down his pants. His mighty erection sprang out, standing tall. So big. Sini's body trembled, recalling the painful experience of the previous night. She felt both anticipation and fear. Gulping. Sini looked at John with pleading eyes, softly saying, "Master, just once. Only once, please." John didn't answer directly. Instead, he commanded, "Come here." Obediently, Sini took off her safety shorts, still wearing her camisole nightdress, and straddled John's thighs. Feeling the heat and hardness below her, she became wet and slippery, her breathing growing rapid. Half squatting, trying to support her body, Sini's small hands found John's erection. So big. She was once again deeply shocked. Her soft, slender hands couldn't even encircle it. Holding John's erection, she guided it to her entrance, closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling, and slowly lowered herself. "Ah!" She cried out in pain, her soft, slender waist arching, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. John's entry reached her deepest spot, causing a swollen, tearing sensation. The intense stimulation spread through her body, making her climax immediately. But John had no intention of stopping there. His strong arm wrapped around Sini's slender, soft waist, while the other hand gently pulled down the loose camisole nightdress, revealing her snow-white, firm peaks, gently swaying. John's mouth enclosed one peak, his other hand kneading the other peak, changing its shape in various ways. Sini clung tightly to John's head, panting heavily, sometimes letting out pained yet indulgent moans. Gradually, John was no longer satisfied with the current state. One hand supporting Sini's small, perky buttocks, he began a slow rhythm. Ah. Sini's moans grew faster and more pained. She could only instinctively cling to John's neck, trying her best to match his movements. Sini's delicate body kept trembling, the feeling was both wonderful and painful, continuing from the initial climax all the way till now. "Master. I can't take it anymore, please, give it to me." Sini's voice was broken, even carrying a hint of sobbing, as she kept begging John for mercy. But this only excited John more. He held Sini's hips, his thrusts becoming increasingly fierce. Tears streamed down Sini's face, she cried out in pain, her body going limp. Apart from making sounds with her mouth, she couldn't muster any strength, only able to let John do as the pleased. 1 hour. 2 hours. Sini felt like she was going to break, her voice hoarse, desperately begging for mercy. John didn't deliberately hold back this time. After 2 hours, he finally felt the climax approaching. To reach it faster, he completely let loose, his thrusts becoming even more intense. Ah! Sini's moans turned into pain screams, echoing through the entire villa. Finally, John reached his limit, releasing a surge of hot essence deep inside Sini. Feeling the heat within her, Sini gasped, trembling all over. She followed John into another climax, collapsing on top of him, utterly drained. "Master, why are you so strong?" Sini started crying as she spoke. John looked apologetic, comforting her. "All right, I'll be gentler next time." He admitted he had been a bit excessive these 2 times. He could feel that Sini almost passed out from the pain several times. Sini shook her head repeatedly. "It's not that, Master. I'm just upset with myself for being so useless, unable to satisfy you fully." She didn't get up from John, the two still tightly connected. She could clearly feel John's hardness still pressing deep inside her, without any sign of relenting. Sini raised her head, tears still streaking her face, gazing at John with a dazed expression. She said, "Master, let me use my mouth." Before John could respond, she painfully got up. The sudden withdrawal caused sharp pain, and tears involuntarily streamed down again. Sini slid down to John's crotch, kneeling on the floor. Looking at his imposing size, she gulped and took him into her mouth. Compared to the first time, Sini had improved considerably. Her small tongue teased John, her mouth moving rhythmically, while her small hand gripped the base, sliding quickly. John leaned back on the sofa, enjoying the sensation spreading through his body. Seeing John's expression of pleasure, Sini became more enthusiastic, her pace quickening, taking him deeper into her throat. The exquisite stimulation grew stronger. This time, John lasted less than an hour before feeling it build up. He didn't let Sini swallow this time, pulling her up by the arm. Sini, cheeks flushed and eyes glazed, looked at John in confusion, not fully understanding yet. John lifted Sini's hips and thrust into her roughly. "Ah!" Sini's dazed eyes focused, and she let out a pained scream. John ignored this, continuing to thrust quickly. The climax came swiftly, a more intense surge of hot essence flooding out. Chapter 24, Temple of the Night, Nightmare Assassin. Chapter 24, Temple of the Night, Nightmare Assassin. Sini's soft moans filled the room, her body flushed, arching, and trembling uncontrollably. Under John's relentless thrusts, she climaxed once again. This time, it lasted over a minute before she finally stopped shaking, collapsing limply against John, motionless. The continuous orgasms had taken their toll, and Sini passed out from sheer exhaustion. John sighed helplessly, not entirely satisfied himself. However, he knew that Sini had reached her limit and couldn't endure anymore. John's thoughts wandered to the elven saintess, Anna. He wondered if the two of them together could satisfy him, though the gods hadn't integrated into reality. But they could still be together in the world of gods. The soft sound of breathing reached his ears. Sini lay on John's shoulder, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, but a satisfied smile on her lips as she slept deeply. John, not wanting to disturb her, gently lifted her hips and carefully withdrew from her. Sini moaned softly in her sleep, her face briefly contorting in pain. John gently picked her up and placed her on the bed, tucking her in. He then returned to the bathroom for another cold shower to extinguish the lingering flames of desire. Looking at the sleeping Sini, John felt wide awake. "Forget it, I'll go back into the game, he decided, knowing that staying with Sini might lead to losing control again. John entered the game pod and re-entered the world of gods. In a flash, he was back amidst the ruins. He continues his search for an assassin guild. Finally, in a dilapidated building, he found a stone tablet with 4 large characters, Temple of the Night. This was the only place he had found that resembled a location for assassin training. Nearby stood a relatively intact statue. Elf. John was surprised. The sculpture before him was a female figure, slightly deteriorated but still showing the features of an elf. However, the aura it emitted was completely different from that of the elven saintess Anna. Dark and sinister. This must be another race of elves, the Dark Elves. Anna belonged to the Nature Elves. Dark Elves were more powerful, they revered strength and didn't hesitate to corrupt themselves with dark forces. They were also cruel and bloodthirsty, enslaving other races to serve them. Unfortunately, in this world, Dark Elves were nearly exterminated by the Dark Humans. John touched the statue, feeling the magic flow, but there was no response. It seemed different from the activation method of the Temple of Magic. He switched to his dagger equipment, letting his power surge, and tried again. This time, there was a reaction. The statue was enveloped by a dark force, and the surrounding atmosphere filled with a killing intent. Temple of the Night trial triggered. Do you wish to enter? John was delighted and immediately chose to enter. With a wave of spatial power, he vanished, reappearing in a dark, deep tunnel the next second. Trial content: enter the death corridor. The further you progress, the richer the rewards. The message appeared, indicating that the assassin advancement trial was entirely different from the mage's. Death corridor? Sounds dangerous, John murmured, unconcerned as he stepped into the deep tunnel. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold glint flashed, and a dark shadow rushed at him. It was an assassin puppet, but its level and attributes were not visible. John didn't dare be careless. He switched to his staff, launching a large fireball. Boom! A loud explosion ensued, and the assassin puppet was blasted apart, instantly killed. John sighed in relief. This newly appeared assassin puppet had only the strength of a 10th level first-tier entity and posed no threat to him. Continue. He hurled a giant fireball into the depths of the tunnel. Seeing the interior, his scalp tingled. The tunnel's sides were lined with countless assassin puppets, standing like statues. These beings didn't attack unless approached, activating only upon proximity. Now I get it. John realized. This was a trial designed for assassins. Assassin had no long-range attack capabilities and could only engage in close combat. However, John was a unique case. He had 2 professions. His mage skills allowed him to attack from a distance, enabling him to pass the trial unscathed. This means I can easily reach the end of the tunnel. John was excited. As a first-tier Wrath of the Gods mage, his mental attribute had reached 778 points, dealing terrifying damage. Even in a fair fight, he wouldn't fear these assassin puppets. John, not playing by the rules, began his magical assault on the statue-like trial puppets. Boom! A rain of fire covered the entire tunnel. Notifications kept flashing. Assassin puppet killed. Plunder talent activated. Strength +1. Assassin puppet killed. Plunder talent activated. Agility +1. The flames dissipated, and John had no idea how many puppets he had slain. In just a short time, he had increased his strength by 24 points, agility by 17 points, and critical hit chance by 1 point. John continued advancing, approaching more assassin puppets. Once his skills cooled down, he unleashed another rain of fire. Assassin puppet killed. Plunder talent activated. Critical hit +1. Assassin puppet killed. Plunder talent activated. Strength +1. The notifications kept flashing. John slaughtered his way through, and as the number of trial puppets in the tunnel decreased, their strength increased. Consequently, the attributes he plundered became more substantial. In this brief period, he gained an additional 117 points of strength, 75 points of agility, 3 points of critical hit chance, and 1 basic assassin skill, Pierce. Gradually, the surrounding assassin puppets could no longer be taken down with a single fire. Rain. John used other magical skills to attack, but they posed no threat to him. In the distance, a faint light flickered, indicating the end of the tunnel was near. John quickened his pace and intensified his skill releases. The assassin advancement trial was proving far easier to pass than the mage advancement trial. At the end of the tunnel, a few scattered trial puppets remained, their strength reaching first dash. Tier epic quality. John continued his relentless long-range magical bombardment, quickly depleting his supply of magic poison. Finally, the last trial puppet was destroyed. Epic assassin puppet killed. Plunder talent activated. Obtained B-grade physical damage. Talent. B-grade physical damage talent increases physical damage by 50%. John received another notification, indicating he had plundered a B-grade physical damage talent. With a 50% increase in physical damage, his physical attacks now surpassed his magical attacks. Death Corridor Trial completed. You have received the blessing of the Temple of the Night, Strength +70, Agility +30. You have advanced to the Hidden class, First Tier Nightmare Assassin. Nightmare Assassin, Hidden class, Physical critical hit +10, each level grants an additional 3 points of strength, 2 points of agility. You have learned the initial assassin skills, Death Whirlwind, Shadow Strike. The notifications flashed as John advanced to the Hidden class, Nightmare Assassin. This class provided an additional 10 points of physical critical hit chance and granted 3 extra points of strength and 2 points of agility with each level up. The attribute increase was even slightly higher than that of the Wrath of the Gods Mage, although it did not include additional skill points. Additionally, advancing to Nightmare Assassin granted him 2 powerful initial skills, Death Whirlwind and Shadow Strike. John, having no extra skill points at the moment, decided not to upgrade these skills for the time being. It's time to level up. John opened his attribute panel to check his experience points. Over the past few days, he had accumulated more than 370,000 experience points. John immediately chose to level up. You have leveled up. Spirit +4, Strength +3, Agility +2, free attribute points +8, skill points. After reaching the first tier of his profession, each level up grants 8 free attribute points and 1 skill point. With his Wrath of the Gods Mage and Nightmare Assassin professions, John received additional bonuses, 4 points in Spirit, 3 points in Strength, 2 points in Agility, and 1 skill point. This means that leveling up once for John was equivalent to 2 levels for others. John continued to level up. You have leveled up. Spirit +4, Strength +3, Agility +2, free attribute points +8, skill points. The notifications kept flashing. John leveled up continuously until he reached level 29, where his experience points were insufficient to continue. He was just over 7,000 experience points away from reaching level 30. At level 30, he could undergo his second profession advancement. It had only been a few minutes since John completed his first tier profession advancement. Reaching level 29 had granted John an additional 152 free attribute points and 38 skill points. This time, he decided not to put all the points into spirit but to distribute them evenly among strength, spirit, and agility. These three attributes greatly enhanced his professions. With 38 skill points available, John prioritized upgrading his mage skills. He then reviewed his current attributes. Chapter 25, Powerful Attributes in Deathland. Chapter 25, Powerful Attributes in Deathland. ID, Godslayer. Level, 29, 12740/20000. Class, First Tier Wrath of the Gods Mage, First Tier Nightmare Assassin. Health points, 1750 plus 50, Constitution *10. Mana points, 9580 plus 150, Spirit *10. Base physical damage, 711 plus 356, Strength *1. Base magic damage, 964 plus 30, Spirit *1. Speed, 342, Agility *1. Physical resistance, 175 plus 1, Constitution *1. Magic resistance, 964, Spirit *1. Constitution, 175, Strength, 711, Spirit, 958 plus 6, Agility, 342. Luck, 8. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 6. Talents. Plunder, SSS grade unique. Effect 1, when killing ordinary monsters, 20% chance to plunder an attribute point, 1% chance to plunder a hidden attribute. Effect 2, when killing boss-level opponents, permanently gain one of the boss's skills, talents, or special attributes. Effect 3, doubles the drop rate of items from killed monsters, doubles the probability of high-quality equipment. Effect 4, killing monsters grants kill score, the stronger the monster, the more points. At 100,000 points, talent can be upgraded. Current kill score, 1,173 points. Wrath of the Gods, Divine Growth Talent, current level, C, reduces skill cooldown by 40%. Upgrade condition, kill 10,000 second-tier monsters to upgrade to B level. Spell combo, B-grade talent, 50% chance to trigger a combo when casting spells. Physical damage, B-grade talent, increases base physical damage by 50%. Skills. Grand Fireball, Level 1, Basic Magic, deals Spirit *110% fire magic damage to the target. Consumes 10 mana, 3-second cooldown. Windblade Slash, Level 1, Basic Magic, deals Spirit *110% wind magic damage to the target. Consumes 10 mana, 3-second cooldown. Rock Armor, Level 5, Basic Magic, Earth Elements form armor that protects the user, absorbing damage equal to Spirit *150%. Consumes 10 mana, 30-second cooldown. Rain of Fire, Level 10, Basic Magic, deals Spirit *153% fire magic damage to all targets within the area. Consumes 30 mana, 10-second cooldown. Note, currently max level. At 4th tier mage, can be upgraded to intermediate magic fire meteor shower with 100 skill points. Thunderstorm, Level 1, Basic Magic, deals Spirit *110% lightning magic damage to the target and splash damage to surrounding enemies. Consumes 10 mana, 3-second cooldown. Assassinate, Level 10, Basic Assassin Skill, deals Strength *95% physical damage to the target. Consumes 5 mana, 5-second cooldown. Note, currently max level. At 1st tier Assassin, can be upgraded to Deadly Strike with 10 skill points. Pierce, Level 1, Basic Assassin Skill. Deals Strength *50% physical damage to the enemy and ignores 1 point of physical defense. Consumes 5 mana, 5-second cooldown. Death Whirlwind, Level 1, Basic Assassin Skill. Approaches the enemy and deals continuous damage, each attack causing Strength *11% physical damage, lasting for 10 hits. Consumes 20 mana, 10-second cooldown. Shadow Strike, Level 1, Basic Assassin Skill. Turns into a shadow to quickly approach and attack the enemy, dealing strength * 110% physical damage. Consumes 20 mana, 20-second cooldown. Equipment, Flame Staff, Novice Dagger, Fire Phoenix set. John looked at his attributes. He wasn't just strong, he was terrifyingly powerful. His current spirit and strength attributes were comparable to those of a level 60 third-tier warrior or mage. The only shortcoming was his constitution attribute, which was only at 175 points. However, John made up for this with his extremely high agility and the defensive skill Rock Armor, which entirely compensated for his lack of defense. Furthermore, with the B-grade physical damage increase, his base physical damage had already surpassed his magic damage. Both his magical and physical attacks were overwhelmingly powerful. Ping. Just then, John received a private message from Richie. Richie, Godslayer, how did you level up so quickly? You're second on the leaderboard. John opened the level leaderboard. First, Dark Angel, Assassin, level 30. Second, Godslayer, Wrath of the Gods Mage, level 29. Third, Richie, Earth Knight, level 28. Sure enough, John had reached the second place on the level leaderboard. Fortunately, the leaderboard didn't display detailed information, so his secondary profession as a nightmare assassin remained hidden. This was his secret weapon, not to be easily exposed. Richie's level had dropped to third place, at level 28. The first place, Dark Angel, had already reached level 30 but was still a first-tier assassin. Level 30 required a second-tier advancement trial, which was quite challenging. Most hidden profession players needed to team up to complete it, let alone Dark Angel, who was just an ordinary assassin. Richie, Godslayer, isn't it time to fulfill our bet? If you can beat me, I'll be your underling. Otherwise, you have to be my underling. Richie sent another private message. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He admired John's strength and believed that having him as an underling would be very beneficial. Richie was very confident, knowing that the world of gods wasn't just a simple game. Real-life strength transferred into the game. He coming from an army family, he had been pushed by his grandfather and uncle to undergo various physical training, even learning a basic ancient martial arts mental technique. It's no exaggeration to say that his strength was comparable to a military elite. Beating an ordinary person would be no challenge. Godslayer, alright, half an hour later, meet at Jade City. John readily agreed. Since Richie was so eager to be his underling, he wouldn't refuse. Cities are connected by teleportation arrays, which allow for mutual transfer, though the cost is somewhat high. Each teleportation costs 10 silver coins. This amount is negligible for Richie. John closed the private chat and looked at the silent, deep passage. For a moment, he was stunned and muttered in confusion, "Why am I still here?" After completing the trial, he should have been teleported out of this space. John was worried, what if he was trapped here? There were no teleportation arrays, and he didn't have any spatial skills to leave. Fortunately, this wasn't an enclosed space, and the light at the end of the passage attracted John's attention. Maybe that was the exit. With no more dangers in the passage, John quickly made his way through and soon reached the source of the light. Outside, everything was shrouded in mist, not looking like an exit. It seemed to connect to an unknown area, giving him a sense of extreme danger. Looking back at the dark, deep passage, he had no other way to go. "Let's take a look," John muttered to himself. Earth elements gathered, forming a rock armor that enveloped him. Whoosh! John took a step forward, and the surrounding mist surged. Gale force winds lashed at him, causing stinging pain all over his body. The rock armor was useless. Damage numbers floated above John's head. True damage. John was alarmed. This mist was too bizarre, it ignored both physical and magical resistance, dealing true damage. Although it only dealt 10 points of damage per second, with only 1,800 points of health, he couldn't last long. John didn't dare stay any longer and turned to leave. At that moment, a notification appeared. You have discovered a hidden, unopened map, Deathland. Detected that you possess blessings from the Temple of Magic and the Temple of the Night. You have received a Deathland token, Contract Scroll 1, and Attribute Fusion Stone 1. A hidden, unopened map? John was puzzled. He had never heard of Deathland before, and the items rewarded were unfamiliar. He checked each item's attributes. Deathland token, a pass to enter Deathland. Refining it will seal your life within death. Land. Current power is too weak to refine. Deathland, the sacred land of the Dark Elves, possessing strange and powerful forces. No. Life can survive here, except Dark Elves. Note, this place is sealed with numerous powerful monsters by the Dark Elves, forcing them to submit to the Dark Elves. Contract Scroll can be used to make a soul contract with any being, ensuring eternal loyalty. Attribute Fusion Stone allows early integration of your in-game attributes into the real world, excluding equipment bonuses. Integrate attributes into the real world early. John was surprised and delighted as he looked at the Attribute Fusion Stone in his hand. Normally, integrating player attributes into reality would only be possible when the world of gods and the real world connected. He never expected to find an item that could do this in advance. John was certain that no one in the previous life had obtained an Attribute Fusion Stone, or it would have caused a massive upheaval. Chapter 26, Sparring Match, Subduing Richie. Chapter 26, Sparring Match, Subduing Richie. Use. John, both expectant and anxious, immediately used the Attribute Fusion Stone. Buzz. The Attribute Fusion Stone transformed into a stream of light and merged into his body, with no other noticeable changes. Is that it? John wondered, feeling no immediate difference in his body. It seemed he would only be able to verify its effects once he returned to the real world. He wasn't in a rush, so he turned his attention to the other two items. The Deathland token would allow him to freely enter and exit this area. However, what excited him most was the token sealing function. Unfortunately, his current power was too weak to refine it. The contract scroll was even more powerful, allowing him to make a soul contract with any being, ensuring eternal loyalty. Imagine if he could contract with a god, John would be unstoppable. However, given the god's immense power, he knew he wasn't yet strong enough to challenge one, likely getting obliterated before he could even present the contract. My health is down to just over 300. John noticed, alarmed. He could sense powerful creatures lurking in the mist but had no health recovery potions left and couldn't risk staying longer. John quickly used the Deathland token to teleport out. Buzz. With a spatial ripple, John found himself back in the ruins. His health was now down to 220. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of joy. This adventure had been entirely worthwhile. Two powerful hidden classes, a significant boost to his attributes. The Deathland token, and the contract scroll. The most rare and valuable of all was the Attribute Fusion Stone. Beep. John's private chat chimed, it was Richie. Richie, Godslayer, I'm at Jade City. Where are you? Godslayer, on my way. Richie, okay, I'll wait for you at the arena. John closed the chat and quickly headed to Jade City. With over 300 points in agility, John moved at incredible speed, almost like a shadow. The arena was a place provided by major cities for players to spar. Death in the arena carried no penalties. In less than 10 minutes, John arrived at the Jade City Arena. He immediately noticed a young man leaning casually against a pillar. The man, around 18 or 19 years old, was handsome and youthful. He had a blade of grass in his mouth and was whistling at the passing female players, drawing glares from the onlookers. The man couldn't care less and continued doing as he pleased. This was none other than Richie. John had seen Richie's family discipline, strict to the point of being harsh. He couldn't understand how such a rigorous upbringing could produce such a rebellious troublemaker. John jumped onto the arena and called out, "Richie, come up here." Richie was staring intently at a scantily clad beauty. Hearing John's call, he frowned. Everyone around him always addressed him respectfully as Master Wu. Who was this impudent guy? Shit. Richie spat out the blade of grass and sized up John on the stage. After a moment, he realized, you're Godslayer? He had seen John's real-life profile and recognized his appearance. Interesting. Richie jumped onto the stage, curiously examining John. I've met many players who enhance their looks, but you're the first I've seen who downplays them. You look like a pretty boy in real life, but here in the game, you seem more impressive. John smiled, already accustomed to Richie's demeanor. He wasn't offended. Taking out his staff, he said calmly, "Enough talk. Let's get started. I'm on a schedule." "All right," Richie said, his playful demeanor shifting to seriousness. A long spear appeared in his hand. "Just so you know, I won't use my artifact. You go first." John shook his head, remaining calm. "If I attack first, you won't stand a chance." Richie's eye twitched. No one had ever dared to act more arrogant than him. Without another word, Richie charged at John, his spear thrusting like a dragon breaking through the sea. The speed and angle made it seem unavoidable. John stood still, showing no intention of dodging or even casting a spell. "Oof, overconfident fool. It's over," Richie thought disdainfully. To equip the Diamond Giant shield, he had allocated all his points to his knight, with his talent and the hidden class of Earth Knight boosting his strength to 500 points. He was confident this strike would kill John. Just as Richie closed in and his spear was about to hit, John calmly raised his staff, not to cast a spell, but to block. Clang! With a swift motion, John's staff deflected the spear. The immense force numbed Richie's grip, and before he could react, John's staff struck him on the head. Bang! Bang! 2 damage numbers appeared. Richie turned into a white light and reappeared at the edge of the arena. He stunned and bewildered. He was a knight, known for defense, with 120 points in physical resistance and nearly 1,300 health points with his equipment. And a mage had just beaten him to death with a staff? Richie glared at John, shouting, "You cheated. You're a warrior pretending to be a mage." John smiled, not satisfied? "Then let's go again." "Fine." Richie climbed back onto the stage, abandoning his earlier bravado. The artifact Diamond Giant shield appeared in his hand. It granting plus 1,000 physical defense, plus 500 magical defense, and an additional 1,000 points in Constitution. Richie was confident. This time, John wouldn't even be able to scratch his defense. John's physical attacks indeed couldn't break through Richie's defense with the artifact enhancement. However, John was a real mage. Whoosh! Waving his staff, 2 massive fireballs shot out one after the other, heading straight for Richie. Boom! Boom! The fireballs exploded, flames surging, and terrifying damage numbers appeared above Richie's head. Richie was startled. If it weren't for the high health and magic resistance provided by the artifact, he would have been killed by just one fireball. Could this guy really be a mage? Richie was getting nervous, seeing the incoming wind blade and the lightning striking down from above. He immediately activated his artifact skill. Diamond Protection. Damage received was halved, lasting 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Boom! Bang! Amidst the continuous booming and magical surges, John's magical attacks were relentless, leaving Richie in agony. Though powerful, the artifact had a downside: it reduced his speed by 100 points. Richie had become nearly a sitting duck, only able to take the hits. With the barrage of magical attacks, even a shell would eventually break. Boom! Richie was hit by another spell, turning into white light and reappearing at the edge of the arena, looking defeated as he slumped to the ground. He could accept defeat. But this wasn't just defeat, it was a complete thrashing. Is this even the same game? Cheats. This guy must be cheating. Richie got up, pointing at John, shouting angrily, "You're a cheater. I'm reporting you for using hacks." John frowned, sensing that this defeat had hit Richie hard. Glancing at the furious Richie, he said calmly, "Are you out of your mind? You know more about the world of gods than I do, right? If you don't believe it, we can continue." Richie fell silent. Indeed, it was impossible to cheat in the world of gods because it wasn't just a game. The authorities had confirmed this was a real world, though they hadn't announced it to avoid unnecessary panic. The game had such a massive global impact that even the authorities couldn't shut it down. As for cheats, they were simply impossible. Richie quickly switched to a friendly demeanor, running up to John with a grin. "Boss, teach me. How did you do that?" John understood Richie's personality and didn't say much. He simply said, "Let's find a tavern and have a chat." "Sure," Richie replied, delighted, and quickly followed. In the cities of the world of gods, hotels, inns, and various other consumer facilities were fully equipped. Moreover, eating and sleeping here could also reflect benefits in the real world. John and Richie arrived at a fairly upscale tavern and got a private room to avoid being disturbed. "Boss, are you sure you're paying for this meal?" Richie asked repeatedly, eyeing the menu and swallowing hard. John, feeling impatient, nodded, "Yes, I'm sure. Order whatever you want." "Heh, then I won't hold back," Richie grinned slyly. He had long heard about the delicious food in the world of gods restaurants, but the prices were too high, and only in-game currency was accepted. He simply couldn't afford it. Now, hearing that John was treating, his eyes lit up, and he started picking the most expensive items. Soon, a lavish spread of food filled the table, looking and smelling delicious. Richie couldn't wait, stuffing his mouth full of food and speaking unclearly, "Boss, what's the deal? Why did you bring me here?" He knew John wouldn't treat him without a reason, especially not in such a quiet and elegant, high-end private room. Chapter 27, Secret Meeting in Bar, Griffin Family's Action. Chapter 27, Secret Meeting in Bar, Griffin Family's Action. Compared to Richie's ravenous eating, John was much more elegant. He glanced at Richie and said calmly, "Indeed, there is something. How many men do you have under your command now?" Richie paused, his actions halting, and he looked at John warily. "Why are you asking? That's classified information." John picked up his tea and took a sip slowly. It was a sensitive question. "Never mind," John set down his cup. He realized it was impossible to explain to Richie immediately. "I'm not a spy, nor do I mean you any harm. What I'm about to tell you is very important." Richie looked at John, half listening, as his attention drifted back to the delicious food in front of him. However, John's next words made him sit up straight. I know you're running for the position of Legion Commander in the Flame Legion. I don't care what you have to do, even if you have to use your grandfather's and uncle's connections. You need to get rid of Kevin. This is crucial. John emphasized the last sentence. Richie stood up abruptly, glaring at John, his voice edged with suspicion. Who are you, really? His reaction was justified. The information John had just revealed was classified. The Flame Legion was an extra unit being formed specifically for the world of gods. It was still in the planning stages and hadn't been finalized. Even high-ranking officials in the military knew very little about it, yet John seemed to know everything. John considered Richie's intense reaction and came up with a plausible explanation. I have a unique talent that allows me to foresee future events. Really? Richie scrutinized John, starting to believe him. The world of gods was mysterious, and having such a talent wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. Besides, Richie had thoroughly investigated John and found nothing suspicious. Given John's background, it was unlikely he would know about these matters unless it was indeed due to a unique talent. Richie sat back down, curious. So, what did you foresee happening in the future? John shook his head mysteriously. I can't say. Fine, Richie grumbled, giving up on his curiosity. He resumed eating, mumbling through a mouthful of food. If the boss asks, I'll make sure to take the Flame Legion. With his connections, securing the position of Legion Commander was no problem. In the previous timeline, Richie had avoided using his family connections to avoid controversy within the military and had allowed Kevin to take the position. However, Kevin turned out to be a coward who eventually defected to the Dark Humans, leading to the Flame Legion's destruction and the subsequent downfall of Earth. In John's mind, Kevin had to be removed, but it needed to be done without causing unnecessary conflict with the military. Boss, there's one more thing, Richie said, putting down his chopsticks and looking at John. Have you heard about Gaia planning to establish a city in a week? He invited me to help, and I decided to check it out. John frowned and said coldly, why get involved in that? Don't go. The first to establish a territory would get a hidden instance reward, essentially allowing them to endlessly farm skill stones. This was a reward John was determined to get. Richie looked puzzled, not understanding why John was reacting so strongly. He explained, Boss, I'm not really going to help. It seems like Gaia has made some deal with the city lord. I'm just going to observe and learn so that when we establish our city, we have some experience. What? John exclaimed. This likely wasn't just a deal with the city lord, but an alliance with the Dark Humans. The cities and even the novice villages in the world of gods were under the influence of the Dark Humans. John hadn't expected Gaia to align with the Dark Humans so quickly. With the help of the Dark Humans, Gaia would definitely succeed in establishing a city. John couldn't let that happen and had to stop Gaia. Even if it meant confronting the Dark Humans prematurely. Richie, seeing John's reaction, asked, Boss, is there a problem? No, John replied, not wanting to explain further. He decided to handle this matter himself. Gaia was backed by the Mike White family, a powerful force with influence in several countries. Richie's current status and power were no match for the Mike White family. If it was John, he must conflict with Mike White family. But John, with his divine attributes already fused, wasn't afraid. Richie, I have some equipment here. I'll sell it to you at market price, John said, emptying the equipment he had gathered over the past few days from killing monsters. Gurgle. A clatter followed as over 100 sets of equipment, mostly first tier and of ordinary quality, spilled onto the ground. Wow, boss, that's a lot. Richie exclaimed. No wonder John leveled up so quickly. How many bosses had he slaughtered to get all this gear? But soon, Richie's excitement dimmed. Boss, can I owe you? I'm out of money. For equipping the artifact Diamond Giant Shield, Richie spent a lot of money. $10 million, it exhausted his private coffer, but just increased the strength to 500 point. John, not in need of money, nodded, fine, you can owe me. I'm logging off now. Contact me if you need anything. With that, he logged off on the spot. Richie looked at the pile of equipment, his heart leaping with joy. I'm rich. With this gear, he could quickly build up his forces. Right, I forgot to mention the Griffin family. Richie suddenly remembered. Yesterday, the Griffin family had contacted him, wanting his Diamond Giant Shield. Of course, Richie had refused outright. The Griffin family is an ancient martial arts family with formidable power, but in the real world, Richie is not afraid of them. He suspects that Aaron is somehow involved in this matter. The Griffin family might target John. Forget it, I'll warn the boss tomorrow, Richie decided, not in a hurry. He packed up the equipment on the ground and left Jade City. In the real world, dawn had just broken. Snap! John snapped his fingers, and a small fireball formed at his fingertips. The attributes had truly fused into reality. John was overjoyed and excited. He dispersed the fireball, knowing its destructive power. Though it seemed small, it was strong enough to destroy the entire villa, so it was best not to experiment recklessly. In addition to mastering magical skills, his physical attributes had significantly improved. His body was now filled with immense power. John felt no discomfort despite the sudden increase in strength. In his previous life, his power was far more terrifying than it was now, and controlling this amount of power was effortless. Whoosh! His enhanced attributes also sharpened his senses. He could clearly hear the sound of running water from the bathroom. Sini was taking a shower. A mischievous smile appeared on John's face. With his super high agility, he moved silently and entered the bathroom. Ah! Sini screamed, startled. But then her voice changed, becoming sultry and suggestive. 2 hours later, the bathroom door opened. Sini lay limp against John, her face flushed and eyes glazed, weakly saying, "Master, you are too strong. You should find a mistress or a sister for me." She meant it sincerely. John was too powerful. She had used every trick she knew, including some shameful ones she learned online, but she still couldn't satisfy John. She ended up feeling overwhelmed and exhausted. If this continued, she feared she might break. John didn't answer, gently placing Sini on the sofa and softly saying, "Rest for a while. I'll prepare breakfast." Okay, Sini replied shyly, lowering her head. She didn't want to agree, but her lower body ached, and she was too weak to move, needing time to recover. Listening to the sounds from the kitchen, Sini's face lit up with a blissful smile. Her master never treated her like a slave. At that moment, she felt truly free. "This is so nice," Sini murmured to herself. Buzz. Her phone vibrated softly on the table, indicating a message. Curious, Sini checked the message, and her smile vanished. Her body trembled slightly with fear. "Tonight at midnight, Pale Mountain Park." The message was followed by a leaf symbol. It was from the Griffin family. Sini instinctively clenched her fists, biting her lip hard, her eyes filled with despair and sorrow. The Griffin family had found her. Pale Mountain Park was in Down City, not far from here. Sini felt she had no choice but to comply. Her whereabouts had been exposed. If she refused, she feared for John's safety. The kitchen door opened, and John walked out carrying a simple breakfast. Sini quickly regained her composure and deleted the message. Chapter 28, Griffin Family Assassins, Unveiling Strength. Chapter 28, Griffin Family Assassins, Unveiling Strength. Breakfast was simple, 2 servings of steak and 2 glasses of milk. Sini was delighted, this was a breakfast made by her master. She thoughtfully cut John's steak into pieces and secretly observed him, asking, "Master, are you going to enter the world of gods again tonight?" John nodded, not noticing anything unusual about Sini. "Yes, I should be." He had already reached level 29, just 1 level away from the 2nd tier advancement. John planned to complete the 2nd tier advancement task tonight. Sini moved closer to John, pleading, "Master, could you spend the day with me today?" She had a feeling that after tonight, she might have to leave John forever and return to that hell. She wanted to cherish every moment with him. John looked at Sini with a hint of confusion. The early stages of the game were crucial, but he didn't want to refuse Sini. He nodded and agreed, "Of course, let's go out and have some fun today." "You're the best, Master." Sini quickly kissed John's cheek, her face blushing as she buried her head in her food. She noticed John's reaction and felt scared. She wanted to satisfy him, but her body couldn't handle it. Tonight, no matter how painful it is, she would give John an unforgettable night. Sini silently made up her mind. Down City was a 3rd-tier city, not luxurious but usually bustling. However, due to the global phenomenon of the world of gods, the once bustling streets seemed quieter. John enjoyed the peace and tranquility. He and Sini went to the amusement park, tried all the rides, then went hiking, and even watched a nonsensical movie. After dinner, they returned home by dusk. "Master, I'm going to take a shower first." Sini, hugging a dolphin plushie as tall as she was, smiled as she bounced towards the bedroom. John had given her the plushie, and she loved it. Hearing the water running in the bathroom, John couldn't resist, took off his clothes, and joined Sini for a romantic shower. That night, Sini was especially eager to please, using all her skills to satisfy John. But she had overestimated herself. The continuous climaxes, the blissful sensation, stimulated every nerve, making her forget all her worries, as if she was floating on a warm, soft cloud. Eventually, her consciousness blurred, and she fell asleep in John's arms, her face showing a mix of happiness and slight pain. John looked at the beautiful woman in his arms, feeling content. Sini had changed a lot under his care, becoming more mature and alluring. John frowned, his eyes flashing with a cold, killing intent. He sensed someone approaching the villa. An ancient martial artist. It must be someone from the Griffin family. John sneered, not surprised. Sini was a pawn raised by the Griffin family to control the influential families in the secular world. They certainly wouldn't allow Sini to escape their control. It seems that Aaron's interference has played a significant role in this. John realized why Sini had been so eager tonight. The Griffin family must have already contacted her. The beautiful woman in his arms stirred, letting out a pained moan. John quickly closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. Sini opened her eyes, tears glistening as she gazed at John's handsome face with reluctance. "Master, I'm sorry," Sini whispered softly. "These days with you have been the happiest of my life, but I can never escape the Griffin family. Please, forget about me." John felt her cold lips on his, tears dropping onto his face, and then the emptiness in his arms. Sini changed into a tight black outfit, secured 2 daggers to her wrists, and finally picked up the dolphin plushie from the bed. She took one last, tearful look at John before quietly leaving the villa. In bed, John opened his eyes, anger flashing. Looks like this woman needs a lesson. In his past life, Sini had also disappeared without a word due to the Griffin family's threats. John was heartbroken, searching for her in vain. Fearing the worst due to the ruthless nature of ancient martial arts families, Sini was likely not spared. After destroying the Griffin family, he never found a trace of her. Determined not to let the past repeat, John got dressed and went downstairs. "Come out," John said coldly. The intruder hadn't left with Sini, suggesting he was here for John. "Impressive, you're quite alert," a figure emerged from the shadows. A thin, cold-faced middle-aged man who looked at John with a sneer. "A mere ordinary person daring to touch my Griffin family's trained slave, how audacious," the man said, a dagger appearing in his hand, his intent to kill obvious. John remained calm. "Get out. I don't want to dirty my villa." He walked outside. The man hesitated, momentarily intimidated by John's commanding presence. He sensed no martial aura from John, assuming him to be an ordinary person. "Humph, ignorant fool." Enraged, the man attacked from behind. Bang! John struck. One punch sent the man flying, blood spilling from his mouth. John's integrated attributes from the world of gods had given him strength on par with top tier ancient martial artists. The man, barely at second-tier strength, was no match. "You, cough." The man knelt, spitting blood mixed with shattered organs, his face pale. His insides were crushed, beyond saving even by a god. He couldn't understand how an ordinary person could possess such terrifying strength. Struggling with his last breath, he asked, Who are you?" "You've messed with someone the Griffin family can't afford to provoke," John said, snapping his fingers. A flicker of flame danced on his fingertips before flying onto the cold man's body. Whoosh! Flames engulfed the man instantly, burning him to ashes without a single scream. A gentle breeze scattered the ashes, leaving no trace. Without a second glance, John pursued in the direction Sini had gone. Sini had already arrived at Pale Mountain Park. At midnight, the park was silent and dark. The dim streetlights cast a faint glow, while distant sounds of stray cats and occasional scuffles echoed through the night. A scar-faced man sat on a bench under a streetlight, cradling an ancient sword. Smoke curled around him, and cigarette butts littered the ground. He looked into the shadows beyond the light, revealing yellow teeth in a sneer. "Gale, if there's one thing I can say about you, it's that you're punctual." From the darkness emerged a figure holding a large, adorable dolphin plushie. It was Sini. She wrinkled her nose at the acrid smell of smoke. Sini glared at the scar-faced man, her voice cold, "I am a free person now. You have no hold over me." "Free?" "Ha," the man glanced at the plushie she held, sneering as if he'd heard the most absurd joke. "You need to remember, you are nothing but a dog trained by the Griffin family. If you don't listen or can't bite, the only outcome is death." "Freedom?" "Humph, death is the only freedom you'll get." Sini bit her lip, her eyes filled with humiliation and anger. She placed the plushie gently on a clean bench, her hands sliding down to reveal 2 daggers. She was ready to fight for the elusive freedom she longed for. The scar-faced man noticed her movements and smirked, still full of disdain. "If you don't want that John to get hurt, you better behave." At the mention of John's name, Sini's body trembled. She abandoned the thought of resistance, her face filled with despair, and her voice devoid of any emotion. "Fine, I'll go with you." The man looked pleased, about to speak when he suddenly sensed something. "Who's there?" he shouted, drawing his sword as he turned. A handsome young man stood there. The scar-faced man broke into a cold sweat, realizing he hadn't noticed the young man approach at all. Chapter 29, A Dominating Strike and Incredible Luck. Chapter 29, A Dominating Strike and Incredible Luck. "Ma Master," Sini's eyes filled with tears as she saw John. She was both surprised and overjoyed but quickly said, "Master, you must leave, it's dangerous here." So, you're John? The scar-faced man was stunned upon hearing Sini call him that. You're still alive? Where's Rat? John smirked coldly, looking at the scar-faced man. You'll be joining him soon enough. The scar-faced man stubbed out his cigarette, his expression darkening as he gripped his sword, ready for combat. Stop! Sini immediately stepped in front of John, glaring at the scar-faced man. You promised not to harm my master. Foolish girl, the scar-faced man sneered as he swiftly moved towards John. He moving fast, leaving only a blur under the streetlight. His speed was astonishing, far surpassing the earlier cold man. John, however, remained calm, pulling Sini into his arms and whispering, "Leave this to me." Feeling John's strong, broad chest, Sini momentarily forgot to resist, an inexplicable sense of safety washing over her. Whoosh! A fireball formed in John's hand, hurtling towards the scar-faced man. What's this? The man was puzzled but didn't give it much thought. He swung his sword at the fireball. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the fireball detonated, the massive energy blast reducing the scar-faced man to ashes. Though the fireball was small, its power was akin to a grenade. Sini, nestled in John's embrace, was dumbfounded. She hadn't been affected by the fireball's blast, but the shock was immense. She looked up at John, stunned. Master, are you an ancient martial artist? Sini was unsure, having never seen an ancient martial artist wield such abilities. It seemed more like the power of a mage, similar to those in the world of gods. Could it be that her master's game abilities could be brought into the real world? Humph! John snorted angrily, glaring at her. This is the second time, Sini. The second time you've left without a word. Do it again, and I'll break your legs and lock you up. Sini smiled, feeling not fear but an unprecedented sense of security, being protected by someone. But what did John mean by the second time? Tilting her head, she asked, Master, have I abandoned you before? John didn't bother to explain, knowing it would be too complicated. Just remember what I said. Now, let's go home. Okay. Sini obediently didn't ask further, not forgetting the dolphin plushie on the bench. Fortunately, the explosion hadn't reached it. Master, carry me, Sini said as she ran to John, arms open, looking pitifully at him. She had intentionally tried to leave a deep impression on John tonight, going a bit wild, and she still hadn't fully recovered. John scolded her with a glare. You ran so far while feeling unwell. Get on. He crouched down, letting Sini climb onto his back. Sini was overjoyed and jumped onto John's back, wrapping her legs around his waist. The dolphin plush was nestled in front of him. John couldn't see any signs of discomfort in Sini. Fortunately, Sini was light. Holding her by her hips and feeling her soft chest against his back, he found it quite enjoyable. Master, our location has been exposed. Should we move? Sini asked, leaning close to John's ear. She knew the Griffin family's style. After suffering such a loss, they would never let it go easily. John remained silent, pondering their next move. With the attributes from the world of gods fused into his real-world self, he wasn't afraid of the Griffin family's retaliation, unless they sent a top-tier martial artist. But such powerful figures were highly respected and rarely moved. John wasn't worried about them. However, always being on the defensive wasn't his style. He wanted to take the initiative. John thought of another ancient martial arts family, the Blues family. Unlike other ancient martial arts families, the Blues family adhered to their ancestral teachings and remained secluded. They would only come out when humanity faced a catastrophe. In his previous life, the Blues family was the first and only family to be annihilated by the Dark Humans. They upheld their ancestral teachings and fought to the death against the Dark Humans and their beast armies. The Blues family's 7,000 elite warriors all perished, causing significant damage to the Dark Humans' vanguard at the cost of their lives. Enraged, the Dark Humans targeted the Blues family's non-combatants. The entire family, more than 30,000 people, refused to bow down to the Dark Humans, resulting in their complete massacre. "I'll find a way," John said, his voice heavy. This time, he was determined to protect the Blues family. Conveniently, he still had a life-sustaining pill, which could save the critically injured patriarch of the Blues family and help him establish contact with them. The Blues family and the Griffin family were arch-enemies. The Blues family patriarch's severe injury was the result of a calculated ambush by the Griffin family's head and several elders. Sini sensed John's preoccupation and didn't ask further. She quietly lay on his back. The Griffin family's failed operation meant they wouldn't act again for a while. Once they returned to the villa, they immediately connected to the world of gods. John needed to reach level 30 as soon as possible and find a way to contact the Blues family. Sini, after parting with John last time, had fortuitously received an S-level unique hidden quest to deliver a letter for an old man. In his previous life, John had never heard of such a quest, suggesting it was Sini's unique opportunity. Confident that Sini was not in danger, he didn't press for details and headed to the dark cave outside Jade City to level up. The dark cave was an underground maze with 4 levels, filled with undead monsters. The weakest among them were level 25 skeleton soldiers, making it perfect for John to level up. John entered the first level of the dark cave, teeming with skeleton soldiers. Several teams of players, all above level 20, were struggling to take down the skeleton soldiers together. John didn't compete with these players for monsters, he didn't care about these weak skeleton soldiers. He moved quickly, a blur, heading deeper into the cave. Even the level 25 skeleton soldiers couldn't react to his speed. An archer felt a breeze brush past his face, catching a glimpse of a figure flashing by. The archer paused his attack and turned to the warrior player in front of him, asking, "Captain, did you see that? It looked like someone just rushed in." "You're seeing things. This place is full of level 25 skeleton soldiers. Even the top players on the leaderboard wouldn't dare enter. No one's crazy enough to rush in like that," the captain responded absent-mindedly, focused on attacking the skeleton soldier in front of him. The archer stopped his attack, putting more pressure on the knight at the front. The knight, feeling the increased burden, yelled, "Hey! Stay focused. My health is dropping." "Ah!" With a scream, the knight turned into a flash of white light and disappeared. Soon, more screams followed. Without the knight tanking, the rest of the party was overwhelmed by the skeleton soldiers and quickly eliminated. The hard-earned levels they had gained were instantly lost, dropping them back to level 10. Angry shouts echoed from the Jade City revival point. Meanwhile, John had reached the entrance to the second level of the dark cave. Not wanting to be reckless, he cast rock armor, covering himself before entering the next area. Buzz! In a flash, John appeared in the second level of the cave. It was filled with level 30 skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. Defeating these monsters would not only help him level up and plunder attributes but also increase the level of his Wrath of the Gods talent. Boom! Boom! Nearby, the sounds of battle reached his ears. Players? John was surprised. He didn't expect anyone else to dare enter the second level of the cave. He moved toward the source of the noise. There he saw a cute priestess with a youthful face and a buxom figure, her appearance rivaling Sini's. This girl, however, was a bit violent, wielding a holy hammer and fighting off the surrounding skeleton warriors with determination. Despite her efforts, her attack power was too low, and she was in a dangerous situation. Could it really be this coincidental? John stared at the priestess, dumbfounded. She was Tracy, the daughter of the head of the Blues family, an ancient martial arts clan. John had been contemplating how to contact the Blues family, and here he was, encountering their eldest daughter. His luck was incredible. Help! Tracy noticed John and immediately sent a party invite. Player Stardust invites you to join the party. Do you accept? Accepted. John joined in the party and saw Tracy's information. Stardust, Spirit Priest, level 30. She had a hidden class, and her level was even more surprising. He quickly checked the leaderboard. Sure enough, he had dropped to 3rd place. The top spot was still held by Dark Angel at level 31. Hey, stop standing there and help out. Old man. Tracy yelled, having been hit by 2 arrows, her health dangerously low. She quickly cast a healing spell on herself, urging John to act. Chapter 30, Adorable Lolita, Clearing the Dark Cave. Chapter 30, Adorable Lolita, Clearing the Dark Cave. Old man? John was speechless. He touched his face, even though he had adjusted his appearance downwards. He didn't think he looked old enough to be called old man. Did he really look that old? Seeing Tracy about to be overwhelmed by the skeleton warriors, he finally took action. Casting Rain of Fire, he enveloped the surrounding skeleton monsters in a blazing inferno. Terrifying damage numbers flashed. The level 30 skeleton warriors and skeleton archers had just over 1,000 health points, and they were instantly annihilated. Killed level 30 skeleton warrior, gained 30 experience points. Plunder talent activated, strength +1. Messages kept popping up. Tracy watched in amazement, exclaiming, "So strong! So fast!" Strong referred to John's terrifying magic damage. Fast referred to her rapidly increasing experience points. Only then did Tracy take a closer look at John's information, exclaiming again, "You're Godslayer? Oh my god, how are your health and mana so high?" When players team up, they can see each other's basic information and status, which helps with coordination. "Just average," John replied casually, picking up 2 pieces of equipment from the ground. The level 30 monsters only dropped tier 2 equipment. Tracy was speechless. This guy was too humble. Then she noticed the equipment on the ground. "Hey, uncle, aren't normal monsters not supposed to drop equipment?" Tracy was sure that there hadn't been a boss among the monsters they just killed. John examined the 2 pieces of equipment. Both were of ordinary attributes. He casually tossed them into his storage ring and said, "Can't help it, being handsome means even heaven is kind to me." Tracy rolled her eyes. This guy was way too narcissistic. She scrutinized Godslayer. He gave off a cold and aloof vibe. His looks were passable, but he definitely wasn't what she'd call handsome. Tracy continued, "Old man, can you help me complete my class advancement task? I need to kill a level 30 elite boss." John glanced at the adorable Tracy and said, "Since you asked, it would be ungentlemanly of me to refuse." "You'll help me?" Tracy was overjoyed. With Godslayer's terrifying strength, she could definitely complete her advancement task easily with his help. John nodded but then changed his tone, saying, "But first, you need to answer a few questions. What's your name? Where do you live? Who else is in your family? What do you want?" Tracy's eyebrows furrowed. She stepped back, eyeing John warily. John smiled slightly. He had a feeling this girl wasn't too bright, so he continued to bluff, "Don't misunderstand. It's just that you remind me of someone I once knew. Her name was Louise, and she was as beautiful as you are when she was young." Hearing John's words, Tracy's eyes widened in surprise. "Uncle, do you know my mother?" Your mother? John looked at Tracy, pretending to be puzzled. Tracy nodded repeatedly, her face showing surprise and joy without a trace of wariness. Old man, my name is Tracy. You should have heard of me. Unfortunately, my mother passed away when I was very young, so I haven't heard about you from her. Tracy looked sorrowful. Deceiving such an innocent girl made John feel a bit guilty. Fortunately, he wasn't a creepy guy. In fact, he wasn't an old man at all. John looked at Tracy, pretending to suddenly remember. So you're Tracy. I didn't realize you've grown up so much. Tracy nodded eagerly, really taking John for an elder. Uncle, can you help me complete my task now? No problem, John agreed readily. Tracy's advancement task was to kill a level 30 or higher elite boss. The second floor of the dark cave certainly had such a boss. John continued to cast his skills, enveloping the cave in rain of fire, clearing out the skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. Killed level 30 skeleton archer, gained 30 experience points. Plunder talent activated, agility +1. Your level has increased to 30, spirit +4, strength +3, agility +2, free attribute points +8, skill points +2. Unlock second job advancement task. Wrath of the Gods Mage second advancement task, kill a level 30 or higher epic boss. Phantom Assassin second advancement task, kill a level 30 or higher epic boss. The notification flashed, and John finally reached level 30, unlocking his job advancement tasks. He needed to kill a level 30 or higher epic boss. Since both jobs had the same advancement task, he only needed to kill one epic boss to advance both. John continued to sweep through the surrounding skeleton warriors and skeleton archers, searching for the boss. Finally, after nearly wiping out all the monsters on the second floor, the boss appeared. It was a skeleton warrior and a skeleton archer, both level 30 elite bosses. Old man, be careful. Don't kill them outright, Tracy quickly reminded John. The job advancement task could be completed in a team, but the final blow had to be dealt by Tracy. With John's terrifying damage, she was really worried he might accidentally one-shot these boneheads. Got it, John replied. He cast a big fireball and wind blade slash in quick succession, instantly killing the skeleton archer. Killed level 30 elite boss skeleton archer, gained 120 experience points. Plunder talent activated, strength +2, skill points +1, attack speed +1. The notification flashed, and the plunder talent granted him 2 strength points, 1 skill point, and 1 hidden attribute, attack speed. Old man, slow down. Tracy exclaimed, heartbroken as she watched the skeleton archer get one-shot. She reminded John again. John continued to attack the skeleton warrior, this time keeping a close eye on its health to avoid accidentally killing it too soon. Soon, the skeleton warrior's health dropped to just over 100 points. John stopped attacking and cast rock armor on himself, standing in front of Tracy. Your turn, he said. Got it. Tracy nodded and quickly cast her priest attack skill, Holy Strike. A beam of light descended onto the skeleton warrior's head. The pitiful damage was almost too embarrassing to watch. Tracy looked at John, who was taking the hits without retaliating, and apologized. Sorry, old man, my damage is a bit low. Please bear with me. John frowned. A bit low? He thought. Watching Tracy's pitiful damage output, sometimes even in single digits, he resisted the urge to step in and finish the job himself. Finally, after 3 minutes, the boss's health was fully depleted, and it slowly fell. John could almost hear the skeleton warrior sigh in relief, its empty eye sockets reflecting a sense of release. It was finally free from the torment of this busty but brainless priest. Old man, I leveled up. Tracy was overjoyed. The accumulated experience from this short period, combined with completing her job advancement task, boosted her to level 31. She had a feeling that if she continued to follow John, she could surpass the person currently at the top of the leaderboard. Tracy looked at John, hopeful. "Old man, can you continue to help me level up?" "Let's go," John nodded, picking up the gear dropped by the two bosses, a pair of high dash quality bracers and a high-quality magic hat, both tier 2. Since Tracy didn't want them, he casually stored them in his storage ring and headed towards the entrance to the third level of the cave. The second level of the cave had been cleared of monsters, and they wouldn't respawn for a while. John's advancement task required him to hunt a level 30 or higher epic boss, so it seemed he would have to delve deeper into the cave to find one. Tracy followed closely behind John as they entered the third level of the cave. The monsters here were even stronger, all level 35 skeleton knights, skeleton assassins, and skeleton mages. Whoosh, whoosh. Magic surged towards them as soon as they entered, with dozens of spells flying their way. John stood in front of Tracy, about to cast rock armor when a holy light descended on him, forming a shield. Holy shield. It was Tracy's skill. Bang, bang. The spells hit the shield, causing ripples. The shield, unable to withstand the onslaught, shattered. Tracy pouted, disappointed. "Uncle, be careful. My shield is too weak to withstand attacks from level 35 monsters." John wasn't concerned. He cast rock armor and then rain of fire. Flames enveloped the area. The level 35 skeleton monsters still couldn't withstand his attacks and were instantly killed. The strongest skeleton knight had only about 2,000 health points, which couldn't withstand John's magic attacks, let alone the low health, low defense skeleton assassins and mages. "Wow, old man, you're really OP," Tracy exclaimed, watching her experience points soar rapidly while she stood idly by. John's face darkened. "Op? I'm clearly just strong," he thought. Killed level 35 skeleton mage, gained 43 experience points. Plunder talent activated, Spirit +1, Plunder talent activated, Constitution +1. The notifications kept flashing, and John's 4 main attributes kept increasing. Soon, they had swept through the third level of the cave, and 3 powerful skeleton bosses appeared. However, they were not epic bosses. Just level 35 rare bosses, a skeleton knight, a skeleton assassin, and a skeleton mage. Chapter 31, Rare Equipment, Undead Mage. Chapter 31, Rare Equipment, Undead Mage. The 3 skeletal monsters were massive and menacing. Tracy hid behind John, worriedly asking, "Old man, these guys look scary. Can we beat them?" John didn't answer. He simply raised his staff and cast rain of fire. 3 damage numbers flashed. John quickly understood the attributes of these 3 monsters. The skeleton knight had around 1,000 points of magic defense and 20,000 health. The skeleton mage had 2,000 points of spirit attribute and 12,000 health. The skeleton assassin had 2,000 points of strength, 500 points of agility, and 13,000 health. He could handle these 3 monsters. "Human, die!" The skeleton knight roared, gripping a long spear and charging towards John. Buzz! Earth elements coalesced, forming rock armor that enveloped John. But the skeleton assassin was quicker, flashing to John's side. Assassin skill, Deadly Strike. A cold light flickered, aiming directly at John's throat. Tracy instinctively cast Holy Shield. Crack! The thin shield shattered instantly. The skeleton assassin was right in front of John. Unfazed, John raised his staff and struck the skeleton assassin's wrist hard. Bang! A damage number floated up. the skeleton assassin's attack was forcibly interrupted. Crack! Immediately after, John cast Thunderstorm, triggering the skill combo. 2 bolts of lightning struck the skeleton assassin one after the other. The skeleton assassin's health dropped drastically, and it retreated in panic. Meanwhile, the skeleton knight's charge and the skeleton mage's large fireball came in succession. Bang bang! The rock armor shattered, and John took significant damage. Fortunately, after clearing the second and third layers of the dark cave, his constitution had significantly improved, barely allowing him to withstand the attacks of a level 30 rare boss. Stardust, heal me. John reminded Tracy, quickly creating distance and focusing on the skeleton mage and skeleton assassin. These two posed the greatest threat to him. Whoosh! John cast large fireballs and wind blade slash, targeting the skeleton assassin. Flames surged, and winds howled. The skeleton assassin was instantly killed. Killed level 35 rare boss skeleton assassin, gained 340 experience points. Plunder talent activated, strength plus 20, agility plus 10, physical critical hit plus 1. The notification flashed. John didn't have time to check the dropped equipment. The attacks from the skeleton mage and skeleton knight arrived simultaneously. He couldn't dodge and had to take the hits head-on. 2 damage numbers appeared, leaving John with just over 1,100 health. Luckily, a warm light enveloped him, and he was bathed in the healing light, recovering 400 health points. It was better than nothing. At this point, the skeleton knight's eye sockets flared with soulfire. It roared and charged at Tracy. Ah! Old man, help! Tracy panicked and started to run. You should be running towards me. John was exasperated. He couldn't understand how Tracy had even made it to the second level of the dark cave. His skills cooled down, and he cast them again. 2 large fireballs, 2 wind blades, and 2 bolts of lightning streaked towards the skeleton knight. John wasn't sure if it was his luck or Tracy's, but spell combo triggered 3 times in a row. Boom boom. The air resounded with explosions, and massive energy waves rippled through the area. The skeleton knight's 20,000 health points were instantly depleted. With a wail, it collapsed at Tracy's feet. Killed level 35 rare boss skeleton knight, gained 340 experience points. Plunder talent activated, constitution plus 30, luck plus 1. He got another point of luck. John was overjoyed, his luck attribute had now reached 9 points. Phew, that was scary. Tracy patted her chest in relief and angrily kicked the skeleton knight's corpse twice. Bang! Just then, John winced in pain. He was hit again by the skeleton mage, leaving him with only 500 health points. Old man, be careful! Tracy exclaimed, hurriedly casting a healing spell to restore his health. You've got no chance, John said with a cold smile. He focused entirely on dealing with the skeleton mage. With his high cooldown reduction, he alternated between several skills. The skeleton mage's casting was repeatedly interrupted by John. The mage, in utter despair and unable to fight back, eventually met its end with a grudge. Killed level 35 rare boss skeleton mage, gained 340 experience points. Plunder talent activated, spirit plus 20, skill points plus 10. The notifications flashed. John's spirit attribute increased by 20 points, and he gained 10 skill points. Old man, you're so strong. Tracy marveled again. She gathered the loot from the 3 rare bosses and handed everything to John. They acquired 30 skill stones, 10 equipment enhancement stones, and 3 gems. Additionally, they got 3 pieces of rare second-tier equipment. Crimson Dagger, rare, second tier, usable by assassin class. Base physical damage plus 50, strength plus 7, agility plus 5, morning dew robe, rare, second tier, usable by mage class. Physical defense plus 50, spirit plus 6, constitution plus 1. Jade staff, rare, second tier, usable by mage class. Base magical damage plus 50, healing effect plus 50, spirit plus 5. All of these powerful rare items. This one's for you, John said, noticing the attributes of the jade staff and tossing it to Tracy. Increasing healing effects made it a divine item for the priest class. Thank you, old man. Tracy gratefully accepted it and immediately swapped out her holy hammer. Old man, should we keep going? She excitedly swung her new staff, eager to test its power. John nodded, locating the entrance to the 4th level of the dark cave. He cast rock armor on himself before entering. Buzz. The two of them stepped into the 4th level of the cave one after the other. Contrary to their expectations, the place wasn't teeming with monsters. The area was wide open, with a high platform resembling an altar at the center. A figure lay atop it. Below the platform stood an old man, hunched over, wearing black robes. His face was gaunt. He was holding a staff as if casting a spell. John felt a sense of threat from the old man. Adventurers. The black-robed old man noticed them too. Panic flashed across his face as he coldly warned, "This place is not for you to tread. Leave if you value your lives." John ignored the warning, warily observing the old man. He readied his staff, prepared to attack at any moment. Tracy focused on the old man, excitement in her voice. "Old man, that guy is a level 60 tier dash 3 undead mage, an epic level boss. But he's in a weakened state and can't move. Let's take him out." Hearing Tracy's words, the black-robed old man visibly panicked. "So that's how it is," John said with a smile, realizing the old man's predicament. "Strike when the iron is hot." John immediately launched a massive fireball at the old man. Boom! The fireball exploded, but it only took away a single point of the old man's health. John's magical attack couldn't even penetrate his defense. The black-robed old man, initially tense, relaxed and burst into arrogant laughter. "Huh? You overestimate yourselves. With your puny strength, you think you can kill me? I'm giving you one last chance. Leave now, or face death." The old man's threat was cold-laced with desperation. These adventurers had made it this far, so they must have killed the bosses on the 3rd level. He was in the critical moment of reviving the undead lord and didn't want any more trouble. John, full of disdain, silently switched to his daggers and opened his attributes panel. He used the 30+ skill points he had just earned to upgrade the basic assassin skill, Death Whirlwind. The black-robed old man watched John's actions with confusion. Could it be that this guy wasn't a mage? Whoosh! At that moment, John moved, becoming a blur as he rapidly closed the distance to the old man. Taking advantage of the old man's momentary distraction, John activated Death Whirlwind. Buzz! The daggers hummed, flashing with cold light, and enveloped the old man, delivering 10 strikes in an instant. A series of damage numbers flashed. John's Death Whirlwind only inflicted around 350 points of damage. The old man's physical resistance was also 2,000 points. John's regular attacks couldn't break through his defense at all. He could only rely on assassin skills for damage. Fortunately, John possessed the Wrath of the Gods talent, providing a 40% cooldown reduction. He alternated between assassin skills, Assassinate, Pierce, Death Whirlwind, and Shadow Strike. Each attack could only inflict 200 to 300 points of damage. The old man had a health pool of 50,000 points, and this damage wasn't enough to threaten him. But since he was immobilized, John was confident he could wear him down to death. Cowardly adventurer! The old man roared in anger, but he kept his staff raised, unable to break his casting stance. "Come forth, my undead minions!" the old man chanted. With a wave of spatial energy, a swarm of skeleton monsters materialized. The LV-40 skeleton monsters. He was indeed an undead mage. Although he couldn't move, he could still perform basic summoning spells. Chapter 32, Squeezing the Last Bit of Value and Power Enhancement. Chapter 32, Squeezing the Last Bit of Value and Power Enhancement. Go, tear these adventurers apart, the black-robed necromancer coldly ordered. John was not afraid, but rather excited. There were over 1,000 skeleton monsters, none of which posed any threat to him. "Stardust, stay back," John warned Tracy. He switched back to his staff and cast Rain of Fire. The skeleton soldiers were scorched by the flames, their agonized wails echoing as they died en masse. Only the high-health, high-defense skeleton knights could barely withstand the Rain of Fire, but even they couldn't last long. Killed a level 40 skeleton warrior, gained 55 experience points. Plunder talent activated, strength +1. Notifications kept flashing. In just the cooldown time of 2 Rain of Fire spells, the skeleton monsters were wiped out. "Old man, I leveled up again. I'm first on the leaderboard." Tracy was thrilled, proudly showing off to John. She had reached level 33, surpassing Dark Angel and taking the top spot. John nodded, indifferent, then looked at the stunned black-robed old man, saying calmly, "Keep going." "What?" The old man was bewildered, looking at John in confusion. John threatened, "Keep summoning, or I'll kill you." "You!" The old man glared at John, trembling with anger. "Adventurer, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." He cast another summoning spell, this time calling forth 5,000 skeleton monsters. This human adventurer was strong, but he was confident that so many skeleton monsters would be enough to overwhelm him. But soon, he was in despair. John's damage was terrifying, and his skill cooldowns were shockingly fast. The skeleton monsters couldn't even get close before being mercilessly blasted away. Killed a level 40 skeleton mage, gained 55 experience points. Plunder talent activated, spirit +1, skill point +1. Successfully killed 10,000 tier 2 monsters, Wrath of the Gods talent upgraded to B level, gained 50% skill cooldown reduction. Next level upgrade condition, kill 100,000 tier 3 monsters to upgrade Wrath of the Gods talent to a level. The Wrath of the Gods talent had leveled up. John was pleasantly surprised. With the Wrath of the Gods talent now at B level, the 50% skill cooldown reduction significantly boosted his power. He could cast his skills even more frequently. The 5,000 skeleton monsters had no chance to fight back. They didn't even get close to him before being slaughtered. Hundreds of pieces of equipment were scattered on the ground. Tracy was excitedly helping John clean up the battlefield. John drank a mana recovery potion and looked at the stunned old man, raising his staff and saying, "What are you waiting for? Keep going." The black-robed old man's eye twitched. He felt like this human was toying with him. "Damn it, I want to see how strong you really are." He couldn't believe this human had no limits. Gritting his teeth, he summoned 10,000 skeleton monsters this time. This time, the human was sure to die. The black-robed necromancer silently prayed, feeling far less confident than before. Whoosh! The sound of magic echoed. The necromancer stared at John in amazement. Was it his imagination, or did this human's damage and skill casting speed keep increasing? The 10,000 skeletons lasted less than 15 minutes before they were once again slaughtered. Wow, old man, I leveled up again. This feels so awesome, like I'm riding a rocket, Tracy exclaimed, happily darting around the empty space, picking up and organizing the equipment. John ignored Tracy and looked at the pale necromancer, gesturing, keep going. Gulp. The necromancer swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of fear. He gritted his teeth and said, I have no mana left. As soon as he finished speaking, a radiant light enveloped him, rejuvenating his spirit. It was Tracy. The spirit priest's unique skill, Spirit Nourishment, could restore mana. Now you can continue, Tracy said with a smile, looking at the necromancer as if she were saying he didn't need to thank her. The necromancer suppressed his anger, realizing that these two adventurers were toying with him. He thought of a phrase. Squeezing the last bit of value. These two bastards could have killed him directly but were kindly restoring his mana, exploiting his remaining value. But the necromancer dared not refuse. He couldn't move right now, and if he didn't comply, this human would surely kill him. Just a little longer. The necromancer glanced at the high altar, gritting his teeth. It was the crucial moment in the resurrection ritual. Once the undead lord was revived, he vowed to torture these two humans, turning them into his undead servants, making their lives worse than death. Whoosh! The necromancer cast the summoning spell again. Another 10,000 skeletons appeared. John noticed the necromancer's actions. He knew that his compliance was a delay tactic. After killing these 10,000 skeletons, he would be ready to confront the necromancer head-on. He couldn't let the necromancer stall any longer. John resumed the slaughter. Soon, the 10,000 skeletons were again wiped out. John glanced at his attributes. In this short time, he had gained over 5,000 attribute points and 200 skill points. His current base attributes were Constitution, 1255, Strength, 3037, Spirit, 2901, Agility. John's strength had surpassed his spirit. With the physical damage talent bonus, his base physical damage reached 4555, far exceeding his magical damage. He now couldn't tell which was his primary profession anymore. Old man, should we continue? Tracy asked, her face full of expectation. She had reached level 35, surpassing the second-ranked Dark Angel by 3 levels. Tracy's rapid level up had caught the attention of many. But like John, she refused friend requests from strangers and remained unaware of the outside world's events. John said, this guy is already at the end of his rope, there's no need to torture him further. Alright, Tracy reluctantly agreed, looking at the necromancer with a face full of sympathy. It's too late for you to make a move against me now, human. The black-robed necromancer glared at John with a crazed look, finally unleashing his trump card. His tone was fervent as he declared, rise, undead lord. Buzz. A vast amount of magical energy surged, converging on the altar. John sensed an incredibly terrifying aura, one he had felt before from Dino. This undead lord must also be a 7th-rank powerhouse. He had to stop it. Without hesitation, John attacked, casting Thunderstorm. Humph, foolish adventurer, it's too late to act now. The necromancer's face was full of scorn and disdain. He didn't dodge John's attack. But in the next moment, his expression changed. John's target wasn't him but the corpse on the high platform. Adventurer, stop. The necromancer's face turned pale with shock, but it was too late to intervene. Boom, boom. The magical combo triggered, and 2 thunderstorms struck the corpse. Though they didn't harm the undead lord, they interrupted the necromancer's spellcasting. The powerful magical energy surged and rampaged, it creating a massive energy vortex within the cave. Ugh! The necromancer coughed up blood, his face ashen, and his demeanor weakened. Leaning on his withered staff, he managed to stay upright. Adventurer, I will tear you limb from limb. The necromancer roared with a twisted fury. Years of effort and dedication were ruined. Even killing these two adventurers wouldn't soothe his wrath. Buzz! A vast wave of magical energy gathered in front of the necromancer, forming a dark sphere. Advanced dark magic, annihilation. John's expression grew serious. Advanced magic required a 4th rank or higher awakened one to cast. Forcing it would burn through the caster's life force, causing significant damage. The necromancer had truly lost his mind. John remained vigilant, focusing on the necromancer's actions. Seizing the right moment, he cast a barrage of spells: Fireball, Wind Blade Slash, Thunderstorm, and Rain of Fire, even triggering spell combo twice. Boom, boom. The cave echoed with explosions, magic clashing violently. The necromancer's spellcasting was forcibly interrupted. He coughed up blood again, his health dropping steadily. Multiple damage numbers floated above him. The necromancer stared at John in disbelief. Impossible. This is impossible. He was in shock. Moments ago, this human adventurer couldn't even breach his magical defense. How could it be that now, in such a short time, the human was dealing over 1,000 points of damage? What's more, John can interrupt his spell. It's over. John smiled coldly, switching to his dagger. With a shadow strike, he closed the distance in an instant, launching his assassin skills. Chapter 33, Successful Advancement, Mastery of Deathland. Chapter 33, Successful Advancement, Mastery of Deathland. Buzz! Several cold flashes gleamed, and the black-robed elder let out a series of miserable screams. The black-robed elder was an undead mage, and his physical defense was inherently low. John's assassin skills dealt terrifying damage. His health plummeted instantly. He glared wide-eyed at John, full of resentment, before collapsing to the ground. You have slain a level 60 epic boss, undead sorcerer, and gained 1680 experience points. Plunder talent activated, spirit plus 50, skill points plus 10, spell crit plus 1. You have acquired the basic spell Dark Orb. You have completed the advancement quest, successfully advancing to Tier 2 Wrath of the Gods Mage and Tier 2 Phantom Assassin. Your level has increased, Spirit plus 4, Strength plus 3, Agility plus 2, Free Attribute Points plus 12, Skill Points plus 2. Your level has increased, Spirit plus 4, Strength plus 3, Agility plus 2, Free Attribute Points plus 12, Skill Points plus 2. The continuous notifications displayed John had plundered a substantial number of attribute points from the black-robed elder and had gained a dark-type basic spell, Dark Orb. He also successfully completed his second career advancement, raising his level directly to 35, just below Tracy, placing him second on the leaderboard. With his breakthrough to Tier 2, he gained an additional 12 base attributes with each level up. Along with the hidden class bonuses, his strength saw another significant boost. Old man, was your advancement quest to kill an epic boss? Tracy asked, astonished, noticing John's level increase. John nodded and looked at the items dropped by the undead sorcerer. There were 30 skill stones, 100 enhancement stones, 10 first-level magic stones, and a black diamond-shaped jade stone. No equipment had dropped. A talent upgrade stone. John exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the black diamond-shaped jade. Basic talent upgrade stone, increases the level of the talent. It can raise an A-level or lower talent by 1 level. John was thrilled. Talent upgrade stones were rare and precious, with only an extremely low chance of dropping from epic bosses and above. Even in the later stages of the game, they were highly sought after and scarce. The basic talent upgrade stone could elevate a talent below A level by 1 tier. John had 3 choices. His B-level Wrath of the Gods talent, B-level spell combo talent, or B-level physical damage talent. Since Wrath of the Gods talent could be leveled up by killing monsters, John decided not to waste the stone on it. He also disregarded the B-level physical damage talent. With his SSS-Level Plunder talent, which allowed him to plunder attributes, he didn't lack physical damage. Upgrading the B-level spell combo talent seemed the most beneficial. If he could acquire a magic damage talent later, his mage's damage would be explosive. Having made up his mind, John used the basic talent upgrade stone to enhance the spell combo talent. You have used the basic talent upgrade stone. Spell combo talent has been upgraded to A- level. Spell combo, A level talent, 60% chance to trigger a combo when casting spells. The A-level spell combo increased the trigger chance by 10%, further boosting John's power. Old man, add me as a friend. I want to level up with you in the future, Tracy approached, looking at John expectantly. Alright, John agreed, and they exchanged friend requests. Tracy was overjoyed. Meeting John, she had leveled up 5 times in less than half a day and had also acquired a fine staff. She yawned and, somewhat reluctantly, said, "Old man, it's getting late. I need to log off." Wait, John stopped her and took out the life-sustaining pill, saying, "I remember the old patriarch of your family is severely injured and nearly at the end of his life. This life-sustaining pill can heal his wounds and extend his life." Tracy instinctively took the life-sustaining pill, puzzled. "Old man, this is an in-game item." She had heard of some martial arts fanatics who isolated themselves for training and ended up losing their minds. Could playing games also make someone lose their mind? John explained, attributes from the world of gods can be reflected in the real world. Healing wounds here can naturally be reflected in reality. Though the world of gods hadn't fully merged with the real world, it had already started subtly improving players' physical qualities. Major forces on Earth, including the ancient martial arts families, had discovered this secret. However, the Blues family had remained secluded and was unaware of this development. It seemed Tracy was the only one with a game helmet, a gift from a family member who had gone down the mountain to procure supplies. Really? Tracy examined the life-sustaining pill in her hand, still skeptical. John continued, "Just try it. It won't do any harm to your grandfather." True, Tracy agreed, happily accepting the pill. "Whether it works or not, thank you, old man. I'm logging off now." As she prepared to log off right where she stood, John stopped her again, exasperated. "Can you be a bit more careful? This is the wild. And don't lose that life-sustaining pill, it's very important." He couldn't shake the feeling that this girl was a bit scatterbrained. Tracy stuck out her tongue and took out a return scroll. "Got it, old man. You're even more nagging than my dad." John was speechless. "Oh, by the way, old man, what's your name?" Tracy suddenly remembered she didn't know his name and asked curiously. "John," he replied, not hiding it. Once he saved the old Blues family patriarch, the lie about knowing Tracy's mother wouldn't matter much. "John," Tracy repeated, committing it to memory. "Old man, I'll remember that. Goodbye." With that, she crushed the return scroll and disappeared on the spot. John continued to sort through his spoils. Nearby, there was a pile of equipment, over 200 pieces, all tier 2. Among them were 7 pieces of fine equipment, with good attributes, though none were suitable for a mage or assassin. He stored them all away, knowing they could be sold for money or used to develop his own forces. In addition to this gear, the rare equipment dropped by the skeleton bosses on the 3rd level of the Dark Cave was suitable for him. The Morning Dew robe and the red practice dagger were both rare tier 2 items. John equipped the new items, which provided a slight boost to his attributes. Next, he approached the altar. On the altar lay a corpse of a young man, handsome and free of any signs of decay. This was the undead lord that the dark-robed man had mentioned. Curious, John stepped back and cast Windblade. Whoosh! The powerful wind blade struck the corpse but did no damage. A damage number appeared, but the corpse remained unaffected. John's attack couldn't break through the man's defense and only forced a reduction of 1 HP. It seemed the man's HP was depleted, but he was not entirely dead. John had a hunch that this body might still have some use. I need to find a way to take him, John thought. He tried storing the body in his inventory or storage ring, but to no avail. This confirmed his suspicion that the man was still alive, as living entities couldn't be stored in those spaces. He couldn't very well carry a corpse around everywhere. Then it struck him, Deathland. John recalled the hidden, unopened map at the Temple of the Night. The last time, he hadn't had the strength to refine the Deathland token. But now, having completed his second job advancement and significantly boosted his attributes, he wondered if he could do it. Taking out the Deathland token, he attempted to refine it again. This time, there was no prompt indicating failure. Whoosh! A light enveloped him, and his HP and MP began to drain. Startled, John realized that the token was absorbing his HP and MP to refine it. The rate of consumption was 10 points per second for both HP and MP. Without enough healing potions, he wasn't sure how much it would take to refine the token. To be safe, he messaged Sini, trading for 100 basic HP recovery potions and 100 basic MP recovery potions. Each basic potion restored 10 points per second for 10 seconds, perfectly offsetting the token's absorption rate. The potion's duration could stack, but the recovery amount could not. John carefully monitored his HP and MP, taking a potion whenever either dropped below half. You have refined the Deathland token. You now control Deathland. The token cannot be traded or dropped. Notification appeared. John calculated that only 10,000 HP and 10,000 MP were consumed for the process, meaning he could have succeeded without the potions. He studied the token and felt a deeper connection to Deathland. He could sense hundreds of powerful entities, all imprisoned by the Dark Elves, representing various major races. Chapter 34, Taming Beasts and Declaring War. Chapter 34, Taming Beasts and Declaring War. John couldn't help but marvel at the dominance the Dark Elves must have once held. Unfortunately, now they had been nearly exterminated by the Dark Humans. He shifted his gaze to the man's body on the altar. With a thought, the man's figure vanished, successfully stored within Deathland. It works! John exclaimed in delight. He had discovered a new, powerful ability. However, there was a caveat: the target must be unable to resist. If they fought back fiercely, it would be impossible to store them in Deathland. Ping. John received a private message. It's Richie. Richie, boss, I got set up. I lost the artifact. John frowned, his gaze turning icy. He noticed that Richie's level had dropped to 1, sending him back to the novice village. A first-tier player usually only dropped to level 10 upon death, avoiding demotion. But multiple deaths could send them back to the novice village. Godslayer, who did it? Richie, Gaia. That bastard set me up. I was heading to the Imperial City to see them establish their city, but I got ambushed. John sighed, realizing this was partly his oversight. The allure of the artifact was too strong. He had underestimated these players' desperation, still thinking with the mindset of his past life. Godslayer, level up first. In 2 days, we'll take revenge. In 2 days, Gaia would establish his city. Having colluded with the dark humans, the monster tide attacking would be under their control, just for show. Success was assured. But John planned to intervene. Buzz. With a flash of light, John activated the Deathland token and entered Deathland. The area was still shrouded in mist, with fierce winds howling. However, John no longer took damage. The body of the Dark Lord lay quietly nearby, emitting a faint aura but showing no other signs of activity. John took a deep breath and ventured deeper into the mist. Clang, clang. The sound of chains clashing echoed, accompanied by furious roars. John was stunned by the scene before him. Deep in the mist, chains bound hundreds of powerful beings. There were strong entities from various races and fearsome beasts, totaling over 700, mostly ranging from Tier 4 to Tier 6 in strength. Under 4-tier beings had likely been consumed by the eerie mist, leaving only bones behind. John's arrival drew their attention. Clang, clang. Chains rattled, and a formidable aura filled the air, causing the surrounding mist to churn and twist. Let me go. Despicable dark elves, once I'm free, I'll make you wish you were never born. Filthy dark elves, your existence taints the elven race. I curse you to live in darkness, tormented by its embrace forever. The creatures spat insults and curses, their voices filled with rage and contempt. Huh, you're not a dark elf? A massive, menacing blood-red demon wolf noticed John's difference and exclaimed. So it's a cute human. A seductive succubus with an alluring figure and charming looks winked at John and said seductively, Human, free me from here, and I promise to repay you well. Clang. The chains rattled as a snow-white, red-eyed demon ape nearly pressed its face against John's, speaking coldly, Human, release me, and you will earn the protection of the blood-eyed demon apes. Human, let me go, and I will kill 1 person for you, no, 100, even 1,000 if you wish. Little brother, save me. You don't want to see me trapped here forever, do you? Boy, release me at once, or I'll devour you whole. Various pleas, temptations, and threats echoed around him. John felt as if there were countless flies buzzing around his ears and roared, Everyone shut up. Several creatures frowned, glaring at John with malice. But given their current predicament, they suppressed their killing intent and pretended to cooperate. Satisfied, John nodded and took out the soul contract scroll. I can release you, but you must sign a soul contract with me. Laughter and curses erupted around him. Kid, are you joking? Humph, even dark elves couldn't make me submit, let alone a weak human like you. My patience is limited. Release me immediately, or I'll make you experience the torment of imprisonment. John ignored them. He only had 1 soul contract scroll and needed to bind the most powerful being to intimidate all the other creatures here. Blood-red demon wolf, succubus, blood-eyed demon ape. These creatures were all peak Tier 6 beings, but their strength was similar, unable to dominate each other. A Tier 7 being. John was drawn to a nearby giant tortoise that resembled a small mountain. This giant tortoise had reached Tier 7 and was not bound by chains. John grew cautious. His current strength was no match for a Tier 7 being, especially since the creatures imprisoned here by the Dark Elves were all at least elite bosses. The giant tortoise sensed John's gaze, extended its neck slightly, and raised its massive head, speaking calmly, Boy, I'm here voluntarily. Deathland cannot confine me, so don't even think about it. Humph, coward. The blood-red demon wolf sneered with disdain. Boom! The ground trembled as the giant tortoise stood up, its limbs like stone pillars, its massive body resembling a mountain. A terrifying aura spread as it looked down at the blood-red demon wolf, saying coldly, Just because I'm patient doesn't mean I have no temper. Insult me again, and I won't hesitate to crush you. The blood-red demon wolf was unfazed by the giant tortoise's threat. Aren't you? Gods descend, the dark humans invade, and ravage our world. Yet you, like a cowardly turtle, hide in your shell, clinging to life. Even those despicable dark elves knew to resist. The surrounding powerful beings looked at the giant tortoise with disdain. The giant tortoise's eyes flickered, its expression shifting repeatedly before it finally sighed. In resignation. Say what you will. I just want to live. With that, it lay back down, pulling its limbs and head into its shell, ignoring the outside. Insults. John was somewhat impressed by the blood-red demon wolf. However, he was uncertain about which creature to make a soul contract with to intimidate the others. He found himself in a dilemma. Master. A weak voice called out. It came from a black dragon, resembling a lizard with wings on its back. A Tier 3 beast? John was surprised. This black dragon was the only Tier 3 creature here. It likely at the peak of Tier 3, but it was on the verge of death. The black dragon spoke weakly, Master, I am willing to sign a soul contract with you. Please. Release me from here. Scornful and mocking glances were cast its way, but none of the others spoke up. John ignored the black dragon, putting away the contract scroll. Signing a soul contract with these creatures was impossible, he needed another plan. After some thought, he spoke, I'll give you one last chance. Agree to do 3 tasks for me. They won't be suicide missions, nor will they go against your racial ethics. Complete these 3 tasks, and you'll be free. Otherwise, you'll be trapped here forever, left to your fate. The creatures fell silent, staring at John. Finally, the succubus spoke up, All right, human. I believe you. I swear on the name of my succubus clan to do 3 tasks for you. I agree too. With someone leading the way, other powerful beings also agreed to John's terms, except for the giant tortoise. Very well. In 2 days, I will release you, John said with satisfaction. Then he turned to the black dragon. Become my pet, and I will take you out of here. The black dragon, on the verge of death, wouldn't last 2 more days. It agreed without hesitation. You have obtained the pet black dragon, Avis, currently ranked number 1 on the pet and Mount leaderboard. John checked the dragon's attributes. Avis, level 100, peak tier 3, epic dragon. The pet leaderboard updated, placing John at the top, surpassing Gaia's pet. Let's go. John released the chains binding Avis and, with a thought, left Deathland. 2 days later. Western Continent, Imperial City. This was a newly established city. Below the city walls, 100,000 players gathered. Leading them was a tall white man, holding a giant shield and mounted on a massive earth dragon. Guild Master of the Imperial Guild, Gaia. Gaia stroked the giant shield affectionately. This was the artifact he had taken from Richie. The Diamond Giant Shield. If only my mount, this Earth Dragon, were an epic flying dragon, he thought, recalling the recently crowned top-ranked pet on the leaderboard, the Black Dragon Avis. The owner of Avis was Godslayer, ranked 2nd on the level leaderboard with 2 items on the equipment leaderboard. His strength was undeniable. Unfortunately, this enigmatic figure refused all friend requests, making it impossible for Gaia to contact him. Rumor had it that Godslayer was on good terms with Richie. But after stealing Richie's artifact, they were now enemies. Asking Richie for help was out of the question. Once I establish my territory, I'll be the first to have a domain. Then, I'll slowly track down this Godslayer. Gaia's mind buzzed with plans as he waited for the monster tide, ready to make his mark. Announcement: Player Gaia is establishing Imperial City and will face a monster tide attack. Defend for 12 hours to succeed. 3 consecutive system announcements echoed throughout the world of gods, it making Gaia and his Imperial City the center of attention. Players gathered around Imperial City, eager to witness the event. Gaia, filled with pride, wore a faint smile. He had already struck a deal with the Lord of a Level Dash 3 City, ensuring that the monster tide wouldn't be too strong. Roar! Roars echoed, and the ground trembled as the monster tide appeared. They were level 5 monsters typical of novice villages. The Imperial Guild members were all level 20 and above, making these monsters no match for them. Standing atop his Earth Dragon, Gaia brandished his spear, exuding confidence. Brothers, today's battle will go down in history. We will witness the rise of the Imperial Guild together. Charge with me. Kill! Kill! The 100,000 guild members roared in unison, their war cries shaking the heavens. The surrounding players felt chills down their spines. Gaia led the charge, and the weak monster tide army was quickly decimated, crushed like dry leaves. In the forest behind the monster tide, a massive black dragon lay in wait, exuding a terrifying aura. Nearby beasts kept their distance, not daring to approach. John and Richie sat atop a large tree, watching the battle unfold below. Richie frowned in disappointment. Boss, this monster tide is too weak. I could handle it myself. Besides, even with the black dragon, we can't take on the Imperial Guild's 100,000 elite members. Be patient, John replied, not paying much attention to the battle below. He leaned against the tree, waiting for the right moment. He planned to strike just as the monster tide ended, making Gaia experience the fall from heaven to hell. The monster tide continued, with the strongest enemies being level 15 kobolds. Soon, the 12 hours were almost up, and the defense was about to succeed. John decided it was time to act. He turned to the anxious Richie and said, "Declare war." Boss, it's just the two of us. Richie's words trailed off as he felt an overwhelming presence. A spatial rift appeared, and powerful, menacing creatures began to emerge. The skies darkened, and the earth trembled. Chapter 35, City Massacre, The Fall of the Imperial Guild. Chapter 35, City Massacre, The Fall of the Imperial Guild. Richie, trembling uncontrollably, hid behind John, fearfully eyeing the monstrous beasts. These creatures were immense, like armored giants, blood-red demonic wolves with terrifying visages, enchantresses of unparalleled beauty with bewitching charm, fanged and winged tigers enveloped in flames. Even the powerful black dragon on the ground seemed like a mere toy in their presence. "Handsome, what do you need us to do?" the succubus asked John, batting her eyelashes seductively. Unmoved, John pointed towards the city ahead and casually uttered, "Massacre." The creature's eyes lit up at John's command. They had been imprisoned for far too long and craved blood to awaken their savage instincts. "What are you waiting for? Declare war." John urged Richie, who was still quaking with fear. Swallowing hard, Richie glanced at the countless monstrous beings and then at John. It took him a while to process the situation, and he hesitantly asked, "Boss, did you summon all these creatures?" John impatiently nodded, snapping, "Look at you, all scared and useless." Instead of feeling offended, Richie was thrilled. With these terrifying beasts at their disposal, conquering Imperial City would be a piece of cake, even if it were a level 4 city. To declare war on a level 1 city, Richie had to pay 100 gold coins. It nearly all he had. Without hesitation, he made the payment. Announcement: Player Richie has declared war on Imperial City. The announcement echoed through the world of gods 3 times, it causing a frenzy in the chat channels. Richie, however, paid no mind to the chatter, his eyes fixed on the fearsome beasts before him. His gaze landed on the blood-red wolf, and he exclaimed, "Boss, this red wolf looks so cool." "You've got good taste, kid," the blood-red wolf responded, speaking human words, startling Richie. Examining the wolf closely, Richie's excitement grew, and he asked, "Brother Blood Wolf, may I ride you?" John's eyes narrowed in caution, focusing on the blood-red wolf. The agreement he had with these beasts was tenuous at best, not true subjugation. Riding a powerful beast was a grave insult, and John feared the wolf might lash out and kill Richie. The blood-red wolf, however, scrutinized Richie and then nodded, "Kid, I like you. Just this once. Get on." "Thank you." Richie was overjoyed, climbing onto the wolf's back amidst the astonished gazes of the other beasts. "Boss, let's go," Richie urged, patting the wolf's fur. "Brother Blood Wolf, let's go." Howling. The blood-red wolf leaped forward with incredible agility, a crimson blur charging ahead. The other beasts followed suit. John, curious about the wolf's behavior, mounted the black dragon, Evis. With a gust of wind, they soared into the sky, heading straight for Imperial City. At Imperial City, Gaia had just fended off the last wave of the monster tide when he heard the system announcement. "Richie, you really dare to come?" he scoffed disdainfully. Gaia knew that Richie wouldn't let things slide and was likely to cause trouble today, so he had made comprehensive preparations. Hidden within the city was a squad of third-tier guards, elite forces from the third-level city, Lingyu City, specifically prepared for Richie. However, he was confident that the elite members of the Imperial Guild were more than capable of handling Richie, making the reinforcements unnecessary. Crash! Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, trees toppled in the forest, and an overwhelming pressure filled the air. It felt like hundreds of terrifying beasts were charging toward them. The gathered guild players in front of the city started to panic, a deep-seated fear welling up inside them, knowing they couldn't possibly withstand this threat. Whoosh! The wind howled and the ground shook. Hundreds of colossal, fearsome monsters emerged from the air and the forest. Cries of alarm filled the crowd. What the hell is that?" "Bosses. They're all bosses, and we can't see their information. They must be at least tier 4. This damn system is screwing us. How do we fight that?" "Mom, I want to go home." The crowd was in chaos, with many players logging off on the spot. "Damn it! Nobody retreat. We're almost done defending the city, hold the line." Gaia roared in fury, kicking at his ground dragon. But the once proud and aloof ground dragon now cowered like a frightened puppy, trembling in fear. Realizing these beasts were unstoppable, Gaia quickly sent a distress signal to the elite soldiers hidden within the city. But there was no response. Those soldiers had already fled at the first sign of the monstrous beasts. "Gaia, didn't expect karma to hit you so fast, huh?" A loud shout rang out as Richie, riding the blood-red wolf, charged directly at Gaia. "Richie!" Gaia spotted him, then his eyes were drawn to the massive, fearsome blood-red wolf beneath Richie, filled with envy and jealousy. He couldn't understand why Richie always had the best things. Gaia's face turned grim, and he tried to appease Richie. "Richie, I'll return the Diamond Giant shield and compensate for your losses. Can we call it even?" Richie scoffed. "Regret now? Too late. Richie, don't push it. You know the power behind me. If you dare destroy my Imperial City, it will be a fight to the death." Gaia threatened, invoking his family's influence. We've been at odds for a while now," Richie replied dismissively. He patted the blood-red wolf beneath him. "Brother Blood Wolf, please, tear him apart." Richie had just reached level 12 and was no match for Gaia. "No problem," the blood-red wolf responded, becoming a crimson blur that instantly appeared before Gaia. Slash. With a sickening crunch, the earth dragon's head was bitten off, killed instantly. Dragon! Gaia cried out, eyes wide with shock. Pets couldn't be resurrected like players. He barely had time to mourn before he felt a searing pain in his chest, his body being torn in two directions. He realized, too late, that the blood-red wolf had ripped him in half. His vision faded to white as his consciousness slipped away, and he vanished in a burst of light. One-shot kill. Brother Blood Wolf, you're so brutal, but I love it. Richie exclaimed, his blood boiling with excitement. He commanded the blood-red wolf to charge straight into the Imperial Guild's players. Despite the 10,000 elite players of the Imperial Guild, they stood no chance against the monstrous beasts. They were mercilessly slaughtered, turning into flashes of white light and reviving back in the city. They thought the battle was over once they respawned, but their nightmare was just beginning. John, riding on Avis, flew directly above the city's respawn point. Watching the constant stream of players reappearing, he unleashed a rain of fire without hesitation. The freshly revived players, still in a state of shock and panic, were instantly killed again. Gaia, who had just revived, was also mercilessly killed. Receiving the system notification, he glared furiously up at John. Godslayer, we have no grudge against each other. Why attack me? John responded with a cold laugh, raising his hand to unleash another rain of fire, killing Gaia once more. Now we have a grudge, don't we? Ah! You bastard, I'll kill you. Gaia cursed, on the verge of madness. This Godslayer was guarding the respawn point, killing them the moment they revived, putting them back in combat status. This meant they couldn't teleport or log off. If this continued, Gaia feared he would soon drop to level 1 and be sent back to the beginners village, just like Richie. Whoosh! Another rain of fire descended, silencing the cursing players who had just revived, turning them into white light once again. Many players didn't reappear at the respawn point, indicating they had dropped to level 1 and were now respawning in the beginner's village. John watched the respawn point filled with players, leisurely casting rain of fire whenever the cooldown ended. Unfortunately, killing players didn't plunder any attributes like killing monsters did. The entire city was filled with flashes of white light, accompanied by screams and curses. In less than half an hour, the city had turned into ruins, with all players gathering at the respawn point, their numbers dwindling. Many players, having died too many times, dropped to level 1 and returned to the beginners village. Boss, isn't this a bit too cruel? Richie, having finished his own battle, arrived at the scene, feeling a pang of guilt at the sight. Cruel? John scoffed. If it weren't for the fact that players above level 1 couldn't enter the beginner's village, he would have gone there to slaughter them even more. He fixed Richie with a serious look. Remember, showing mercy to your enemies is the greatest cruelty to yourself. Richie nodded. He and Gaia were already at odds, so he might as well see it through to the end. John continued to guard the respawn point, slaughtering for another half hour until no more players revived. Only then did he relent. Equipment was scattered all around the respawn point, and Richie's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly picked up the loot. Initially, spending 100 gold coins to wage war against Imperial City had made him feel a bit of pain, but now he had completely recouped his investment. Now, for the second task, John said, turning to the assembled beasts behind him. Guard the surrounding beginner villages. If any level 10 players appear, send them right back. The time frame is 1 month. He had given it some thought and settled on a 1-month period. Missing a month of development time, he didn't believe Gaia would be able to recover. No problem, the colossal beasts agreed, nodding. The blood-red wolf looked at John and asked, "And what about the third task, human?" John considered for a moment before replying, "The third task is to kill as many dark humans as possible. It's also for your own sake." "Understood. Take care, human. We hope to meet again someday." The beasts bid farewell and dispersed. Chapter 36, Blue's Family's Gratitude and a Pleasant Dinner. Chapter 36, Blue's Family's Gratitude and a Pleasant Dinner. Richie looked reluctant. "Boss, just letting them go like that? Those beasts are incredibly powerful and could help us in many ways." "You think I don't want that?" John replied, feeling equally frustrated. These formidable beasts were not easy to subdue. If they were, they wouldn't have been imprisoned by the Dark Elves in Deathland for so long. "Destroy the altar, and then we'll head back," John said, locating the altar of Imperial City and promptly destroying it. The altar was the core of any city. Only by destroying it could the city be permanently erased. Announcement: Player Godslayer has destroyed the altar of Imperial City. Imperial City has vanished. 3 consecutive system announcements echoed, catching the attention of countless players. The world chat channel buzzed with discussions. Imperial City has actually fallen? I remember Imperial City was backed by the Mike White family. Who has the guts to do this? Godslayer? The most mysterious player on the leaderboard? It seems like the war was initiated by Richie. It looks like Godslayer and Richie are in cahoots. Both have military backgrounds. I want to know how many people Richie mobilized. It only took an hour to wipe out the Imperial Guild. It must have been a sneak attack. Building a city requires defending against 12 hours of monster attacks. Imperial Guild members must have been severely wounded. Not really. I was there watching. The monster tide was weak. Imperial Guild hardly suffered any losses. And it seemed that only Godslayer and Richie were responsible for the destruction. 2 people? Are you joking? The Imperial Guild claimed to have 10,000 elite members. Even if they were 10,000 pigs, it would take more than an hour to kill them all. I was there too. It was indeed just the 2 of them. But there were also hundreds of bosses, with the weakest being 4-star elite bosses. Bosses? So the monster tide destroyed Imperial City? No, the bosses appeared after the monster tide attack ended. It seemed like they were under the command of Godslayer and Richie. Yeah, right. The more you talk, the less believable it is. I definitely don't believe it. The world chat channel buzzed with speculation about how Imperial City was destroyed. Those who witnessed it tried to explain, but no one believed them. At this moment, John and Richie had already returned to Jade City. "Boss, what's the plan now?" Richie asked, organizing his gear and happily reclaiming his diamond giant shield. John said, "You should quickly establish your own faction. I'll be hunting for a 3-star rare boss in the next few days. If it drops a city building order, we'll immediately establish a city. The first guild to establish a city would receive hidden rewards, something John couldn't afford to miss." "All right." Richie agreed, eyes lighting up. He had successfully become the Legion commander of the Flame Legion, though Kevin was made vice commander. Over the past few days, Richie had been investigating Kevin and had uncovered some issues. However, the Imperial City incident had delayed his actions against Kevin. "Boss, I'll get to work," Richie said, bidding farewell as he turned to leave. With nothing pressing to do, John didn't rush into hunting for the city building order. He checked his friends list and saw that Sini was offline. For the past few days, Sini had been constantly online, trying to complete a hidden quest that she hadn't allowed John to help with. Beep. His private chat notification sounded. Tracy's avatar was flashing. Stardust, old man, where are you? Seeing Tracy's message, John remembered that it had been 3 days since he gave her the life-sustaining pill. There should be some news by now. Godslayer, in Jade City. How's the old master's condition? Stardust, old man, wait for me at the teleportation point. I'll be there soon. Tracy didn't provide an update on her grandfather's condition. But John guessed that he had recovered and was no longer in danger. He closed the chat and headed to the teleportation point. Many players had reached level 10 or higher, making Jade City bustling with activity. The teleportation point was crowded with people. Old man! Tracy called out, waving her hand with a big smile as she ran over to John. Just as John was about to speak, Tracy's smile vanished. She stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at him angrily. Tracy, old man, that's not fair. You attacked his city and didn't even invite me. John was speechless. This girl had a flair for drama. Next time, I'll definitely call you next time, John said, changing the subject. By the way, how is your grandfather's condition? A smile returned to Tracy's face, and she said joyfully, he's much better now. The remaining injuries will heal over time, and he's out of danger. My grandfather wanted to thank you in person, but the old man is so bad at this game that he's still stuck in the beginner's village. John was stunned. How could she say such rebellious things? He smiled awkwardly. It was nothing, really. Tracy grabbed John's arm and asked, Old man, where do you live? My grandfather and my dad want to thank you in person. In person? John was taken aback. Tracy's grandfather, Chris, was the old master of the Blues family, and her father, Peter, was the current head of the family. Both were highly respected figures in the ancient martial arts world. John didn't dare let these two visit him personally to express their gratitude. Thinking quickly, he said, no need for thanks. Actually, I have a bit of a problem and could use your family's help. Old man, just tell me. Tracy patted her chest with a bold expression, as if she was ready to do anything for John. John said, I've offended the Griffin family, and they've been hunting me down recently, Griffin family. Tracy interrupted, full of righteous indignation. Don't worry, old man. I'll tell my dad right now, and we'll destroy the Griffin family to avenge you. She was about to log off. Wait. John quickly stopped her, feeling exasperated. It wasn't that he underestimated the Blues family, but the Blues family was definitely not a match for the Griffin family right now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been schemed against, leaving the old master gravely injured. John explained, I'm not asking you to take revenge for me. I just want to stay with your family for a while to lay low. Oh, I see, Tracy's eyes lit up. This way, she could see John every day. She agreed without hesitation, no problem, old man. The Blues family is always open to you. Don't you need to discuss this with your father? John felt this little girl was unreliable. Come on, this is a small matter. Just come over as soon as you can. I'll send you my phone number and address. Call me beforehand. Tracy said hastily and logged off. John sighed, looking at the phone number and address Tracy sent him. He had saved the Blues family's old master, so staying with them for a while shouldn't be a problem. Beep. Another private message came in. Sini was online. Gale, Master, dinner is ready. Godslayer, okay, logging off now. John closed the chat and logged off from where he was. In the real world, John opened the game pod and stretched his stiff body. He hadn't logged off for nearly 4 days. However, he could clearly feel a significant improvement in his physical strength. After a quick shower, John went to the living room. Sini was busy with dinner preparations. When she saw John, she smiled and said, "Master, it'll be ready soon." John's eyes brightened. Sini was wearing a floral dress, with a light blue ribbon cinching her waist, highlighting her perfect figure. Her long, smooth hair cascaded over her shoulders, clearly indicating she had taken extra care with her appearance. This girl was definitely up to something. John felt a surge of heat within him. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Sini from behind. Sini let out a surprised gasp, her body trembling slightly. "Master, stop playing around. The food is almost ready." "How can food be more tempting than you?" John said with a mischievous smile. He picked Sini up and carried her towards the bedroom. "What the?" Sini's heart raced, her cheeks flushed as she clung tightly to John's chest, unable to resist. The bedroom door closed, and although the room had good soundproofing, Sini's voice could still be heard. Her moans grew louder, eventually turning into pleas for mercy. After 2 hours, Sini lay sprawled on the bed, her body trembling uncontrollably. The sheets and pillows were soaked. John kissed her forehead gently and said softly, "Don't get out of bed. I'll bring dinner in." "Master, wait," Sini pulled John back. Struggling to sit up, she glanced at John's still erect member and, without hesitation, took it into her mouth. John let out a groan of pleasure, his breathing becoming heavier. Sini tilted her head slightly, seeing John's expression of pleasure, and worked even harder. She felt John's sighs stretching her throat and entering her esophagus. It was painful yet oddly satisfying. Her body began to react again. Sini wrapped her arms tightly around John's waist, her body trembling as she briefly released him. Looking up at John with glazed eyes, she begged, "Master, please, come in my mouth. I want it." She took him deeply again, moving faster, pushing him into her throat. John's sensations intensified. Seeing Sini's obedient and lovely appearance reignited his desire to conquer. After another 10 minutes, John reached his limit. His body shuddered as waves of heat surged. Fourth. Glurp. Sini swallowed continuously, her arms clinging tightly to John, her legs curling up as a wetness spread beneath her. She climaxed alongside him. Sini released him, letting out a satisfied moan before collapsing onto the bed, feeling utterly drained. John's member remained erect. Sini swallowed, gazing at John with longing eyes. "Master, do you even have a limit?" John was curious too. Staring at Sini's perfect body, he said, "I wonder the same. How about you make a sacrifice?" Sini shook her head in fear, tightening her legs. "Master, maybe I have an idea. My hidden task involves the elf race. I met a beautiful elf who once had a relationship with a human player. If what we can do in the game can be done in reality, do you think I can last until you surrender?" Chapter 37, Sini's Attribute Fusion, Visiting the Blues Family. Chapter 37, Sini's Attribute Fusion, Visiting the Blues Family. Hearing Sini's words, John was taken aback. A player who had a relationship with an elf. Could it be him? Sini didn't notice the change in John's expression and continued, "That elf is a real beauty. Even I feel a bit inferior. If it weren't for her giving her first time to someone else, I would have directly tied her up and thrown her on your bed, Master." John was speechless and decided not to tell Sini about his relationship with the elven saintess for now. He said, "Can you get out of bed? It's time to eat." Sini swallowed, looking at John with captivating eyes, hinting, "I'm already full." John, seeing Sini's enticing expression, felt his desire ignite once again and asked, "Can you still handle it?" Sini's eyes widened in terror. Master, no more. If you just want to enjoy one last night of pleasure, then go ahead. She lay on the bed, closed her eyes, and looked like she was about to face death bravely. John couldn't help but laugh. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You rest well, and I'll bring dinner in. Wait, Master. I have something good to show you. Sini stopped John, looking mysterious as she mimicked John's gesture, snapping her fingers. Buzz. A strange energy fluctuation occurred, and Sini's figure gradually disappeared. Huh? John was surprised, looking at the sunken bed. He realized that she hadn't disappeared but had turned invisible. The shadow assassin's primary skill, concealment. John asked in surprise, Sini, have you brought your in-game abilities into reality too? Sini reappeared, looking at John with pride. I feel like it has something to do with you, Master. Every time we have sex, especially when I swallow, this feeling becomes particularly strong. With me? John frowned, wondering if it was due to his attribute fusion. No, he had only recently fused his attributes. It must be another force, the reincarnation power that gave him rebirth. John had a feeling that even without using the attribute fusion stone, his in-game abilities would gradually integrate into reality before the full merger of the world of gods. Sini looked at John, even more captivated by him. John not only brought her immense pleasure but also helped her improve her strength. After a while, Sini's body finally recovered a bit. With John's mischievous assistance, she dressed and joined him for dinner. John, thinking of serious matters, said, Sini, tomorrow, pack up. We're moving out of here. Okay, Master. Where are we moving to? Sini asked as she placed a piece of meat on John's plate. She had no particular requirements for their place to stay, as long as she could be with John, she was content. John replied, the Blues family, an ancient martial arts family. The Blues family? Sini half raised her chopsticks, looking at John in surprise. Master, you know someone from the Blues family? The Blues family was a huge and powerful clan in the world of ancient martial arts, with strength comparable to the Griffin family. To Sini, they were also a colossal entity. Yeah, I saved the old head of the Blues family. They should be willing to shelter us, John explained briefly. He wasn't entirely sure if the unreliable Tracy would be able to arrange everything properly. After dinner, John and Sini didn't enter the world of gods. Instead, they cuddled on the couch, watching television. A news report caught John's attention. The Mike White family had issued a bounty on him and Richie, offering a reward of $1 billion. The Glenn family also made a public statement, declaring that if anything happened to Godslayer or Richie, it would be considered a declaration of war against the Dragon Nation. They wouldn't hesitate to launch military action against the Mike White family. John was indifferent to the Mike White family's bounty. His strength had increased again, and the assassins trained by the Mike White family were no threat to him. Sini, however, was worried. Master, what did you do to make the Mike White family place such a high bounty on you? At the time when John and Richie attacked the Imperial City, Sini wasn't online and didn't know about the incident. John replied casually, nothing much, just destroyed a faction in the world of gods that the Mike White family had been nurturing. Sini leaned against John's shoulder without asking more. They were moving to the Blues family the next day, and with their protection, the Mike White family, despite its power, wouldn't dare to provoke an ancient martial arts family easily. John and Sini spent the rest of the evening in each other's arms and fell asleep together. The next morning, Sini got up early and packed their belongings. John had just moved into the villa recently, so apart from some daily necessities and clothes, the only cumbersome items to transport were the 2 game pods. The Blues family's residence was in Cloud Mountain, a restricted area where couriers couldn't deliver. With no other choice, John called for a special transport service. He then phoned Tracy to inform her that they would likely arrive in the afternoon. In the car, the driver glanced at the destination and made some idle conversation. Are you two going on a honeymoon? Just so you know, Cloud Mountain isn't the best place to visit. There have been frequent strange occurrences there, the driver remarked, noticing that John and Sini were young and assuming they were a newlywed couple on their honeymoon. It's okay, we have friends there, John replied, knowing that the strange occurrences at Cloud Mountain were all caused by the Blues family. That area was the Blues family's restricted zone, and outsiders were not allowed to approach. The driver was silent for a while before looking at John again. He spoke, it's easy to go there, but getting a ride back might not be as simple. I'll give you my card. If you can't find a ride back, you can call me, though the price might be higher. No problem, John agreed with a nod. The vehicle sped along and reached the vicinity of Cloud Mountain by the afternoon. At the foot of the mountain, 4 people were waiting, an elderly man, a middle-aged man, and a young man and woman. Leading the group was the elderly man, standing with his hands behind his back and looking vigorous. It was Chris, the former head of the Blues family. Next to him was the middle-aged man with clear features and a resolute expression, the current head of the Blues family, Peter. The other 2 were Tracy and her brother, Armstrong. Armstrong, in his early 20s, yawned and looked impatient. Grandpa, Dad, who are we waiting for? Why did we have to come down to the foot of the mountain so early? Peter glared at him sternly and said, don't ask questions you shouldn't. Yes, Armstrong replied, obediently standing still and waiting. At that moment, a car stopped at the foot of the mountain, and a young couple got out, carrying some luggage. Tracy, is that them? Chris asked, noticing the newcomers. Tracy stepped forward, curiously examining the pair, and then shook her head in disappointment. However, she did note that they were quite attractive. The woman exuded elegance and grace, her beauty was so stunning that even Tracy couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. What surprised her the most was the man's appearance. She had never seen someone so handsome. If only the old man looked like this. Tracy blushed at the thought and quickly dismissed it, reminding herself that the old man was her elder. Seeing that these 2 were not the people they were waiting for, Armstrong stepped forward impatiently and said, hey, this is private property. It's not open to the public. Leave immediately. John raised his head and glanced at the 4 people, finally fixing his gaze on Tracy. He said, I'm looking for her. Me? Tracy pointed at herself, looking adorably confused. She was certain she didn't know these 2 people. John sighed inwardly, this little girl really wasn't very bright. He reminded her, Godslayer. Godslayer? Tracy exclaimed in surprise and confusion, stepping closer to scrutinize John. There was indeed a resemblance in his features. She finally understood, exclaiming, old man, did you turn young again? John was left speechless. Old man? Sini looked at John, then at Tracy, wondering if the girl's vision was off. John was only a few years older than her. How could he be this girl's old man? Sure enough, big breasts and no brain. Sini noticed Tracy's large chest. She had felt a bit envious earlier, but now she felt more balanced. Meanwhile, Chris couldn't watch any longer. He had naturally guessed that John had downplayed his appearance. He stepped forward and said, I didn't expect Mr. John to be so young. Truly exceptional talent. John guessed the elder's identity, bowed respectfully, and said, Elder, you praise me too much. How dare I let you welcome me while you are still recovering from your injuries? Ha, saving my life is a great favor. This is nothing, Chris laughed heartily, growing increasingly fond of John with each word. Handsome, humble, and courteous. Please, come up the mountain, Chris gestured, then looked at Armstrong, saying, "Armstrong, carry our benefactor's luggage up." "All right," Armstrong replied, glancing reluctantly at the two large game pods. Chris led John and Sini up the mountain. Peter trailed behind, scrutinizing John and Sini with a wary gaze. He hadn't heard of any John Guy among the ancient martial arts families. He had assumed they belonged to a deeply hidden, single-lineage sect. But now it seemed otherwise. The young man had no discernible martial skills, and the woman beside him, though having some martial aura, was quite weak. What irked him more was that this young man had deceived his daughter, claiming to know Tracy's mother. This young man was in his early 20s, and when Tracy's mother passed away, he would have been just 3 or 4 years old. How could he possibly have known her? Peter noticed his daughter looking smitten and grew even more cautious. Tracy, having been sheltered on the mountain all her life, was easily swayed by a few sweet words from this guy. He would keep a close eye on John. There was no way he would let this man take advantage of his precious daughter. Chapter 38, Testing John, Accepting Sini as a Goddaughter. Chapter 38, Testing John, Accepting Sini as a Goddaughter. The Blues family resides at the foot of Cloud Mountain. This place is a bustling small town, full of life. People were farming, hunting, and working. While there were modern elements, it was almost entirely isolated from the outside world. The Blues family is self-sufficient, living a peaceful life, seldom leaving the vicinity of Cloud Mountain. This is beautiful. Sini admired the surroundings, deeply enchanted by the atmosphere. Smoke from cooking fires rose gently, children played by the roadside, young men returned from hunting and work, and an old man carrying a fishing rod all wore contented smiles and greeted each other. The sudden appearance of John and Sini only piqued curiosity among the townsfolk without causing any concern. This place seemed like a paradise. "Please, come in." Chris invited John and Sini to a spacious living room. Although the furniture was a bit old, it was clean and tidy, clearly maintained daily. Chris sat down and said, "We rarely have guests here. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality." "Elder, you're too kind." John bowed, looking around. He sincerely said, "This place feels very comfortable." Chris couldn't hide his pride. The family was his everything, and he was delighted to receive compliments. At that moment, a servant brought a pot of tea, placed it on the table, and respectfully left. Chris personally brewed the tea and looked at John. "Young friend, words cannot express my gratitude for saving my life. I toast to you with this tea." "Elder, you flatter me." John was about to stand up when a cup of tea flew towards him, wrapped in Chris's strong internal energy. It was clear the old man wanted to test him. John remained calm, twisting his wrist to rotate the cup in his hand without spilling a drop. He caught it steadily, took a careful sip, and said, "Good tea." John wasn't a tea connoisseur, but he could tell this tea was more fragrant and memorable than any he had tasted before. Chris smiled, having recognized that John was not an expert. He said nothing more. "Well, Brother John." Peter spoke up, struggling with how to address John. His father called John a young friend, but he couldn't call John an elder. He scrutinized John and continued, "My daughter says you knew my late wife, but you don't seem that old." Peter's eyes flashed with cunning. He wanted to expose John's true nature in front of his daughter, making her see John's real character. John wasn't flustered, he had prepared for this. He put down the teacup and said apologetically, "Actually, I lied about that. I learned about the Blues family from Sini." He pointed at Sini. Sini opened her mouth. When had she ever told John about the Blues family? But knowing John had many secrets, she just smiled and nodded in agreement. John continued, "Sini greatly admires the Blues family and told me many heroic stories about them, so I've also come to admire and yearn for the Blues family." A string of compliments followed. making Peter smile broadly and even reducing his hostility towards John. Chris sipped his tea silently, occasionally glancing at Sini. He wasn't as easily fooled as Peter. However, he could sense that John and Sini indeed had no ill intentions, so he didn't expose them. John continued, "When I got a life-sustaining pill, I always intended to give it to the old patriarch. However, the Blues family is quite elusive, but then I unexpectedly met Miss Tracy. Tracy is clever and sharp, and she had some hostility towards me. Unfortunately, I had to make up a lie." Standing behind Peter, Tracy beamed at John's compliment. Peter looked a bit exasperated and said, "Young man, you're exaggerating a bit." Tracy's smile vanished, and she frowned, glaring at Peter's back angrily. "Dad, what do you mean by that?" Peter ignored Tracy, looked at John, and the hostility in his eyes faded. He asked, "Tracy mentioned that you're being hunted by the Griffin family and wish to stay here for a while?" John nodded. "Is it convenient for you?" "Of course, you saved my father's life. You're a benefactor of the Blues family. You can stay as long as you need," Peter agreed readily. "Thank you, Patriarch, and thank you, old Patriarch." John quickly stood up to express his gratitude. He then continued, "I have another favor to ask. Sini was a slave raised by the Griffin family, but I managed to rescue her by chance. I hope you can give her a status to completely free her from the Griffin family." Peter didn't immediately agree but looked at Chris for a cue. Chris nodded slightly, then Peter said, "In that case, Sini, would you be willing to become my goddaughter?" Sini was stunned, unable to react for a moment, and looked at John in a panic. "What are you hesitating for?" John pushed her toward Peter and handed her a cup of tea. Sini finally understood, knelt down, and respectfully said, "Godfather, please have some tea." Good. Peter was very pleased. He accepted the tea and took a small sip. Then he took out a cherished jade hairpin from his pocket. "Sini, I don't have anything good on me, so I'll give you this hairpin as a meeting gift," he said, handing the hairpin to Sini. Tracy jumped out and said, "Dad, you said this was my dowry." Peter replied, "You're not getting married yet. I'll prepare something else for you when the time comes." Biased, Tracy huffed angrily but then warmly embraced Sini's arm, happily saying, "Sini, you're my sister from now on." Sini smiled and nodded, feeling happy too. She wanted to give Tracy a gift but didn't have anything suitable on her. She said, "Tracy, I'll give you a gift in the world of gods." "Great," Tracy responded cheerfully, not caring much about the gift itself. Peter said, "It's getting late. Your accommodations are ready. You should rest now." "Sini, I'll take you to your place," Tracy said, holding Sini's hand. She added, "Dad, I want to move in with Sini." "No way," Peter quickly refused. He could see the relationship between John and Sini. He noticed the peculiar way his daughter looked at John. His goddaughter had already been with John. He couldn't let his biological daughter fall for him too. Chris nodded and agreed, "Of course, you young people should be together. You'll have plenty to talk about. Alright, go on and rest now." Tracy happily pulled John and Sini away. The room now only had Chris and a reluctant Peter. Peter, perplexed, asked, "Father, are you intentionally trying to match Tracy and John?" Chris nodded and said, "This young man is not simple. He might be the hope for the revival of the Blues family." Peter frowned, but he's clearly just an ordinary person. He had carefully observed and found no trace of martial artist energy in John. Ordinary person? Chris chuckled dismissively and struck the table with his palm. Bang! Crack! The teacup John had just used shattered instantly, spilling tea all over the table. Peter's eyes widened in shock and surprise. "Father, your internal power has improved." "Again?" Chris wore a look of exasperation. Is your brain not working, and now your eyes too? John did this. John? Peter was baffled, but that kid had no hint of martial power. You were deceived, and even I almost was. His power is quite unique, Chris said, looking at the shattered teacup. He vaguely suspected that John's power might be related to that game. The world of gods. Peter approached the broken teacup, confused and shocked. He didn't think he could do it, and he didn't believe John could either. He still couldn't accept it. Father, even so, we can't entrust the Blues family to a stranger with an unclear background. I've investigated him. His background is clean, Chris said, looking at Peter's skeptical expression without further explanation. Given the Blues family's future, he wouldn't make a hasty decision. During his time in the world of gods, he contacted friends in the military to investigate John's background. His identity and character checked out, and he indeed had a feud with the Griffin family. Most importantly, he had connections with the military Glenn family. The Glenn family, though a secular power, operates with strict principles. If John had any issues, the Glenn family would never associate with him. Peter remained silent. Since his father had made a decision, it was not his place to argue further. However, the thought of his adopted daughter and his own daughter both becoming John's women made him feel somewhat uneasy. By the way, how's the progress on ordering the gaming helmets and game pots? Chris asked, turning to serious matters. When he entered the world of gods, he felt that the game was extraordinary, especially with its ability to heal real-world injuries. Thus, it seemed likely that training in the game would have real-world benefits as well. The world of gods might significantly impact Earth's various powers, potentially even leading to a reshuffle of power. The Blues family needed to seize this opportunity. Although the Blues family had remained reclusive, they still had numerous enemies. Peter replied, "They're on their way. We had limited funds, so we ordered 30,000 gaming helmets. Only a few core members of the family got the initial game pots. That's enough for now. We can upgrade the game pots as we get more funds." Alright, I'm off to play. You carry on with your work, Chris said, stretching and humming a tune as he left. Peter was left speechless, muttering, "That old man is getting more and more unserious. He's addicted to the game." Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow flew towards Himeshu's soul. Peter was startled and quickly dodged. He then remembered that Chris's injuries had almost fully healed, his strength mostly restored, and his hearing was incredible. "Humph, dare to badmouth me behind my back again, and I'll skin you alive. Chris is angry." Voice echoed from outside. Chapter 39, Temporary Stay at Blues Family, Haunted House. Chapter 39, Temporary Stay at Blues Family, Haunted House. Tracy led John and Sini to their new residence with a joyful bounce in her step. It was a standalone cottage, somewhat secluded but elegant and quiet. John, who didn't like being disturbed, found it to his liking. "Master, are we really going to live here from now on?" Sini looked around, still feeling like she was in a dream. Tracy, displeased, pouted and said, "Sister, this place is your home now. And besides, it's the old man here who's the outsider." She pointed at John. John was speechless and couldn't refute. These two girls had just met today and were already ganging up against him? Sini giggled and affectionately clung to John's arm, stating seriously, "Master is not an outsider. And Tracy, you should call him brother-in-law." "I won't." "He tricked me," Tracy retorted, clearly holding a grudge. John ignored her, turned to Sini, and said, "Sini, you have an official status now. You can't call me master anymore." "Then I'll call you John." Sini leaned in, her breath warm against his ear, and whispered, "But in bed, I'll call you master." Before John could react, she grabbed Tracy and ran off. What a little vixen, John muttered, watching Sini's playful figure with a mix of amusement and desire. But looking at the small cottage, he felt a bit troubled. The cottage was quaint and elegant, with a living room and 2 bedrooms. The building materials were all wood and quite old. While still sturdy, the soundproofing was certainly not good. If Tracy moved in, it would be inconvenient. He needed an excuse to get rid of this pesky girl. John thinks it in his mind. Their luggage and game pots had already been moved in. Tracy's brother, Armstrong, was not there, likely busy with other matters. John moved his and Sini's luggage into the bedroom and set up the game pots. By the time he finished, night had fallen. Someone had delivered dinner. The meals here are typically self-sufficient, but since John was a guest, he received special treatment. Wow, you guys started eating without me. Tracy's excited voice came as she rushed in. Following her was Armstrong, struggling to carry a huge game pot, and he shot a fierce glare at John. John was puzzled. Why was this guy so hostile towards him? With her mouth full of food, Tracy mumbled, "Brother, help me move the game pot to the bedroom, then you can go back." "No way, I'm staying here too," Armstrong declared, setting the game pot down and staring at John with a threatening look. Tracy countered, "There are only 2 bedrooms here. Where will you sleep?" "The living room," Armstrong replied without hesitation. Even if he had to put up with less comfort, he would stay to keep an eye on John. "No way." Tracy set her chopsticks down and put her hands on her hips. "Leave now, or I'll tell Grandpa you stole his wine." "You." Armstrong, caught with his hand in the cookie jar, had no choice but to back down. He glared at John, threatening, "Kid, if you dare make a move on my sister, you'll regret it." Then he turned to Sini, his expression softening into a smile. "Sister, if this guy bullies you, just let me know. I'll stand up for you." John felt like these siblings must have been trained in opera, changing faces faster than flipping a book. Armstrong threw one last challenging look at John, clenched his fists, and then left. John sighed, feeling a bit frustrated. "So I really am the outsider here." Sini picked up a piece of meat and placed it on John's plate, trying to comfort him. "John, maybe you should just marry into the family." Seeing the smug look on Sini's face, John decided he'd give her a good lesson tonight. After dinner. "Sini, come on, let's log into the world of gods," Tracy said, already setting up her game pod. "All right," Sini agreed, though feeling a bit helpless. She realized it would be hard to have any alone time with John now that Tracy was around. Sini glanced at John, who was leisurely sipping tea, her mind racing with thoughts. Maybe she could help John win Tracy over. Sini had grown up under the strict training of the Griffin family, and she understood the workings of influential families. The old family head allowing Tracy to stay here likely meant they were trying to match John with Tracy. And it was clear Tracy had feelings for John too. Most importantly, having Tracy on their side would benefit both her and John. Sini couldn't help but shiver at the thought of John's strength, wondering if she and Tracy together could satisfy him. "What are you staring at?" John asked, noticing Sini's gaze. "Nothing, master. I'm going to log into the world of gods now," Sini replied, feeling a bit guilty as she quickly ran to the bedroom and connected to the game. The night had fallen, and the surroundings were silent. John couldn't help but smile as he sensed someone sneaking around outside the door. No need to guess, it was definitely Armstrong. "Time to teach him a lesson," John muttered with a cold smile. He knew Armstrong's character well. It was similar to Richie's. Armstrong was a martial arts fanatic. Unfortunately, his martial arts talent was mediocre, and he hadn't achieved much in the martial path. John wanted to help him out. John silently slipped out through the window, leaping onto the roof of the neighboring house. He saw Armstrong crouched by the door, peering through the gap and occasionally pressing his ear to the door to listen. John raised his hand, and a gust of wind blew out the courtyard candle. "Where did that wind come from?" Armstrong muttered, looking around curiously. The night was dark, and the surroundings were pitch black and silent. Armstrong swallowed nervously and whispered to himself, "I haven't done anything wrong. So what am I afraid of?" He pressed his ear back to the door. Whoosh! Another breeze blew by, bringing a chill. Suddenly, 2 flames appeared in the courtyard dash. Another. Obviously, it's John's tricks. Ghost fire. Armstrong was terrified, his voice trembling. He started banging on the door, shouting, "Sis! Open up! There's a ghost in the courtyard." But inside, there was no response. Sini and Tracy were already logged into the world of gods and couldn't hear anything from the outside. Whoosh! The flames flickered, moving closer to Armstrong. "Get away from me!" Armstrong screamed, panicking and trying to run, but he ended up crashing into a pillar. Bang! The loud noise made even John wince. Armstrong fell straight to the ground, unconscious. "Damn, this guy is really spineless," John muttered as he jumped down from the roof, looking at the fainted Armstrong with a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was still early autumn, so the nights weren't too cold. Leaving Armstrong outside for the night wouldn't cause any harm. John decided not to bother with him and went back inside, logging into the game. Buzz! A flash of light, and John appeared in Jade City. The area was bustling with people. Beep! John received a private message from Richie. "Richie, boss, the Mike White family has put a bounty on you. But don't worry, they won't dare make a move in real life. They might try to assassinate you in the game, so be careful." John wasn't concerned. Whether in reality or the game, he didn't fear the Mike White family. He glanced at his friends list and saw that Richie wasn't online. Sini was still working on her hidden quest, and Tracy was with her. Neither of them had invited John to join them. He decided to hunt for a rare level 3 boss to obtain his city building order. With his current strength, he was confident he could handle a level 3 rare boss. Jade City, being a level 1 city, had mostly low-level monsters. Only one place had level 3 monsters. The Moonshadow Gorge, on the border between Jade City and the level 2 city, Silverleaf City. The gorge was filled with powerful monsters over level 60, and there were definitely level 3 bosses there. John summoned his black dragon, Avis, and amidst the surprised and envious gazes of the surrounding players, soared into the sky, heading straight for Moonshadow Gorge. The wind roared, and the city beneath him quickly faded into the distance. Half an hour later, John arrived at his destination. Below, a vast gorge stretched for thousands of miles, disappearing into the horizon. At its widest, it was over 10 kilometers, seemingly splitting the land in two and forming an insurmountable chasm. This place was known as Moonshadow Gorge because every night, when the moon rose, a thin mist would rise within the gorge, casting ghostly shadows. Below, enormous, menacing stone giants roamed, level 60 rock giants with high health and defense, adept at earth magic. "Master, should I attack?" Avis asked eagerly, eyeing the stone giants below. "No need," John replied, raising his hand to cast Rain of Fire. Terrifying damage numbers flashed as screams echoed, the stone giants crumbled under the searing flames. Instant kill. The rock giants had around 5,600 health points, unable to withstand John's immense damage. Killed level 60 rock giant, gained 210 experience points. Plundered talent activated, Spirit +1. Plundered talent activated, Constitution +1. The notification messages kept flashing. John's spirit and constitution attributes steadily increased. Soon, over 300 rock giants were cleared out. John's level rose to 36, and his spirit and constitution attributes increased by more than 30 points each. Below, scattered among the rocks, were a dozen pieces of equipment, all of them level 3 ordinary quality. John collected them all and continued to roam above the gorge, hunting more rock giants. As night fell, a thin mist enveloped the gorge, and the moonlight became hazy. John had already killed over 2,000 rock giants and encountered only one rock giant leader, which was of ordinary quality and didn't drop a city building order. Beep. John received a private message from Sini. Gale, Master, it's time for breakfast. In private, Sini still preferred to call John Master. Godslayer, coming. John replied to Sini, moved to a safe spot above the gorge, and logged out. Chapter 40, Competition, Winning over Armstrong. Chapter 40, Competition, Winning over Armstrong. Tracy, sis, I'm serious. This place is haunted. You should both move to my place and leave John here alone. Armstrong was nagging the two women, not noticing that John had already entered the living room. Old man. Tracy saw John and happily ran over to him. Armstrong finally noticed John and immediately fell silent, his eyes wary and fixed on John. Did someone hit you? John looked at Armstrong's swollen forehead, smiling broadly and pretending to be curious. Armstrong frowned, feeling that John was mocking him. Don't mind him, old man. He's gone mad, Tracy said, glancing at Armstrong. All right, time to eat, Sini said as she brought out a pot of porridge. Wow, it smells so good. Tracy eagerly ran to the table. Armstrong shamelessly joined them. John knew Sini's cooking skills well, and it seemed the brother and sister couldn't resist her food either. As Armstrong drank his porridge, his gaze towards John became even more hostile. He thought John wasn't good enough for Sini. He spoke again, sis, Tracy, I'm not lying. This place is really haunted. Sis, I'll get you a new place. You should move out of here. John glanced at Armstrong and said disdainfully, You're a martial artist, yet you're scared of ghosts? Pathetic. Bang! Armstrong slammed the table and stood up, glaring at John in anger. There really is a ghost here. If you're so brave, why don't you stay here alone? All right, that's enough, Sini intervened, stopping the argument. Armstrong, there are no ghosts. You probably just imagined it, or someone is playing tricks. She shot a glance at John. Sini suspected John had something to do with it. She had seen John's tricks before, they could easily seem supernatural to a martial artist. John ignored Sini's glance, calmly sipping his porridge. Sini changed the subject. John, the game headsets that Blue's family ordered have arrived. This morning, the old master invited you to give everyone a lesson. Me? Teach? John was surprised, looking at Sini in confusion. His combat skills came from countless life and death battles, not something he could easily teach. Sini explained, just some basic game operations and experiences. Everyone knows you're the top player on the leaderboard, Godslayer. They all admire you. Except me, Armstrong interrupted, looking at John with a challenging gaze. His eyes lit up with an idea, and he smiled. John, if you're so strong in the game, you must be pretty good in real life too. How about a spar? Before John could reply, Tracy angrily said, Hey, Armstrong, don't go too far. Old man is just an ordinary person. How can he be your opponent? John's game attributes fused with reality, giving him a strong body. To martial artists, without the presence of internal energy, he seemed like an ordinary person. Armstrong ignored Tracy's protests and provocatively raised his head. Dare to? John put down his porridge, wiped his mouth, and then calmly said, Let's add some stakes. If you lose, you acknowledge me as your boss. Deal. But if you lose, you stay away from my sister and Tracy, Armstrong agreed without hesitation. He was confident he would never lose to John. John nodded in agreement. Let's go to the training grounds. Armstrong, eager after John's agreement, grabbed him and walked out. Tracy immediately panicked, pulling Sini along, and complained, Sini, why didn't you stop them? Relax, John knows what he's doing, Sini said calmly. She knew John's strength well and was certain Armstrong was no match for him. What? Tracy exclaimed, touching Sini's forehead. Sini, have you gone mad too? Every morning, the Blues family had a practice session, and this morning was no different. The training had just finished, and everyone hadn't dispersed yet. Hearing about a duel, they all gathered out of curiosity. John and Armstrong were already on the platform. Armstrong picked a battle knife from the rack and started swinging it with vigor. John, weapons have no eyes. You can still surrender. John didn't say a word and made a gesture to proceed. Oomph, fool. Armstrong grunted and charged forward without wasting time. John stood still, calmly watching Armstrong. It was like watching a slow-motion scene in a movie. Armstrong's moves appeared frame by frame in his eyes. In just a glance, John saw dozens of ways to counter and defeat Armstrong with one strike. Armstrong thought John was paralyzed with fear and, swinging his knife with the back of the blade, he held back some of his strength. You shouldn't have held back, John's voice came. In the next moment, Armstrong's hand was empty, his knife had vanished. What just happened? He wondered, puzzled. Before he could react, he felt a blow to his chest and fell to the ground. He felt a chill on his neck, and a strand of hair drifted down. Gulp! Armstrong swallowed hard, his mouth slightly agape as he stared at John in astonishment. It took him a moment to react. How did you do that? You lost, John said calmly, handing the knife back to Armstrong. Armstrong took the knife and got up from the ground, now calling out to John, brother-in-law, teach me. I can't teach you, John refused. It wasn't that he was unwilling, his skills were honed through countless life and death experiences, impossible to teach. The crowd below was stunned, unable to react. Some martial artists with high talent seemed to catch on, furrowing their brows in thought. Old man is so strong? Sini, did you know? Tracy was equally shocked. In a nearby pavilion, Chris and Peter watched the entire duel. Chris looked at Peter and asked, did you understand what happened? Peter nodded. Armstrong held back at the end, that's why he lost so badly. Slap. Peter's head was met with a solid smack. Father, why did you hit me? He rubbed his head, looking at Chris indignantly. Chris, blowing his beard and glaring with anger, scolded, I've spent my whole life dominating the martial world, a prodigy, and yet somehow I fathered someone like you. Watch closely. He stepped back and demonstrated John's movements step by step for Peter, explaining, if Armstrong hadn't held back, he would have been injured worse. John wrapped his palm around the knife handle, striking Armstrong's chest. Otherwise, Armstrong wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Peter only half understood, nodding absently. Chris sighed, looking at Peter's naive expression. He had long given up on Peter's martial talents. Though Peter excelled in business and management, his martial aptitude was sorely lacking. Father, how does John compare to you? Peter couldn't discern John's prowess, so he could only compare him to Chris. Compared to me? Chris furrowed his brows in thought, finally concluding, if I don't use my internal energy, I'm not his match. This kid's combat style. He didn't finish his sentence, the conclusion was too unbelievable even for him. John's fighting style didn't fit into the martial artist category but felt lethal in every move, as if honed through countless life and death battles. How could such a young man have experienced all that? Armstrong continued pestering John, "Brother-in-law, just teach me. If it doesn't work, I'll even let my sister marry you." Ahem, John coughed violently. "Was that something you could say so casually?" Armstrong went on, "So should I call you brother-in-law or sister-in-law?" "Enough." John cut him off, fearing Armstrong would say something even more outrageous. "If you really want to learn, here's what you do: enter the world of gods, challenge monsters stronger than you, experience life and death battles, and gradually comprehend and summarize." "Mr. John, won't we die if we do that?" someone from below asked curiously. The Blues family members had gathered, listening intently to John's teachings, and even their form of address had changed. In martial arts circles, being called Mr. signified great respect. John patiently explained, "You will die, but not in reality. However, don't die too many times, as it can damage your spirit. The key to this method is experiencing death, pushing your limits, and continually summarizing your experiences." "Interesting." Chris, listening from the pavilion, nodded in understanding. So this kid had honed his combat skills through battles in the world of gods. If this kid had been born into an ancient martial arts family, he would definitely be considered a martial arts prodigy. Chris looked at Peter, who seemed distracted, and grew even more annoyed. "You better learn properly. I'm heading into the game now." With that, he turned and left. Listening to John's insights, Chris had also gained some understanding and was eager to enter the world of gods to verify it. In the training ground, the Blues family members had gathered, listening to John's explanations. John held nothing back, sharing his in-game experiences, techniques, and insights on improving combat power. From morning until noon, John talked until his mouth was dry. "Alright, that's all I can teach you. There might be some inaccuracies, so you should enter the game, validate, and comprehend on your own." "Thank you, sir." The crowd finally realized it was already noon. They bowed respectfully and left eagerly, wanting to enter the world of gods to test and understand what they'd learned. Armstrong, however, clung to John, saying, "Brother-in-law, your place is really haunted. Why don't you move to my place? If that's not possible, I'll move in with you guys and protect you." "No way." John rejected the idea immediately. Having Tracy around was already troublesome enough. If Armstrong moved in too, he and Sini would have no private space. Besides, John had been the one behind the ghost. Armstrong's current strength wouldn't protect them, he'd only cause more trouble. John changed the topic, "Everyone's entering the game now. If you don't hurry, they'll surpass you." "Oh, right." Armstrong suddenly realized. As the Blues family's young master, it would be disgraceful if others surpassed him. "Brother-in-law, I'll come find you later." With a quick farewell, he rushed off. John breathed a sigh of relief, finally rid of him. "John, you've worked hard." Sini walked over, handing him a glass of water. Truly, Sini was the most considerate. Chapter 41, Meeting Anna Again, the Land of Elves. Chapter 41, Meeting Anna Again, the Land of Elves. John returned to his residence, had a quick lunch, and then re-entered the world of gods to continue his search for a third-tier rare boss to obtain the city building order. He wandered through the Moonshadow Gorge for 3 days, nearly clearing out all the beasts in the area. His level rose to 50, surpassing the second-ranked Dark Angel by 11 levels, causing quite a stir. During this time, he killed 7 third-tier rare bosses, but still hadn't found a city building order. However, his strength had greatly improved. His 4 basic attributes increased by over 1,000 points, and he also plundered an Earth element primary area control skill, Earthquake. Earthquake, Level 1, Primary Magic, Effect, deals mental *90 Earth magic damage to targets in range and slows their movement. Cost, 50 mana, cooldown, 30 seconds. Additionally, all of John's assassin skills were upgraded to level 10, and with the added bonus from his physical damage talent, the combat power of his Phantom Assassin far exceeded that of his Wrath of the Gods Mage. The only regret was that he still hadn't obtained a city building order from any of the bosses. John looked at the now desolate gorge and felt a bit helpless. The monsters and bosses here wouldn't respawn anytime soon. Ding! Just then, John received a private message from Sini. Gale, Master, we're in trouble. The orcs have attacked the elves. We need your help. Orcs. John saw Sini's message and his expression turned serious. The orcs were a powerful force supported and cultivated by the dark humans, with all members being level 60 and above, and at least 3rd tier in strength. The elite among them were equivalent to elite bosses, and the orc leaders were all rare bosses. In their prime, the elves would not have feared them. However, the elves had declined and were no longer a match for the orcs. Moreover, the player's current strength wasn't enough to contend with the orcs. Still, John felt confident in dealing with these orcs. More importantly, killing orc leaders had a high chance of dropping a city building order. Godslayer, send me the coordinates. Sini quickly sent the coordinates. John looked at the location and furrowed his brow. The coordinates pointed to a deep forest area near his starting village, specifically in the heart of the Eternal Forest. Could it be Anna's elven tribe? John thought of the elven saintess Anna and felt a surge of anticipation. Anna was his first woman in the world of gods. Although the circumstances were unique and he had to save her, John felt a special connection with Anna. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he decided not to dwell on it. Whether it was Anna or not, he would find out soon enough. Avis, let's go. John woke up the drowsy Avis, and together they quickly flew towards the Eternal Forest. The Eternal Forest was one of the most perilous regions in the world of gods, filled with mysteries and countless powerful beings. In his previous life, even when John had reached the pinnacle of 9th tier strength, he dared not easily venture into the Eternal Forest. It was rumored that a temple existed there, inhabited by gods. Whether this was true or not, no one had ever confirmed. The land of the elves was situated on the outskirts of the Eternal Forest, surrounded by powerful level 60 tree monsters. Avis, upon entering this area, became more cautious, lowering its flight altitude and slowing down. It scanned the surroundings warily and warned, "Master, this area feels very dangerous. It's more perilous than Deathland." John nodded, feeling a similar sense of oppression. Rustle. Below, the trees shook, accompanied by the sounds of combat. A group of ugly humanoid creatures was attacking a tree monster. Orcs. John immediately recognized the vile and grotesque creatures below as orcs. Whoosh! Flames erupted as John cast Rain of Fire, enveloping the orcs and the tree monster below. The powerful magic attack instantly killed them. Killed level 60 orc minion, gained 210 experience points. Killed level 75 demonic tree monster, gained 360 experience points. Plundered talent activated, luck attribute +1. Notification messages flickered. John was surprised to plunder 1 point of luck from the demonic tree monster. On the ground, 2 pieces of 3rd tier ordinary quality equipment dropped. John collected them without inspecting. He knowing that the appearance of orcs meant he was close to the land of elves. Continuing onward, he slaughtered every orc he encountered. The trees grew denser, and the oppressive aura lessened. John ordered Avis to land and surveyed the area. Sini's coordinates indicated this location, but aside from the dense trees, there was no sign of life. Ava spoke, Master, I sense spatial energy here. There's a hidden entrance. The massive dragon eyes glinted as Avis carefully sensed the surroundings. You can sense spatial energy? John asked, surprised. Of course. The great black dragon lineage is highly sensitive to magical fluctuations, Avis said, shaking its large head proudly. John ignored Avis's boasting and asked, Where's the entrance? Avis's head drooped, embarrassed. Master, I can sense the spatial energy, but I can't find the entrance. Damn, so what good are you? John muttered in exasperation, realizing this big guy wasn't as helpful as he'd hoped. He decided to message Sini. He sent a message to Sini for assistance. Soon, the spatial energy around them fluctuated, and 3 figures appeared out of thin air. Sini, Tracy, and a stunning elf. An elf. Avis immediately stood up, his eyes filled with hostility. Upon realizing that the elf was not a dark elf, his expression softened, and he lay back down. The elven race comprised 2 types, dark elves and natural elves. Dark elves were evil, cruel, and selfish, whereas natural elves were peace-loving and reclusive, rarely interacting with the outside world. The beautiful elf before them was a natural elf. John paid no attention to Avis. He focused on the elf, her flowing green hair, her skin like porcelain, and her captivating beauty. It was indeed Anna. Old man. Tracy, seeing John, ran over joyfully. She had not seen him for 3 days and missed him dearly. Benefactor? It really is you. Anna, sensing a familiar presence, recognized John and cried out in surprise and delight. Benefactor? Sini glanced at Anna and then at John, quickly understanding the situation. She walked over to John, pinching his waist hard, and said with a hurt tone, Master, so you're the human player Anna was talking about. John laughed awkwardly, sensing Sini's irritation. He reassured her, it was a unique situation at the time. I had to save her. Sini let go, her hand gently rubbing John's waist with concern. She whispered, I'm just upset. You kept something this important from me. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have worked so hard. Humph. She didn't mind how many women were around John, as long as she held a place in his heart. Tracy, puzzled, asked, Sini, what are you talking about? An old man, do you know Anna? 2. This is a long story, John said, unsure how to explain. Anna watched the affectionate interaction between Sini, Tracy, and John with a mix of envy and shyness. Sini noticed Anna's feelings, took her hand, and comforted her. Anna, we're truly sisters now. Anna nodded happily. And me too, Tracy added, even though she still didn't fully understand what was happening. Alright, let's focus on the matter at hand, John interjected, asking, how many orcs are there? Can they enter the elven lands? At the mention of orcs, Anna's expression darkened. Benefactor, you should all leave. The fate of the elves is already sealed. She glanced at the powerful black dragon behind John and chose not to elaborate. She believed that even with John and the mighty black dragon, they stood no chance against the orcs. Rather than letting them die in vain, she thought it better for them to leave immediately. Sister Anna, old man is very powerful. He will definitely help you drive away the orcs, Tracy said, looking at John with blind admiration. Sini also urged, yes. No matter how strong the enemy is, there are always more ways to overcome challenges when we work together. Anna hesitated, but seeing the determination in John's eyes, she reluctantly agreed. Benefactor, come with me, she said. Stepping forward, she waved her hand, causing the spatial energy to fluctuate and revealing a hidden path. Anna led the way, with John and the others following closely behind. The black dragon Avis squeezed in after them. You have discovered a hidden, unopened map, the land of elves. The notification appeared. Like Deathland, this was another hidden, unopened map. The only difference is that Deathland is shrouded in mist and filled with a menacing atmosphere. Here, it is bright and lively, full of vitality, with birds singing and flowers blooming. The most striking feature was an ancient tree with a massive, dense canopy that seemed to cover the entire elven lands. That is the Tree of Life, Anna explained to John. It is the sacred relic of the elves. Unfortunately, our other sacred relic, the Elven Spring, was stolen, preventing the Tree of Life from nurturing new elves. Now, our tribe is down to just over 1,000 members, and we face an imminent threat from over 10,000 orcs who have found a weak point in our defenses. They could break in at any moment. She sighed deeply, feeling a sense of helplessness. As the Elven Saintess, she couldn't even protect the remaining 1,000 or so members of her tribe. Why don't you leave this place? John asked, puzzled. These 1,000 or so elves were not significantly stronger than the orcs, and they wouldn't be able to withstand an attack from such a large army. Anna shook her head and gently stroked a hanging branch of the Tree of Life, her eyes resolute. The Tree of Life is the essence of the elven race. Without it, there is no elven tribe. We will defend it to the death. Around them, elves passed by, all armed and moving with purpose, their expressions determined. The elves here were prepared to live and die with the Tree of Life. Chapter 42, The Orc Army, Plunder Talent Reinforced. Chapter 42, The Orc Army, Plunder Talent Reinforced. Sini looked at John, asking, Master, can we stop over 10,000 orcs? John replied, as long as no epic or higher-ranked orc leaders appear, we can manage. Benefactor, can you really stop them? Hope rekindled in Anna's eyes. John nodded, take me to the weak point in the spatial barrier. He could sense that this hidden space was not as stable as Deathland and likely had spatial fractures. Follow me, Benefactor, Anna said without further words, leading John and the others to the edge of the elven lands. The elves had already set up a defensive line here. Boom! Booming sounds echoed as the surrounding space became increasingly unstable, with someone attacking the spatial barrier from the outside. Threads of powerful dark energy seeped in, corroding the space. This area of space was on the verge of collapse and could shatter at any moment. Elven archers stood on tree-constructed walls, gripping their longbows with anxiety, ready to attack at any moment. Anna looked at John, her eyes filled with tenderness. She said, Benefactor, if we can't hold them off, don't worry about us. Leave here as quickly as possible. Don't worry, it will be fine, John said, taking Anna's small hand and gently reassuring her. Anna blushed, nodding slightly as she met John's gaze. Despite only meeting him twice, she felt a deep sense of reliance and trust in this human. Maybe, just maybe, he could change everything. She thought of the prophecy. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar broke the space, and the sound of battle cries filled the air. A seemingly endless horde of orcs, black as a tide, poured in. Their numbers far exceeded 10,000. It's over, Anna's face turned pale with despair. We can hold them off. John's calm voice cut through the chaos. Anna looked up at John, asking, Benefactor, can we really stop them? John nodded firmly, you lead the elven forces and try to slow the orcs' advance. The elves were mostly archers and mages. If the orc army broke through the defenses, the consequences would be dire. John then turned to the two women, instructing, Sini, Tracy, stay in the rear and protect the elves as much as possible. Elves were a vital part of this world, unlike players, their deaths were permanent. No, I want to fight with you, Sini protested. Tracy added, Old man, I can heal you. I'm really strong now. No need, these orcs won't be a threat to me, John insisted. Without further words, he mounted Avis. Roar! With a mighty roar, Avis soared into the sky, diving straight into the orc horde. Master, can I attack now? Avis asked eagerly, itching to join the fray. Previously, John had never allowed him to participate in hunting down the magical beasts. This time, John did not refuse. Go ahead, show them what you've got. Good. Avis had long been eager to prove itself in front of John. Roar! With another mighty roar, Avis spewed out a torrent of black dragon flames, engulfing the half-orcs below. Screams of agony filled the air. John switched to his staff, powerful magic surging through him as he alternated between spells. Hundreds of orcs were instantly incinerated in the flames. The terrible damage makes their formation thrown into chaos. Incredibly, one man and one dragon were able to hold off the orc army, if only for a short time. He's so strong. On the distant walls, the elves watched in disbelief. Our benefactor is this powerful? Anna stared at John, who stood atop the black dragon, casting spells with abandon. Her heart, which had been filled with dread, finally found relief. Maybe, just maybe, with their benefactor here, the elves had a chance. Despite John's immense power, he couldn't hold off tens of thousands of orcs alone. Many orcs bypassed John, charging towards the elves' defenses. Anna snapped out of her daze and ordered, archers and mages, attack with everything you have. We can't let the orcs breach our defenses. Anna, I'll help too, Tracy said, brandishing her staff and casting various buffs on the elven defenders. Sini found herself with little to do. She had just reached level 30 and her second-tier profession, making her no match for the third-tier orcs below. She stayed on the wall, safe from the fighting. Fortunately, John's overwhelming strength kept the number of orcs reaching the walls low, preventing them from breaking through. Flames surged, wind howled, and thunder crashed down from the sky. The orc army suffered devastating casualties. John, however, was in high spirits, watching the notifications flash before his eyes. You have slain a level 60 orc, gaining 210 experience points. Plunder talent activated, strength +1. Plunder talent activated, constitution +1. John's attributes steadily increased. Though the ground was littered with orc corpses, the horde continued to press forward, overwhelming the fallen. Human, this is a grudge between us and the elves. You'd best stay out of it. A thunderous voice roared. An enormous, heavily armored orc wielding a longsword appeared. A third-tier peak-level rare boss at level 100. John's expression grew serious. His current strength made this opponent a difficult challenge. He decided to focus on killing more orcs to increase his attributes. Instead of withdrawing, John intensified his attacks. Damn you! The orc leader snarled, his gaze fixed on John and his dragon. As an orc warrior, he lacked ranged attacks and couldn't reach John in the air. Elite orcs, kill that human and his dragon. The rest, charge with me. The orc leader ordered coldly, leading his army towards the distant elves, leaving John and Avis behind. At this moment, a formidable force of over 1,000 elite orcs emerged from the orc army, primarily comprising ranged attackers. These elite orcs, all at level 70 and of boss caliber, were formidable opponents. Whoosh! Arrows whizzed and spells howled as they targeted the airborne black dragon. Avis was startled and quickly ascended to dodge the attacks, exclaiming, "Master, these guys are powerful. I can't withstand their attacks." If it had been only a dozen elite orcs, Avis wouldn't have been fazed. However, facing over 1,000 elite orcs simultaneously was beyond its capability. You go intercept the orc leader, and I'll handle the elite orcs, John ordered, leaping off. Avis is back and charging toward the elite orc. Be careful, Master, Avis cautioned before diving towards the orc leader. Although the orc leader was powerful, he lacked long-range attack capabilities. Avis's aerial maneuvers kept delaying the orc army's advance. "It's a pity I've been trapped in Deathland for centuries, weakening my strength. Otherwise, I'd crush this guy easily," Avis lamented. It longed to engage the orc leader in direct combat, but was currently not strong enough to face him head-on. The orc leader, exasperated by Avis's relentless attacks, sensed the dragon's lethal potential. He resolved to quickly destroy the land of elves. Grinding his teeth, the orc leader accelerated towards the elves. Meanwhile, John had landed amidst the elite orc army, wielding his dagger instead of a staff. He moved like a ghost, slicing through the ranks with lethal precision. The elite orcs were no match for John's swift and deadly strikes. Blood spattered, and cries of agony echoed as numerous elite orcs fell, their bodies littering the ground. The battlefield was strewn with gear, all of third-tier ordinary quality. You have slain a level 70 elite boss orc, gaining 620 experience points. Plunder talent activated, strength +1, attack speed +1. Plunder talent activated, spirit +1, skill point +1. You have accumulated 100,000 kill score, plunder talent enhanced. The notifications flashed. John was elated. He had finally achieved 100,000 kill score, enhancing his plunder talent for the second time. After quickly dispatching 2 more elite orcs, he stepped back to examine the upgraded plunder talent. Plunder talent, SSS level, unique. Effect 1, killing ordinary monsters has a 30% chance to plunder their attribute points, a 2% chance to plunder special attributes. Effect 2, killing boss-level enemies allows you to permanently acquire 2 of their skills, talents, or special attributes. Effect 3, killing monsters doubles the drop rate of items, and increases the quality of dropped equipment by 1 tier. Effect 4, killing monsters earns you kill score, the stronger the monster, the more points you get. Reaching 1 million points will enhance the talent further. Current kill score, 117,000, this is insane. John was astonished. Compared to the first enhancement, the current 3 special effects had significantly improved. The chance of plundering attribute points from ordinary monsters had increased to 30%, and the chance of plundering hidden attributes had risen to 2%. Moreover, now when he kills a boss, he can definitely plunder 2 attributes. The most insane enhancement is the 3rd special effect, when killing monsters, the dropped equipment's quality is increased by 1 tier. This means that if he kills a legendary boss, there's a high possibility of dropping a divine artifact. Despicable human, die. A roar came, as a large number of elite orcs surrounded him. Oomph, fools. John sneered, feeling thrilled. To him, these orcs were nothing but sources of attribute points, skills, and equipment. His figure blurred into a shadow, and countless flashes of cold light followed. A new round of even more ferocious slaughter began. You have slain a level 70 elite boss orc, gaining 620 experience points. Plunder talent activated, strength +10, skill points +2, attack speed +1. The notifications flashed, showing John had plundered more attributes, including some rare ones. Additionally, the elite orcs were now dropping high-quality gear, upgraded from ordinary to premium quality. With such a bounty of high-quality equipment, John now had the capability to forge an elite army. Soon, over 1,000 elite orcs were slaughtered. Without wasting any time picking up the dropped loot, John quickly moved to support the elves. Chapter 43, Defeating the Orcs, Life Sharing. Chapter 43, Defeating the Orcs, Life Sharing. At this moment, the elven defense line had been breached, and there were significant casualties among the elves. The orc leader was still being entangled by Avis. However, over 10,000 elite orcs remained, forcing the elves into a desperate retreat, clearly outmatched. Their target is the Tree of Life. We can't retreat any further. Anna gritted her teeth, deciding to make a final stand against the orcs. Even if it meant death, she was determined to protect the Tree of Life. The remaining 700 or so elves no longer retreated. They gripped their weapons tightly, standing in front of the orc army with a determination to fight to the death. Sini and Tracy, moved by the elves' resolve, also stepped forward to join the battle lines. While they could respawn if killed, the death of an elf meant a permanent loss. Avis, go support the elves. Leave this guy to me. John's voice rang out as he finally cleared the remaining orc army and arrived at the battlefield. Be careful, Master. This guy is quite strong, Avis warned before turning to support Anna and the others. With Avis's help, the pressure on the elves significantly lessened, and they managed to hold back the orc army. The orc leader, having been engaged with Avis for some time, was now covered in wounds. He wiped the blood from his mouth, glaring coldly at John. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he spoke. Human, stop struggling. It's futile. You can't prevent the extinction of the elves, just like you won't be able to stop the future extinction of humans. Is that so? John's eyes were icy cold. The orc leader's words hit a nerve. Perhaps he couldn't prevent the catastrophe in his previous life, but in this life, he was determined to change everything. John tightened his grip on his dagger, speaking slowly. I wish you could witness the fall of the gods. Unfortunately, you're about to die. The fall of the gods? Ha, such boastful words coming from you, the orc leader laughed arrogantly, full of disdain. John didn't waste any more words, launching his attack immediately. Buzz. Cold light flashed as John activated the assassin's shadow strike skill. The orc leader sneered disdainfully. Humph, human, if you were teaming up with that black dragon, I might be cautious, but you're alone. You're no match for me. John didn't respond. In an instant, he was right in front of the orc leader, his dagger slashing towards the orc's neck. Slash! Blood spurted, and a terrifying damage number floated above the orc leader's head. Critical hit. The orc leader's mocking stopped abruptly. He clutched the wound on his neck, retreating in shock, unable to believe it. Human, how can your damage be this high? He had a total of 96,000 health points. After his battle with the black dragon Avis, his health was already below 40,000. John's single strike nearly killed him, leaving his health below 10,000. Die, Death Whirlwind! John shouted, his body turning into a blur, countless flashes of cold light enveloping the orc leader. Get away, Armor of War! The orc leader roared, golden light surrounding him as he tried to fend off John's attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously, but his health still plummeted rapidly, soon reaching the brink of death. Cough. The orc leader spat out a mouthful of blood, half kneeling on the ground, coldly staring at John with a grim smile. Still alive? John was surprised to see the heavily wounded orc leader. His remaining health should not have withstood his attack. The orc leader struggled to his feet, glaring at John as he spoke slowly. Human, I have a premonition that you will be targeted by dark humans and even the gods themselves. You will die a horrible death. Before John could react, the orc leader turned and quickly charged towards the Tree of Life, a black talisman appearing in his hand. Not good. John realized, seeing that the orc leader's target was the Tree of Life. Dark Talisman. Anna also noticed the orc leader's action, her face paling in panic. My savior, stop him. Even before Anna could finish, John's attack had already struck. Two thunderstorms hit the orc leader in quick succession. Boom! Boom! With a deafening roar, the orc leader was obliterated. But in his final moments, he activated the talisman and hurled it towards the Tree of Life. You have slain a level 100 rare boss, Orc Leader. You gain 4,880 experience points. You have leveled up. Spirit +4, Strength +3, Agility +2, Free Attribute Points +8, Skill Points. Plundered Talent activated. Strength +50, Constitution +50, you have gained the talent Lifesaver. As the notification messages flashed, John didn't have time to check them. No! Anna wailed in despair, collapsing to the ground, her eyes wide with horror as the black talisman flew towards the massive trunk of the Tree of Life. Buzz! The talisman exploded, dark magic surging forth, filled with an evil, corrosive aura that enveloped the entire trunk. Rustle! In an instant, leaves withered and fell, branches decayed, and the immense vitality of the tree was rapidly consumed. The orc army had been completely eradicated. But the surviving elves had no joy. They knelt on the ground, despondent, staring blankly at the dying Tree of Life. Sini approached the weeping Anna, trying to comfort her. Anna, it's okay. At least some elves are still alive. There's still hope. Anna lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, her eyes filled with deep helplessness and despair that pierced Sini's heart. With a bitter smile, Anna spoke, Sini, you don't understand. The Tree of Life is the essence of the elves. If the Tree of Life dies, so will we. The elven race will vanish forever. What do you mean? Sini panicked, grabbing Anna and demanding an explanation. Anna's face was devoid of its usual radiance, and she replied, it means we will die too. No, it can't be. Sini couldn't accept it and turned to John, pleading, Master, think of something. Old man, they're so pitiful. Please save them, Tracy also begged. John was their only hope now. If he couldn't find a way, it truly would be the end. The withered leaves fell like the dying breaths of the elves. Anna and the others began to lose consciousness, collapsing to the ground as their life force drained rapidly. John's heart ached. He couldn't bear to see Anna's life extinguished. There must be a way. John approached the withered Tree of Life, examining its attributes. Tree of Life, sacred artifact of the elven race, from which elves are born, sharing its life force. Current status, life force draining, rapidly decaying, and dying. Note, you can sign a soul contract to share your life force with the Tree of Life, but your soul will be severely damaged, and your life force will be consumed. There is a way. John saw the attribute description, ignoring the warning at the end. Fortunately, he still had the contract scroll that he hadn't used yet. John didn't hesitate. He took off the contract scroll and signed a soul contract with the Tree of Life, initiating life sharing. Please don't reject it. He prayed silently. The Tree of Life had a soul and consciousness. If it didn't agree to the contract, John would be out of options. Ding! The Tree of Life has agreed to sign a soul contract with you. Do you wish to establish a life-sharing connection? Warning, the Tree of Life is rapidly withering, and its life force is depleting. This will drain your own life force and put you in mortal danger. Establish. John ignored the system's warning and initiated life sharing. Buzz. A surge of soul energy enveloped both John and the Tree of Life. Suddenly, John felt a splitting headache as if his soul were being torn apart. His health points plummeted rapidly. Master, what's wrong? Sini was startled and quickly ran over to check John's condition. Tracy, heal him. She noticed John's health dropping quickly and urged Tracy. Tracy immediately cast a healing spell. Holy light surrounded John, providing a brief moment of warmth, but it was like trying to put out a raging fire with a single cup of water. The searing pain continued unabated. It was a pain that penetrated the soul, unavoidable and relentless. John's health plummeted rapidly, and his face turned pale. He felt a growing sense of dread. The system's warning about death likely meant his soul would vanish, leading to his real life. Death. John couldn't accept that outcome. With difficulty, he took out 2 healing potions and drank them both. But it was useless. John's health continued to drop by 1,000 points per second, far too quickly to counteract. With his health nearly depleted, he became desperate. Master, the Deathland. Avis rushed over, urgently saying, the Dark Elves and Natural Elves share a common origin. The mist of the Deathland is the source of the Dark Elves' power. It might be able to restore the Tree of Life. John heard Avis's words and gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his composure. He connected with the Deathland token in his mind, and with a thought, he and the Tree of Life vanished together, entering the Deathland. Whoosh! Mist surged as the enormous Tree of Life appeared in the Deathland, stirring up a whirlwind. The endless mist seemed to find an outlet, converging towards the tree. John watched the rushing mist but could no longer hold on. His body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The commotion woke the sleeping giant tortoise. The tortoise extended its head, frowning as it sensed the suddenly appearing energies. It muttered to itself, how can there be such dark and evil energy here? And a pure life force. What's going on? Curious, it flashed its enormous body and moved to the source of the dark energy. The Tree of Life. Dark Talisman. The tortoise exclaimed, then noticed the unconscious John. And understood. This boy forcibly signed a soul contract with the Tree of Life to extend its life. The tortoise's expression softened. A glow enveloped its body, and it transformed into an elderly man with a weathered appearance. The endless mist surged, all converging towards the Tree of Life, which absorbed it to counteract the Dark Talisman's evil energy. Still not enough. The old man's brows furrowed as he looked at the unconscious John and sighed in resignation. Boy, if I were at my peak, I would save you. But now, I am but a shadow of my former self, burdened with a mission. I cannot help you. His expression showed his reluctance as he turned away, unable to bear watching. John's willingness to sacrifice his life for the Tree of Life moved the old man deeply. If not for his mission, he might have risked his own life to save both John and the Tree of Life. Huh, what's that corpse? As the mist cleared, a corpse was revealed, catching the old man's attention. Undead Lord. How did his body end up here? The old man was puzzled, then looked at the unconscious John with a hint of excitement. Boy, it seems your fate is not yet sealed. Chapter 44, Divine Talent, Undying and Immortal. Chapter 44, Divine Talent, Undying and Immortal. The Undead Lord was a pinnacle Tier 9 powerhouse of the undead faction, reputed to be the closest being to a deity. Moreover, he possessed a terrifying talent, undying and immortal. If John could merge the Undead Lord's corpse with this human, both he and the Tree of Life might be reborn. With this thought, the old man raised his hand, and the Undead Lord's corpse flew over, floating above John. Black Turtle, how dare you? A roar echoed, and a wisp of soul floated out of the corpse. It was the remnants of the Undead Lord's soul. The elder, known as Black Turtle, was not surprised. He smirked coldly and said, Undead Lord, you're still alive, after all. But your death has become even more valuable. Saying this, the elder pointed a finger, and a force of primordial ice gathered, forming deep blue ice needles that aimed at the wisp of the remnant soul. Old bastard, you dare. The remnant soul struggled and writhed, but it couldn't leave the confines of the corpse and could only watch as the ice needles closed in. Thud! The ice needles penetrated the remnant soul, instantly freezing the intangible soul, which then shattered into fragments of ice. If you were at your peak, I would be wary. But now, you're nothing but a pushover. The elder sneered disdainfully, manipulating the undead lord's corpse as he continued his spellcasting. A radiant glow enveloped the unconscious John and the undead lord's corpse. The elder's expression grew serious as he began to gradually extract the life force from the corpse and infuse it into John. Ha! Divine talent, undying and immortal. The elder exclaimed in astonishment as he perceived the undead lord's talent and swallowed hard. In the end, he restrained himself. The temptation of divine talent was too great. No wonder the undead lord dared to challenge deities with his tier 9 strength. With such a talent, he was almost impossible to kill. You're truly lucky, boy, the elder sighed. He no longer hesitated and forcefully separated the undead lord's talent. Then, with a single strike, he shattered the undead lord's corpse. Without the divine talent's enhancement, the corpse was no longer indestructible. The elder focused his concentration and controlled a wisp of light and shadow, slowly integrating it into John's body. It was the undead lord's divine talent, undying and immortal. Ha! There's still a remnant soul? The elder was surprised. He sensed that a trace of the undead lord's remnant soul was still within the light and shadow. At that moment, the remnant soul broke free from its restraints and charged towards John's body. Not good. The elder's face went pale with shock. This despicable creature was attempting to return to life through the corpse. It was too late to stop it. In an instant, the remnant soul had already merged with John's body. Ah, old geezer, thank you. I really like this new body. The undead lord's voice echoed. The talent encased in the light and shadow also smoothly integrated into John's body. Damn it! The old man was furious, realizing he had been tricked by the undead lord. Even after so many years of death, the undead lord had managed to retain 2 wisps of his soul. A divine talent indeed. Sorry, kid. The old man gritted his teeth, disregarding his own injuries, and forcefully separated a wisp of his own soul, attempting to merge it into John's body to stop the undead lord. The undead lord's power was terrifying. If he were to be resurrected, the continent would be thrown into chaos again. Even if it meant destroying John's body, the resurrection had to be stopped. Bang! The old man's soul wisp struck John but was immediately rebounded. He felt dizzy, a trickle of blood seeping from his mouth. Staring at the unconscious John in disbelief, he muttered, "What's happening? Undead Lord, is this your doing?" The old man assumed it was the undead lord's trickery. Power of reincarnation? How is that possible? The undead lord's terrified voice echoed from within John. Kid, what are you? You old fool. Did you know about this and set me up? The undead lord cursed, his voice growing weaker until it disappeared entirely. The old man was left bewildered. He had no idea what was happening inside John's body. Enduring his injuries, he moved closer to check. John was still unconscious but seemed to be out of danger. Power of reincarnation? What is that? The old man pondered, recalling the undead lord's fearful exclamations, filled with confusion. The human before him seemed to be full of secrets, yet he couldn't uncover any of them. Forget it, being alive is what matters. The old man decided not to dwell on it further, turning his attention to the tree of life. By now, the tree of life had sprouted new leaves, vibrant with life, and had been reborn. Not only that, but the mist of death land had dissipated, replaced by a vast life force that revitalized the barren land around it. Feeling content, the old man sighed, "This is no longer Deathland, but a land of life." That kid truly turned a misfortune into a blessing. He looked at the unconscious John on the ground. He had acquired a divine talent, undying and immortal. Moreover, he had signed a contract with the Tree of Life, sharing its life force. As long as the Tree of Life remained intact, this human would indeed be an undying existence. Meanwhile, outside, the elven land was in chaos. Sini and Tracy were in shock, watching as John suddenly disappeared. Sini immediately returned to the real world to check on John's status. John was still connected to the game, but no matter how much she called out to him, she couldn't wake him up. Sini had a bad feeling. In the world of gods, attributes and abilities could carry over to the real world. It meant that real danger could occur. Sini was terrified. Seeing that John remained unresponsive, she reluctantly returned to the world of gods. Sini, how is he? Tracy ran up to her, anxious for news. Sini shook her head, her face pale and despondent. She feared something terrible had happened to John. She regretted ever letting him help the elves. Sini felt a deep sense of guilt in her heart. Don't worry, the master will be fine, Avis reassured. I have a pet contract with him. I can sense that he is still alive. Really? Hope rekindled in Sini and Tracy's hearts. Avis nodded. He could feel John's soul fluctuating, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, but it had not dissipated. He believed the mist from Deathland could save the Tree of Life, and if that happened, John would be safe too. However, Avis wasn't completely sure and silently prayed for his master's safety. Just then, Anna began to wake up. She looked around in confusion. Where am I? Am I dead? With the Tree of Life gone and the elven land drastically changed, Anna didn't recognize her surroundings at first. Anna, you're awake. Sini and Tracy exclaimed, rushing to her side. If Anna was awake, it meant John might be okay too. Sini, Tracy, are you dead too? Anna asked, still disoriented. Smack! Tracy lightly hit Anna on the head, annoyed. What nonsense are you talking about? You're not dead, and neither are the elves. It was John who saved you all. Anna rubbed her sore head, eyes wide with realization. I'm still alive? But where is the Tree of Life? She looked around at the desolate elven land, noticing the absence of the Tree of Life. However, seeing the other elves awake reassured her that the Tree of Life was still alive. Avis glanced at Anna and explained, the master took it to Deathland. Deathland? Anna was shocked and couldn't believe it. The master can enter Death Land? Avis gave Anna a look but didn't elaborate. It had no fondness for the elves, even though it was the dark elves who had wronged and imprisoned it. Curious, Sini asked, Anna, what is Deathland? Anna had calmed down by now and explained, it's the sacred land of the dark elves. However, after the invasion of the gods, the dark elves were almost completely wiped out, and Deathland disappeared along with them. I didn't expect that the benefactor could enter Deathland. Her curiosity grew, and she looked at Avis, but the dragon showed no inclination to explain further. She refrained from asking more. Meanwhile, in Deathland, John had woken up, staring in shock at his new talents. Life-saving talent, S rank. When struck with a fatal blow, you will retain 1 HP and be invincible for 3 seconds. Undying and immortal, God rank talent. Upon death, the soul remains intact. As long as the body is not destroyed, absorbing massive life energy will result in resurrection. John remembered that the life-saving talent had been plundered from the orc leader. So you're saying this undying and immortal talent belonged to the undead lord? And you used the body of the undead lord to save me? After listening to the old man's explanation, he still couldn't believe it. Falling unconscious and waking up with a god-level talent seemed too good to be true. The old man smiled and nodded. You could say it was a blessing in disguise. With the undying and immortal talent, plus the life-sharing contract with the Tree of Life, you now have an endless source of life energy. If you can find the elven spring to nourish the Tree of Life, you will become truly immortal. The old man sighed with admiration. Apart from this young man, the only beings capable of true immortality were probably the gods themselves. After a long pause, John finally grasped the old man's words. But what he said next startled the old man. Old sir, does this mean I can kill the gods? The old man's eyes widened. It was the first time he had heard such a shocking statement. Even ninth-rank powerhouses didn't dare to challenge the gods, yet this seemingly weak human dared to speak such bold words. Don't be reckless, boy, the old man warned, seeing that John was serious. The methods of the gods are beyond comprehension. They might have ways to kill even you. Just focus on your training. While slaying gods might be ambitious, you should have no trouble standing against them. John merely nodded, not giving a direct response. Standing against gods was something he had done in his past life. This time, he aimed to slay them. No matter how high and mighty those beings might seem, if they had life, they could be killed. Just as he, with his undying and immortal talent and life-sharing contract with the Tree of Life. But he could be killed if someone destroyed the Tree of Life and annihilated his soul. In this world, nothing was absolute. Chapter 45, Subduing the Elves, Anna's Gratitude. Chapter 45, Subduing the Elves, Anna's Gratitude. By the way, there's one more thing, the old man remembered, continuing, while helping you fuse the divine level talent, a wisp of the undead lord's remnant soul merged into your body. I'm not sure if you managed to destroy him, so you should stay vigilant. Remnant soul? John was puzzled. He hadn't noticed anything unusual within himself. On the contrary, after signing a soul contract with the Tree of Life and sharing life, his body was brimming with immense vitality. All right, I need to go back to my slumber. You take care now. The old man gave John a deep look before his figure shifted. He moved into the depths of Deathland, transforming back into his tortoise form, continuing his deep slumber. This guy doesn't seem like the type to cling to life so desperately, John murmured to himself as he watched the giant tortoise disappear. With a thought, he also left Deathland. The land of elves. The three women felt much calmer now that they knew John was safe, though they were still somewhat worried. Just then, a flash of light appeared, and John materialized before them. Master! Old man! Savior! The three women cried out, their eyes reddening as they threw themselves into John's arms. Sini even started sobbing quietly. She had been genuinely scared that something might have happened to John. John felt touched and gently patted the three of them, softly comforting, There, I'm all right, see? Anna, finally coming to her senses, blushed and quickly stepped out of John's embrace. Although she had been intimate with John before, it had been under the influence of a potion, and she still felt shy facing him now. John, we finished clearing the battlefield. We found some amazing things, Sini said, remembering the important matter. She handed 2 items to John and continued, these were dropped by the orc leader. City building order. An epic quality item. John exclaimed in surprise, looking at the small black token, his face full of joy. Finally, the city building order had dropped. The drop rate of the city building order was extremely low. Even with John's plunder talent, which doubles the drop rate of items, it took the slaying of 8 third-tier rare bosses to obtain a single city building order. With the city building order in hand, John could move forward with his next plan, establishing a city and developing his forces. John then looked at the other piece of equipment he held, a belt of epic quality. Bloodforged Belt, Epic, Tier 3, Health plus 1000, Defense plus 100, Constitution plus 80. The 3 attribute bonuses made it an outstanding piece of epic equipment. The only downside was that it required a Tier 3 class to equip. Additionally, the battle had yielded over 1,000 gear enhancement stones, more than 500 Tier 1 inlay gems of various types, and over 1,000 skill stones. Sini handed all these items over to John. Savior, I want to see the Tree of Life, Anna approached, looking at John with pleading eyes. She knew the Tree of Life was no longer in danger, but she wouldn't feel at ease until she saw it with her own eyes. John nodded and looked at the gathering elves, saying, "You can all come along. Just don't resist what's about to happen." The elves nodded eagerly. The recent battle had been devastating, leaving only about 600 survivors out of the original 1,300. More than half of their number had been lost. John connected with Deathland through his mind, and with a thought, transported all the elves into Deathland. A gentle breeze blew, and the area was lush with greenery. The massive Tree of Life now dominated most of Deathland, which was vibrant and full of life, a stark contrast to the previous desolate and withered landscape. It seemed more fitting to rename it the Land of Life. The Tree of Life is even more powerful now, Anna exclaimed, caressing the thick trunk of the Tree of Life with delight and surprise. She could clearly feel that its vitality was stronger than ever before. If they could find the Elven Spring, the Tree of Life would be able to nurture new elves once again. The elves might indeed reclaim their former glory. Anna looked at John, hope igniting in her eyes. She quickly walked over to him and suddenly knelt down. John was startled. "Anna, what are you doing?" "Savior." Anna looked at John with a serious expression and said, "I swear by the name of the elves' holy maiden that from now on, the elves will follow your orders and never betray you." The elves behind Anna also knelt solemnly and swore, "We pledge our loyalty to our Savior with the honor of the elves, and we will never betray you." John was surprised. He had helped the elves several times with the intention of forming an alliance with them to fight against the dark humans together. He never expected to actually subdue the entire elven race. Now, with the Tree of Life having a soul contract with him, any future elves born would be completely loyal to him. John stepped forward, helping Anna to her feet, then addressed the elves behind her, "I won't make any unreasonable demands. You can stay here for now and focus on improving your strength. Yes, we will follow your teachings." The elves responded respectfully. Anna added, "You all can go now and get familiar with the environment." The elves nodded respectfully and turned to leave, exploring Deathland. Under the Tree of Life, only John and Anna remained. Anna looked up, gazing at John with a dreamy expression, her cheeks flushed. "Savior, you've saved me twice and rescued my entire race. How can I ever repay you?" Understanding Anna's feelings, John reached out and pulled her into his arms, lowering his head to kiss her deeply. Anna's body trembled, her lips cold as she closed her eyes, letting John's tongue explore her mouth. She responded clumsily and stiffly at first. The dense branches of the Tree of Life draped down, creating a secluded, private space. As Anna's emotions stirred, she began to respond passionately to John, whispering, "Savior, I want to be your woman, like Sini, always by your side." "All right," John replied, untying her belt. Her dress slipped off, revealing Anna's flawless body. Her skin was as fair as snow and as translucent as jade, appearing as the most perfect creation of nature. Her waist was slender and her chest, though not as large as Sini's and Tracy's, was more firm, which John found captivating. "Savior, take me." Anna was already lost in desire, her lower body wet. With delicate hands, she began to remove John's equipment. Soon, they were both naked, facing each other. John's massive length stood firm. Anna couldn't help but shiver, feeling both fear and anticipation as she remembered their first time together. Her soft hand half wrapped around John's stiff length, her whole body trembling. Please be gentle with me, Savior. John pulled Anna into his embrace, greedily kissing her cheeks, neck, and finally her breasts. Anna felt as if she had been struck by lightning, gasping for breath, her body trembling. Her chest tingled, and her lower body was wet and muddy. Every touch from John's length made her both tense and excited. Savior, take me, Anna finally couldn't hold back. One hand wrapped around John's neck, while the other guided him to her entrance. She took a deep breath, biting her lip, and lowered herself onto him. Ah, Anna moaned in pain, feeling as if she were being torn apart, followed by an indescribable pleasure that reached her very soul. Her arms clung tightly to John, her face buried in his neck, her body trembling uncontrollably. The intense sensation from below sent her into an instant climax, her arms holding onto John as her strength seemed to drain away. But John wasn't planning to let her go so easily. He lifted her hips and began to thrust slowly. Ah! Savior, it hurts, Anna winced in pain, crying out but still trying to match John's rhythm. John kissed her cheeks gently, but his movements grew faster and deeper, his length penetrating fully. Anna felt completely filled, the tip pressing against her deepest part, a sensation that was both painful and incredibly alluring. She wished it could last forever, even though it was painful. Anna tilted her head slightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. She reached climax once again, her moans turning into pleas for mercy. Savior, you're too strong. Please, let me go. Anna can't take it anymore, Anna's body trembled, convulsing all over. She felt John inside her, and it seemed like the climax never stopped. This was a pleasure she had never experienced before, but her body was on the verge of breaking. Savior, I'm going to break, I'm really going to break, tears streamed down Anna's face as she begged for mercy. John laid her on the ground, thrusting fiercely, and said softly, just endure a little longer, it's almost over. Savior, I'm scared. I really can't take it, I feel like I'm going to die, Anna begged, her painful moans breaking off intermittently. John was nearing his limit. He didn't hold back, his thrusts becoming faster and more forceful, Anna's moans and cries of pain echoing in his ears. Finally, he reached his limit, releasing his pure, potent energy. Ah, Anna let out a long moan, feeling the intense heat inside her. Her senses reached their peak again, the overwhelming pleasure leaving her with a mix of satisfaction and pain. She slowly lost consciousness, her body still trembling and climaxing. What a temptress! John reluctantly pulled out, his length still standing firm, the fire inside him not quenched. But he knew Anna had reached her limit. Continuing could genuinely harm her. Bring Sini in. John thought of Sini, and using the Deathland token, he sensed Sini outside. At that moment, Sini and Tracy were sitting outside, looking bored while waiting for John. Oomph, that big bad guy. Sini pouted in annoyance, having an inkling of what might be happening. Beep. Her private chat alert went off. It was John. Godslayer, Sini, I'm bringing you into Deathland. Don't resist. Chapter 46, Under the Tree of Life. Chapter 46, Under the Tree of Life. Sini was puzzled, then felt a strange force pulling her into another space. She was startled and wanted to resist, but then remembered John's instructions and decided to comply. Buzz. With a flash of light, Sini's figure disappeared. Huh, Sini? Tracy was surprised and muttered to herself, what is old man doing, not taking me with him? She sat down in annoyance, sulking by herself. Deathland. Sini appeared under the tree of life, immediately seeing the unconscious Anna and John, who was completely naked and still aroused. Her body trembled, and she instinctively wanted to run away. "Sini, satisfy me," John said, grabbing the panicked Sini. Sini struggled symbolically, her voice trembling, "Master, I'm not ready, and Anna is right there." She looked at Anna with embarrassment. Even though she had been intimate with John many times, she still felt shy with someone else present. "It's okay, she's unconscious and won't feel anything," John dismissed Sini's protests. Her beautiful face and the tight leather armor accentuating her perfect figure made it impossible for him to hold back any longer. He roughly began to remove Sini's leather armor. "Master, no," Sini was panicked, wanting to refuse, but touching John's arousal made her lose the will to resist. "Rip!" John roughly tore off Sini's leather pants, revealing her white, delicate buttocks. Ignoring her protests, he positioned her to stand with her back to him and pushed into her. "Ah!" Sini cried out in pain, her legs struggling to stay on tiptoe, allowing John to enter only halfway. John held Sini's slender waist, leaned in close to her ear, and whispered, "Sini, satisfy me." Sini bit her lip in pain, not speaking, but gently nodding her head in acquiescence. John thrust forcefully, completely entering her. Sini cried out in pain, her feet almost lifting off the ground, her hands desperately clutching John's wrists. "Master, you're so strong," she murmured, feeling filled to the brim, especially as John continued to thrust. The sensation of being completely filled spread throughout her entire body. At that moment, she felt she was entirely John's. John supported Sini's waist, thrusting rapidly from behind. He could feel how wet she was, with glistening droplets falling. This little seductress was even less restrained than Anna. John's movements grew increasingly rough. Sini panted heavily, moaning in pain, continuously murmuring, "No, no. Master, I can't take it anymore, I'm about to climax again. Please, hurry." Sini couldn't hold on any longer. She felt that in the world of gods, it was no different from reality. The exquisite, painful sensation felt very real, and her body's endurance was the same as in the real world. "Hold on a bit longer," John said, lowering Sini to the ground, positioning her to kneel with her rear raised high, making it easier for him to thrust. Sini's lower body was drenched, making John's movements even smoother. Slap, slap. John pounded into Sini's raised rear, watching her buttocks jiggle and change shape with each impact. The slapping sounds grew more frequent. Sini's mouth was open, gasping and moaning. She felt this position was so shameful, yet so thrilling, making her climax repeatedly, as if she were bathing in warm, comforting clouds. "Sini, I'm close," John's voice came. Sini, lying on the ground, lifted her head slightly, her eyes glazed. "Master, please give it to me, I can't hold on any longer." John didn't reply, but his speed increased, the sounds of their bodies slapping together echoing as Sini's buttocks quivered incessantly. Finally, John reached his limit, releasing his hot seat inside her once again. "Ah," Sini gasped, her body going limp, disconnecting from John as she lay on the ground. Her lower body released a spray of fluid as she experienced an even more intense climax following John's lead. John was still hard, showing no signs of reaching his limit after 2 rounds. Ugh, Sini's body trembled as she lay on the ground, softly sobbing. John was startled and quickly lifted the exhausted Sini, wiping away her tears, his voice filled with concern. "What's wrong? Did I hurt you?" Sini shook her head repeatedly. "No, master, I liked it. It's just, thinking about what happened, I got scared. Master, please promise me, don't take such risks again, okay?" John was moved, holding Sini tightly in his arms, wiping away her tears, and said, "All right, I promise." Sini happily buried her head in John's chest, then glanced down at John's still erect member, and swallowed hard. "Master, I can still go on." She climbed onto John, kissing his cheeks passionately, positioning herself over him, and forcefully sat down. "Ah!" Sini cried out, clutching John's neck tightly, her waist arching slightly as she trembled. She climaxed again. Despite the pain, Sini lifted her head, her face filled with adoration as she looked at John, whispering, "Master, this isn't the real world. You don't need to hold back with me." John responded not with words, but with fierce thrusts. Under the tree of life, Sini's moans, cries, and pleas filled the air. For the first time, John let himself go, trying different positions and thrusting into Sini with abandon. An hour passed. Then 2 hours. 3 hours. John climaxed twice, yet he remained hard, far from his limit. Sini's voice was hoarse, tears streaming down her face. She regretted her earlier words, now pleading with John to stop while still wanting to satisfy him. "Sini, your health is dropping," John exclaimed, noticing her decreasing health bar. He became alarmed and stopped. In the real world, such exertion could cause her even more harm. Sini lay limp on the ground, her consciousness fading. She spoke weakly, "Master, let me rest a bit." John felt a pang of guilt, holding Sini close. "I'm sorry, I went too far." He almost forgot the connection between the world of gods and the real world. This time, he had indeed been a bit reckless. Sini shook her head weakly. "It's my fault for being too weak to satisfy you." She glanced at Anna, who was still unconscious. Her master was incredibly strong, almost terrifyingly so. "Master," Sini looked up at John and said, "Call Tracy in. It's clear she has feelings for you." John was taken aback. "Don't talk nonsense. She's your sister. Besides, Tracy is the heiress of the Blues family. If I have relations with her, do you think the Blues family will let me off?" Sini sighed and explained, "Master, haven't you noticed? The old master of the Blues family is trying to set you up with Tracy. If you two get together, the Blues family would be overjoyed." Seeing John's hesitation, she sat up and continued, "Master, if you're too afraid, I can help you." John playfully smacked her on the bottom. "Looks like you've recovered." Sini flinched, looking at John's still erect member, and tried to escape but ultimately gave in, saying, "Master, I really can't take any more. Let me use my mouth." She slid down, her long, silky hair covering her face, as she skillfully licked John's shaft with her small tongue. John shuddered with pleasure, unable to describe the sensation. Sini looked up, seeing John's face filled with bliss, and smugly asked, "Master, does that feel good?" Another half-hour passed, and John couldn't hold back any longer, climaxing once more. But he still hadn't reached his limit, his member remained stiff and uneasy. Sini, feeling defeated, leaned against John's chest. She was truly out of options. She resolved to help John win over Tracy. Perhaps even 3 women wouldn't be enough. Sini's heart was filled with helplessness and bitterness. She wanted to have John all to herself, but John was too strong and so exceptional that he would undoubtedly attract many beautiful women. What she could do was to make sure she held a special place in his heart. As John's passion slowly died down, he patted Sini in his arms and said, "We've wasted enough time. Let's go, there's important business to take care of." "Okay," Sini nodded obediently, helping John put on his gear. Anna was still asleep. John covered her with a piece of clothing, propping her against the tree of life to make her more comfortable. Anna was too delicate to handle his intensity. He thought to himself that he would have to train her gradually to get her used to it. With these thoughts in mind, John and Sini left Deathland together. A flash of light later, they appeared back in the land of elves. To their surprise, Tracy was still there, sitting on the ground, leaning against a rock, and dozing off with her chin in her hands. As she sensed someone approaching, she woke up and saw John and Sini, her face full of annoyance. Old man, Sini, where did you two go? You've been gone for so long and didn't even reply to my messages. Were you having fun without me? Tracy demanded, hands on her hips, her chest heaving in frustration. All right, Sini said with a smile, taking Tracy's small hand to comfort her. Next time, we'll definitely take you with us. She winked at John as she spoke. John turned his head, pretending not to notice. Really? Tracy asked innocently, her face full of expectation. You promised to take me next time? John was speechless. This little girl was so naive, she would probably thank someone for selling her off. Ignoring the two women, he opened his friends list and sent a private message to Richie. Godslayer, I got the city building order. How's the preparation going on the Flame Legions side? Chapter 47, The Blues Family Goes Crazy, Leveling Up. Chapter 47, The Blues Family Goes Crazy, Leveling Up. Soon, John received a reply. Richie, boss, the Flame Legion has been fully established, with 10 battalions. However, we encountered some issues, and the leveling process is slower than expected. In military terms, 5 soldiers form a squad, 10 squads form a company, 10 companies form a battalion, and 5 to 10 battalions form a legion. The Flame Legion was already at full capacity upon establishment, indicating high importance from the higher-ups. Godslayer, what issues? John was curious. Soldiers typically have superior physical fitness and know how to work together, so their leveling up should be rapid under normal circumstances. Richie, Mike White family has supported several forces that frequently harass us. Some of our companies have even been pushed back to the newbie village. Mike White family again. John frowned. He was puzzled. Military movements are usually classified. How did Mike White's forces find them? He thought of Kevin. In the previous life, Kevin competed with Richie for the position of Legion Commander of the Flame Legion and eventually succeeded. Now, with Richie as the commander, Kevin should have been expelled from the military. Godslayer, what about Kevin? Richie, boss, I was going to tell you about this. I gathered a lot of evidence of his misconduct, thinking it would get him expelled. However, he was protected by another legion, the Black Tiger Legion. I investigated further. The Black Tiger Legion had no prior connection with Kevin and no known misconduct. He was puzzled, unable to understand why the Black Tiger Legion would protect someone as useless as Kevin. Godslayer, the Black Tiger Legion's commander, Robert, is affiliated with the Griffin family. It's likely Kevin exposed your positions. Richie, no way. The military has strict rules prohibiting any family influence. Also, leaking military operations is treason, a serious crime. Does Kevin have the guts for that? John didn't explain further. Robert, the commander of the Black Tiger Legion, was recruited by the Griffin family after becoming a commander and had been hiding well. Despite his faults, he wasn't beyond redemption. In the previous life, he led the Black Tiger Legion in significant contributions against the Monster Tide. Kevin's actions are likely unknown to Robert, as they are probably orchestrated by the Griffin family. Since Kevin hasn't left the military yet, dealing with him directly would be troublesome for John. This matter would have to be set aside for now. Godslayer, have everyone operate in squads and spread out near other level 1 towns to level up. They need to reach level 30 and achieve second-tier strength within 7 days. Richie, got it. I'll arrange it immediately. Boss, be careful. The Mike White family has bribed many top players from the leaderboard. They're actively searching for your whereabouts to take you down. Reading Richie's message, John felt no concern. With his current strength, even if the Mike White family managed to recruit every top player on the leaderboard, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. Richie's Flame Legion had 5,000 soldiers. Even if they all reached level 30 and became second tier, they wouldn't be able to withstand a monster tide attack. The last time Gaia established a city, it was in collusion with the Dark Humans, who deliberately held back. When John built his city, the Dark Humans would undoubtedly exert their full force to prevent him from succeeding. He needed more experts. John turned to the two girls whispering to each other and asked, "Tracy, how are the Blues family members progressing in their leveling?" "Huh?" Tracy was startled by John's question, her face inexplicably turning red. She replied, "Old man, those guys have gone crazy, especially my brother. He's been challenging level 10 monsters with level 1 strength, saying he won't leave the newbie village until he can kill a level 10 monster. Each of them dies an average of 4 or 5 times a day, and none of them have left the newbie village." Challenging level 10 monsters at level 1? Sini was equally surprised and nodded in agreement. It seems Armstrong and the others have really gone mad. John didn't speak, understanding why these guys were pushing themselves to the brink. He had taught them to improve their combat skills by facing death. But wasn't this too extreme? With level 1 attributes, they probably couldn't even break through a level 10 monster's defense, only dealing 1 point of damage each time. Killing a level 10 monster at level 1 would require flawless execution, something even he would find challenging. Forget it, it seemed he couldn't rely on the Blues family for now. John allowed the Blues family members to continue their extreme training, considering it a beneficial pursuit. Besides the Blues family, he also had over 600 elves at his disposal. While the elves were strong, their limited numbers made their assistance less significant. "It seems I'll have to seek help from them," John thought, referring to the formidable beasts and monsters that had once been trapped in Deathland. He had already made 3 requests, unsure if those beings would agree to them. Putting this matter aside for now, John focused on advancing his level to 60, reaching the 3rd tier. Currently at level 53, he was at the top of the leaderboard, 12 levels ahead of the 2nd-ranked Dark Angel. "Let's go, I'll help you level up," John said, sending a party invitation to the 2 girls and adding them to his team. "Great!" Tracy responded excitedly. She had experienced John's rapid leveling speed before. "Old man, I'm going to climb back up the leaderboard," she declared with determination. Having not leveled up much in the past few days, she had fallen to level 37 and dropped out of the leaderboard. Sini, meanwhile, was at level 31. She had focused on completing the elves' hidden quest, and had no time to up-level. The hidden quest awarded them with the friendship of the elves and 2 portions of Elven Spring. 1 portion was given to Tracy, and Sini intended to give the other to John. However, since John had already consumed Elven Spring and wouldn't gain any further benefits from it, Sini, as an assassin class, found the 100-point boost to her spirit attribute of limited help and decided to keep it for now. The trio, accompanied by the black dragon Avis, left the land of elves and ventured into the eternal forest to hunt monsters and level up. The forest was teeming with level 60 and above monsters, including the corrupted tree monsters. Occasionally, they encountered orc armies, making it an ideal leveling ground. The 3 of them sat comfortably on Avis's broad back, enjoying the ride. "You have killed a level 75 corrupted tree monster, gaining 120 experience points. You have killed a level 60 mutated tree monster, gaining 70 experience points. Plundered talent activated, spirit +1. The notifications kept coming. Though the experience points were shared among the party, reducing the amount each received, the girls were still very satisfied. "Old man, I leveled up again," Tracy exclaimed, thrilled with her rapid progress. Sini was equally pleased, having not had the chance to level up with John in a while. "Master." At that moment, the deep voice of the black dragon Avis sounded, "I feel like I'm about to break through. I need to retreat and focus on my breakthrough." "A breakthrough?" John was surprised. Avis was a 3rd-tier epic pet, and breaking through to the 4th tier would significantly enhance his strength. Alright, you can retreat to Deathland for your breakthrough. Don't worry, it won't affect you there anymore. John gave a simple explanation and then brought Avis back into Deathland. Without Avis, the three had to continue on foot, which slowed their progress considerably. Despite this, the two girls were quite satisfied. We snuck out, so everyone needs to stay alert and not reveal our location, came a deep voice from within the forest, followed by the sound of footsteps rustling through the underbrush. John, it's orcs, Sini noted, immediately alerting John to the movements in the forest ahead. Should we retreat, old man? Tracy asked anxiously. She had witnessed the orcs' strength in the land of elves and, despite leveling up, knew she still wasn't a match for them. Moreover, this orc squad was large, with over 3,000 orcs. John, however, remained calm. They're here to deliver us experience points. Why would we run? With that, he raised his staff and cast rain of fire in the direction of the sounds. Whoosh! Flames engulfed the forest, and the orcs' cries of agony echoed as notifications popped up. Continuously. Killed level 60 orc, gained 70 experience points. Plunder talent activated, strength +1. Successfully killed 100,000 third-tier monsters, Wrath of the Gods talent upgraded to grade. A skill cooldown reduced by 60%. Next level requirement, kill 10 4th-tier elite bosses, upgrade Wrath of the Gods talent to Grade S. John was delighted. The Wrath of the Gods talent had finally been upgraded to Grade A and had unlocked the requirements for upgrading to Grade S. Killing 10 4th-tier elite bosses would be much easier than killing 100,000 3rd-tier monsters. Damn it! Who dares slaughter my orc tribe? An enraged voice bellowed as a towering orc, engulfed in flames, charged out from the forest. It's an orc leader. Sini gripped her dagger tightly but quickly decided to step back behind John. This orc leader was a level 100 rare quality boss, far beyond her capability to handle. She didn't want to cause any trouble for John. I'll handle this, John said confidently, raising his staff as several spells flew out. Fireball, Wind Blade, Thunderstorm. A human? You're courting death. The orc leader, seeing a seemingly weak human, sneered. He didn't bother to dodge the incoming spells. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions resounded as the spells struck the orc leader, producing terrifying damage numbers. The magic combo triggered twice, instantly reducing his health by over 50,000. Leaving him sprawled on the ground, covered in dirt and ashes. The orc leader struggled to his feet, his face full of fear. This human had wiped out half of his health with just one round of magic attacks. Attack! Kill him for me. Realizing John's power, he quickly retreated into the orc horde, angrily issuing orders. How shameless, John muttered with disdain as he watched the orc horde charge at him. His staff reappeared in his hand, and he unleashed another rain of fire. Terrifying damage numbers flashed. These level 60 orcs only had a little over 3,000 health points each and were instantly obliterated. Killed level 60 orc, gained 70 experience points. Plundered talent activated, critical hit rate +1. The notifications kept coming as John quickly slaughtered the surrounding orcs until only the orc leader remained. Chapter 48, Advanced Mission, Ambush Encounter. Chapter 48, Advanced Mission, Ambush Encounter. Gulped. The orc leader staring at the scattered premium third-tier equipment on the ground, unsure if it was due to greed or fear. Next, it's your turn. John sneered, raising his staff. Thud. To John's and the two women's surprise, the orc leader fell to his knees. It was the first time John had encountered a boss begging for mercy. "Master, I am willing to hand over my treasures. Please spare my life," the orc leader begged, trembling and kowtowing repeatedly. John scoffed. Compared to the orc leader who attacked the elves, this one had no spine. But John's interest was piqued, and he asked, "What treasures?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, the orc leader quickly replied, "It's a treasure scroll I stole from my clan. It is said to contain the treasures of the extinct Gates Empire." "Interesting." John sneered, not bothering to waste time. He launched his attack. In the world of gods, items on monsters and dark humans are guaranteed to drop upon death. "Human, you are not keeping your word." The orc leader panicked as he saw the incoming magic, scrambling to his feet to flee. But he couldn't outrun the magic. Boom! Boom! The spells hit their mark instantly, and the powerful magical energy obliterated his remaining health. He fell to the ground, unwilling and defeated. Killed 100 level rare boss orc leader, you gain 1630 experience points. You level up, spirit +4, strength +3, agility +2, free attribute points +8, skill points +2. Plunder talent activated, strength +50, constitution +50, physical critical +1. The notifications flashed, and John leveled up again, reaching level 58, getting closer to level 60. Unfortunately, this time the orc leader did not yield any special talents. John glanced at the items dropped by the orc leader and found a scroll. Treasure of the Gates Empire, hero level secret area, rumored to contain the treasures of the extinct Gates Empire, can be opened by level 60 and above third-tier professions. A hero difficulty dungeon. John was thrilled. The last time he and Sini completed the normal difficulty goblin secret area, they obtained 2 sets of premium first-tier equipment. The rewards for this hero difficulty dungeon would surely be higher. But it required third-tier professionals to open, so they couldn't enter it yet. John was already level 58, very close to the level 60 third-tier advancement. He checked the other items dropped by the orc leader. 10 equipment enhancement stones, 10 embedded gems, and a giant axe, also of epic quality. Mountain splitting axe, epic, third-tier warrior, knight profession can equip, physical damage +100, strength +80, armor penetration +2. It even increased hidden attribute armor penetration by 2 points. John was amazed. 2 points of armor penetration ignored 2% of the target's physical resistance. Unfortunately, it was for warrior and knight professions. "John, why do you always get premium equipment when you kill regular monsters?" Sini asked in surprise, cradling a pile of premium gear she had gathered from the battlefield. "It's due to my talent. Keep any of this gear you need, and I'll take the rest," John replied. He planned to prioritize his allies for these premium items and then sell the rest to Richie and the Blues family. In the world of gods, gold had many uses in the later stages, so he wasn't about to give away items for free. At best, they'd get a friends and family discount. The 2 women didn't hold back, selecting gear that suited them best. Once they were equipped, the 3 of them continued deeper into the forest, hunting more monsters. They were still on the outskirts of the eternal forest, but the monsters were growing stronger. Enraged tree monsters at level 80, venomous tree monsters at level 85, iron-armored giant bears at level 90, and demonic giant apes at level 100. However, none of these creatures posed a threat to John, who dispatched them with ease. After 2 days, during which John took a day off to rest at Sini's insistence, he finally reached level 60 and triggered the third-tier class advancement quests. Sini and Tracy also leveled up past 50, reclaiming their spots on the leaderboard. John reviewed his advancement quests. Wrath of the Gods Mage 3rd advancement quest, kill 2 level 60 plus epic bosses. Demonic Assassin 3rd advancement quest, kill 2 level 60 plus epic bosses. Both quests required killing 2 epic bosses over level 60. This task wasn't simple. The challenge wasn't in defeating epic bosses but in finding them. John wasn't confident he could handle level 100 plus 4th tier epic bosses yet. His last advancement had been a stroke of luck, involving the interruption-resistant undead mage. It seemed he would need to tackle that hidden quest. John remembered a hidden quest from his previous life that he was now strong enough to complete. Tracy, do you still have a town portal scroll? John asked, turning to Tracy. With Ava still in closed-door cultivation and the city too far away to walk, John preferred not to trek back on foot. I do, Tracy replied, handing out 3 town portal scrolls to John and Sini. Let's head back to the city. I need to do my advancement quest. With that, John crushed his town portal scroll. The 3 of them vanished in a flash of light and reappeared at the Jade City teleportation point. The place was bustling with players coming and going. John's sudden appearance caused quite a stir. Godslayer. Yeah, that's him. Finally, we've got him. A crowd of over 1,000 players quickly surrounded John and the 2 women. John looked at the leader, a black man dressed as an assassin, and a smile formed on his lips. The second on the leaderboard, Dark Angel. Oh. The black assassin was surprised and studied John suspiciously. You know me? John didn't respond, his cold gaze scanning the crowd. He recognized many as top-ranked players. Smirking, he said, looks like you've been hired by the Mike White family to assassinate me. He hadn't expected these players to fail in finding him in the real world and instead attempt to target him in the world of gods. Dark Angel shrugged. Godslayer, I bear you no personal grudge, but you've crossed someone you shouldn't have. Attack. He pulled out a charm and crushed it. A strange energy surrounded John, freezing his magic. An anti-magic charm. John was surprised at how far the Mike White family had gone to deal with him. The charm had the same effect as mana-suppressing potion, temporarily sealing his magic, bane for any mage. But the charm was much rarer and more expensive, one can cost 10,000 gold coin. In the real world, it's $1 billion. Quick, his magic is sealed. Kill him. Dark Angel ordered coldly, stepping back. Arrows and spells flew towards John. The damage numbers flashed pathetically, unable to breach John's defense. He remained unscathed, but the women beside him were vulnerable. Sini was hit by a barrage of arrows and spells, turning into a flash of white light and disappearing. Tracy, being a priest, had higher health and defense and managed to survive the first wave of attacks by hiding behind John. Sini! John shouted, furious as Sini vanished. He grabbed Tracy and threw her out of harm's way. You are unforgivable. John's voice was ice cold, his killing intent palpable as he wielded his staff and charged into the crowd. He deliberately withheld his assassin abilities. Dark Angel sneered. Initially, he was concerned seeing John only taking 1 point of damage per attack. But a mage rushing into close combat? That was a death sentence. With a cold smile, Dark Angel brandished his twin daggers and blinked behind John, aiming for a lethal strike. Die! He roared, his face twisted with triumph. He was confident that this strike would end. Godslayer. What top-ranked player? He was the real number 1. Foolish, John muttered disdainfully. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, he effortlessly dodged Dark Angel's critical hit and swung his staff hard. Bam! A terrifying damage number floated up. Dark Angel froze, his less than 3,000 health instantly depleted, and he vanished in a flash of white light. This guy is a mage? It's his last thought before respawning was full of confusion. John moved fluidly, showcasing his exceptional combat skills as he tore through the crowd. With reckless abandon. Help! This guy's a demon. He can't be killed and his damage is insane. Report him. Damn it, I'm reporting Godslayer for health lock and invincibility hacks. Screw the Mike White family for setting us up. Godslayer, I was wrong, please don't kill me. Cries for help, curses, and pleas for mercy echoed around him. Over 1,000 players couldn't last even 2 minutes, slaughtered by John. But John didn't plan to let them off that easily. In a flash, he reached the respawn point. The players he had just killed were respawning, their faces blank with disbelief, still unable to comprehend how a mage could inflict such monstrous physical damage. Everyone not involved, get out of here! John roared. Swinging his staff, he cast Rain of Fire. And flames rained down. Oh no! Dark Angel saw John coming and felt the danger, but it was too late to escape. The firestorm engulfed the respawn point in a radius of nearly 100 meters. The freshly respawned players screamed and were killed again instantly. The respawn point continued to flash as players respawned only to be caught in the magic. Once more. Godslayer, I know I was wrong, please let me go. Dark Angel was terrified, desperately begging for mercy. He had painstakingly leveled up to 50, but after being killed by John, he was down to a mere level 32nd tier. John showed no sign of relenting, determined to kill them back to the newbie village. Stop! Who dares to cause trouble in Jade City? A shout rang out as a squad of Jade City's elite cavalry charged toward John. Chapter 49, Jade City Wanted List, Hidden Quest. Chapter 49, Jade City Wanted List, Hidden Quest. John watched the elite cavalry charge at him, a bit surprised. In the world of gods, the rulers of major cities were all dark humans. They typically didn't interfere in player skirmishes, even within the city. This unit of dark humans cavalry was clearly targeting him. However, John was unfazed. Jade City was merely a level 1 city, and these elite cavalry were only second tier, their levels not exceeding 60. They were no match for him. He waved his staff, casting 2 consecutive thunderstorms. The lightning struck the leading cavalryman first, obliterating him in one hit, leaving no trace of his body. Killed level 55 Jade City Elite Cavalry Leader, gained 370 experience points. Plunder talent activated, Constitution +1. Dark humans were considered monsters as well. With their leader dead, the remaining dark humans cavalry became even more enraged and charged at John. He remained indifferent, waving his staff to summon a rain of fire, engulfing the entire cavalry force. Massive damage numbers flashed, and over 100 elite cavalrymen were instantly killed. The notifications kept popping up. Killed level 50 Jade City Elite Cavalry, gained 160 experience points. Plunder talent activated, Strength +1. You have maliciously killed Jade City guards. The Jade City Lord has issued a bounty on you, on the wanted list? John sneered at the notification. A weak level 1 city lord was nothing to him. More Jade City guards flooded the streets. Because of their interference, Dark Angel and his men weren't reduced to level 1 and managed to escape Jade City in a panic. John's anger now turned towards these guards. Boss, I'm here to save you. At that moment, a loud shout was heard as Richie led a team of men rushing in from the teleportation point. Damn, it's the Jade City guards. Richie exclaimed in shock as he realized that those attacking John were not players, but the Jade City guards. He had just received news that John was being ambushed by players in Jade City. The surrounding guards also noticed Richie and his team and shouted angrily, "They're with that Godslayer! Attack!" With a shout, hundreds of guards charged towards Richie and his men. Interesting. Richie was unafraid. He held Diamond Giant's shield in front of him and led the charge, commanding his team to engage the enemy. The team Richie brought was the elite of the Flame Legion, all above level 40, just barely able to withstand the guards' attacks. Richie, don't get tangled up with them. Retreat! John called out. He wanted to wipe out the dark humans in Jade City, but doing so would provoke them and bring reinforcements from higher-level cities. John knew he wasn't yet strong enough for an all-out war with the dark humans. Richie, with his giant shield at the forefront, was reluctant but formidable, blocking the path like an immovable object. Boss, these guys aren't that strong. Leaving like this seems too easy on them. There will be plenty of chances for revenge later. For now, we need to go. Teleport to the level 2 city, Silverleaf City. John reminded him, finding Sini and Tracy in the crowd and escorting them quickly to the teleportation point. Spending 10 silver coins, they teleported away. Retreat! Richie reluctantly ordered, leading his team to withdraw. Soon, John and his group arrived at the teleportation point in Silverleaf City. Silverleaf City, a level 2 city, was more prosperous compared to Jade City, though the streets were less crowded with players. The surrounding area of Silverleaf City was filled with level 60 and above monsters, so players generally only came here after completing their third job advancement. Boss, how did you end up fighting with the Jade City guards? Richie appeared at the teleportation point, curious about what had happened. The elite squad he brought hadn't followed. I'm not entirely sure, John said, suspecting it might be related to the attack on Gaia during the establishment of Imperial City. If that were the case, Richie should also be targeted by the Dark Humans guards, but he hadn't been. John decided not to dwell on it and coldly instructed, Richie, I have a task for you. Find the players who attacked us and kill them back to the novice village, especially that Dark Angel. These guys had killed Sini, and he would not let it go easily. John, I'm fine. There's no need to waste resources on me, Sini said, knowing John's actions were for her. She moved closer, wrapping her arm around his. Beside her, Tracy was furious. Sini, they killed you. We can't just let them off. John nodded in agreement, gently patting Sini's head. Anyone who harms my people must pay a heavy price. Don't worry, boss. I'll make sure those guys regret it, Richie said, guessing what had happened, and confidently pounded his chest. Sini looked at John with teary eyes, deeply moved. She had never been so protected before. Richie, I have 2 more tasks for you, John continued, turning to Richie. Once I complete my job advancement, we'll start establishing our city. In the meantime, find a suitable location, one that is resource-rich and easy to defend. Richie nodded but expressed concern, Boss, after we disrupted the establishment of Imperial City, won't Mike White family cause trouble? They definitely will. That's why I have another task for you, John explained. Go find the Blood-Red Demon Wolf and the others. Ask for their help in defending against the monster tide. As long as their demands are reasonable, agree to them. Richie's eyes lit up. He had seen those terrifying beasts and monsters before, all were of 4th rank or higher. With their help, they wouldn't need to fear Mike White family or Dark Humans retaliation. Got it, boss. I'll get right on it, he said eagerly and left quickly. Old man, are you still taking us to level up? Tracy asked expectantly. John shook his head, looking apologetically at the 2 women. I have other matters to attend to. You'll need to level up on your own. Okay, Tracy said, a bit disappointed. Sini, understanding, said, John, you go ahead. Don't worry about us. Be careful. If you encounter danger, contact me immediately, John advised. After bidding them farewell, he didn't leave Silverleaf City. Instead, he headed towards an abandoned mansion within the city. The hidden quest was within this mansion. As John walked away, Sini watched his back with determination. She swore to herself that she would not become a burden to him. Tracy, let's go hunt level 40 monsters and learn the Blues family's leveling method. She said slowly. These past few days had been too comfortable. She needed to break out of this comfort zone, improve her strength, and help John. What? Tracy was startled and exclaimed, Sini, are you crazy? She was a support class priest with negligible combat power, and Sini had fallen to level 30. They were no match for level 40 monsters. Hunting level 40 monsters was tantamount to suicide. However, seeing Sini's determined expression, Tracy didn't say anything more and silently supported her. The two women left using the teleport point. John arrived at a mansion in the city. The mansion was vast but dilapidated. The heavy front door lay askew, and the courtyard was overgrown with weeds, indicating it had been abandoned for a long time. John entered the mansion. From the remaining architectural features, it was evident that this place had once been splendid, and its owner must have been wealthy and noble. Crash! Suddenly, a wine jar shattered in front of John. From the decrepit loft above, an impatient voice called out, "Another debt collector? Take anything valuable and leave me alone." John looked at the broken wine jar and smiled. This must be the guy. He headed toward the broken loft. The old stairs creaked under his weight, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment. Damn it, didn't you hear me? Get lost. The man noticed someone coming up and grabbed another wine jar, hurling it toward John. John easily dodged and reached the loft. He curiously observed the middle-aged man before him. The man reeked of alcohol, with disheveled hair and beard, dressed in rags like a beggar. John didn't underestimate him. Hello, I was passing by the courtyard and got curious, so I came to take a look. Sorry for disturbing you, he said. Hearing John's words, the beggar slightly lifted his head, his eyes lifeless as he glanced at John. His tone, however, softened a bit. Are you an adventurer? This is private property, not open to outsiders. You should leave. John remained unfazed. Instead, he found a relatively clean spot to sit down and said, It sounds like you owe quite a bit of money for drinks? I have some gold coins here, perhaps they can help you out. With that, he took out 10 gold coins and placed them in front of the beggar. The beggar didn't reach for them. Instead, he looked at John with a wary expression. Kid, what's your angle? John placed the coins down and said, Everyone goes through tough times, but that's no reason to give up. I might not be able to do much, but I can help you a bit. A flicker of light passed through the beggar's dull eyes, followed by a self-deprecating smile. Young man, I used to be as naive as you. But I like what you're saying. Come, have a drink. With me. With that, he grabbed a nearby wine jar and tossed it to John. John didn't refuse. He caught the jar, took a hearty swig, and sighed in satisfaction. The wine in the world of gods was spicier and more stimulating than that in the real world. Ha, you're a straightforward guy, the beggar laughed, taking another swig himself. His dull eyes began to regain some life. Young man, would you like to hear a story? John knew the beggar was about to reveal a hidden quest. He nodded and said, I'm all ears. The beggar took another swig, glanced around warily to ensure no one was listening, and then began his tale. Chapter 50, The Land of Darkness, Powerful Demon Guardians. Chapter 50, The Land of Darkness, Powerful Demon Guardians. This world is called the Skyline Continent. It was once home to countless powerful races. Though wars were frequent, there was still a semblance of peace and stability. Until they connected with a game called the World of Gods, the beggar's face was nostalgic as he spoke slowly. John frowned. He knew about the plight of Skyline Continent and feared that Earth's future would mirror its fate. But wasn't the beggar supposed to tell his own story? Moreover, John remembered this beggar was also a dark human. The tragedy of Skyline Continent was closely linked to them. Why did it seem like he was now speaking on behalf of the races of Skyline Continent? The beggar continued, ignoring John's reaction. One day, beings who called themselves the envoys of the gods, known as the Dark Humans, descended upon Skyline Continent. They unleashed brutal massacres on the various races, eventually conquering the continent. The gods' malevolent hands then reached out to another world. The beggar took another swig from his jar, not continuing his tale. He seemed satisfied with John's shocked and puzzled expression. "Young man, don't doubt it. It's just as you think." John looked at the beggar, remaining silent. He had known these things already. His confusion lay in the fact that the beggar's hidden quest wasn't supposed to be about this. He remembered that the person who received this hidden quest in the previous life mentioned that the old beggar had tasked him with killing 2 demon guardians to avenge his deceased wife. The beggar's story was intriguing and shocking, but it seemed unrelated to the hidden quest. Unsure of how to proceed, John decided to go along with the beggar's story. He asked, "If what you say is true, is there any way to prevent this disaster?" The beggar shook his head, his eyes filled with deep helplessness. "Everything is controlled by the gods. They are high and mighty. How can mere mortals possibly stand against gods? Isn't there any way at all?" John's desire to find a solution was ignited. Regardless of whether others believed it possible, he was determined to stop this disaster and protect Earth. The beggar looked at John, silent for a long time, then sighed softly. "If you help me with something, I can tell you some methods to counter the gods. But I can't guarantee they will be effective." John was puzzled. This seemed to align with the hidden quest, but why had the person who received it in the previous life not mentioned this part? Had the beggar not revealed it, or had that person deliberately concealed it? John only knew that this hidden quest ultimately failed, which was why the person had revealed it. He didn't know any other details. He nodded and said, "Go ahead." The beggar continued, "My wife was brutally murdered by 2 demon guardians. If you can kill those 2 and avenge my wife, I will tell you the secrets to counter the gods." Ding, S-level hidden quest triggered, Merchant's Revenge. Do you accept? A prompt appeared, indicating that things were finally back on track. Accept. John immediately chose to accept. You have accepted the S-level hidden quest, Merchant's Revenge. Kill the demon guardians and avenge the merchant's wife. Quest duration, none. Quest reward, unknown. Quest failure penalty, none. The beggar fumbled in his pocket and took out a crumpled map, handing it to John. "Young man, this is the map to the demon territory. You can only enter with this map. There are thousands of demon soldiers and 2 demon guardians, all above level 60. This is not urgent, you can wait until you reach level 100 and are at the 4th tier before dealing with them." John took the map, not paying much attention to the beggar's advice. He accepted this hidden quest for his 3rd tier advancement trial and couldn't wait until the 4th tier. "Don't worry, I will avenge your wife," John assured as he pocketed the map. The beggar said no more, leaning against a pillar and returning to his usual despondent state, continuing to drink. John bid him farewell and examined the map the beggar had given him. It marked a hidden location in the forests surrounding Silverleaf City. Outside Silverleaf City, there were many powerful level 60 and above beasts. For ordinary players, this quest might indeed require the strength of a level 100 4th tier player to complete. But John was confident he could complete it now. The forest was quiet and deep. Powerful beasts roamed about. Fire bats, minotaurs, fire spirits, dragon monsters. All were level 60 and above powerful beasts, but they were no match for John. He didn't deliberately provoke them and quickly made his way to the land of darkness. According to the map's route, Without Avis, traveling was much less convenient. John couldn't help but hope that Avis would complete its advancement soon. The increase in strength was secondary to him, the most crucial part was the ability to fly. John moved swiftly through the forest, killing dozens of beasts and collecting 3 high-quality pieces of equipment. Finally, he arrived at the location marked on the map. The surrounding trees were denser, the environment deeper, and the area was eerily quiet, with no sign of any beast activity. This must be the land of darkness. He entered directly. Ding, you have discovered a hidden map, the land of darkness. The notification popped up, but John paid no mind to it, staying alert and continuing forward. Clang, clang. From the depths of the forest came the sounds of battle and fighting. John was puzzled, it seemed like 2 groups were fighting each other. Could there be other races here besides the demon soldiers? He quickened his pace. Emerging from the dense forest, he found himself on a vast plain with a majestic black city standing tall. In front of the city, 2 groups of soldiers were engaged in a deadly battle, all of them demon soldiers, numbering over 1,000. John approached slowly and overheard their conversation. "Joel, your men are about to collapse. I think you should just surrender," said a burly man clad in heavy armor. He was a demon guard, a level 70 epic boss. The other, referred to as Joel, was also a demon guard. Joel snorted coldly, watching the battlefield intensely. "Evan, don't celebrate too early. It's not over yet." He looks the battlefield nervously. Obviously, his soldier has almost defeated. John hid and watched in amazement. He had encountered many races but had never seen members of the same race fighting each other. The demon race was the first. John focused on the 2 demon guards. Both were level 70, 3rd-tier epic bosses with 120,000 health points, and their strength and mental attributes reached 8,000 points. They were adept in both dark magic and close combat. The demons were one of the few powerful races that mastered both physical and magical abilities. "This is a bit tricky," John muttered with a serious expression. If he only had to deal with 1 demon guard, he was confident he could kill him. But facing 2 demon guards simultaneously, along with over 1,000 level 60 elite demon soldiers, he wasn't entirely sure. John planned as he slowly approached the 2 demon guards. Both were focused entirely on the battlefield and didn't notice John getting closer. The battle was already in full swing and nearing its climax. Joel and Evan gripped their fists tightly, cursing and directing the fight. Soon, the last of Joel's demon soldiers fell, dying in a pool of blood. Seeing this, Evan laughed triumphantly. Joel, you lost again." "Ha?" His laughter abruptly stopped as he sensed danger. A wave of powerful magical energy made Joel turn his head as well. Flames roared, wind blades whistled, and lightning flashed as multiple spells struck. However, they weren't aimed at Joel but at Evan. "Who dares?" Evan cursed, forming a magical shield in front of him. The spells struck. Boom! Boom! The magical shield shattered under the barrage, and damage numbers floated above Evan's head. With his spell combo talent, John landed 2 consecutive hits and even scored a critical strike. Evan's health dropped by 1/3 in an instant. Shocked and unable to react, he saw a figure rapidly closing in on him. A flash of cold light, and he was hit again. More terrifying damage numbers flashed, with 2 critical hits this time. Evan's health plummeted to less than 20,000. He stumbled back in panic, finally seeing his attacker clearly. "A human, an adventurer?" Evan exclaimed, disbelief in his voice as he struggled to comprehend how a weak human adventurer could inflict such terrifying damage. Just a bit more. John thought, eyes narrowing as he saw Evan retreating. He could tell. Evan's health was critically low, one more round of attacks would surely finish him off. However, with Evan retreating, another surprise attack was no longer possible. Ha, interesting. Joel's mocking laughter echoed from the side. He was delighted to see Evan in such a state. Fixing his gaze on John, a mischievous smile played on his lips. Evan, let's change the bet. Whoever kills this guy gets to be the lord of the city, how about that? Fine, if you can kill him, I'll forever acknowledge your position as lord, Evan agreed without hesitation. He knew Joel was no match for this human and anticipated a mutually destructive fight, allowing him to swoop in and claim victory. Agreed, it's a deal. Joel, unaware of Evan's cunning, eagerly accepted and charged at John. Die! Joel roared, wielding his massive cleaver in a straightforward but powerful strike. Aimed at John. John's body was covered in rock armor, ready to absorb the blow. Bang! The rock armor shattered instantly. John lost over 2,000 health points. Joel's physical attack power exceeded 8,000, but John could barely withstand it. John swiftly retreated, ignoring Joel. His focus was on the heavily injured Evan. He resolved to eliminate Evan first and then deal with Joel and the remaining demon soldiers. Chapter 51, Dual Magic and Martial Arts, Tier 3 Class. Chapter 51, Dual Magic and Martial Arts, Tier 3 Class. John switched to his staff, the powerful magical energy surging. A series of spells roared towards Evan in the distance. This guy's cooldowns are so quick? Evan was startled, cursing angrily, Joel, you idiot, stop this guy. He couldn't take another hit from John's attack. Seeing the gathering demon soldiers nearby, he didn't hesitate to rush into them. He using their bodies as a shield against John's magic. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions echoed. The demon soldiers fell in droves, while Evan was struck by 2 thunderstorms, his health dropping below 10,000. One more hit and he would be done for. Panicked, Evan turned and ran towards the fortress behind him. You can't escape, John said coldly, switching to his dagger and activating the Shadow Strike skill. In a flash, he darted through the demon soldier ranks, aiming directly at Evan. Damn it! Shadow Mirage. Sensing John closing in from behind, Evan cursed, unwilling to confront him directly. His body split into several clones, each darting in different directions. Swish! A cold gleam flashed as John struck one of the clones, which then vanished. It wasn't the real Evan. So he has a life-saving skill like this. John was surprised. Seeing the clones scatter, he switched back to his staff and cast Rain of Fire, covering the dozen clones. Ah! A scream pierced the air. The clones vanished, leaving only one figure scrambling towards the fortress. It was undoubtedly the real Evan. John raised his staff and 2 lightning spells descended. Boom! Boom! Evan, unable to evade, fell to the ground, his remaining health depleted. Killed 70 level epic demon guard, gained 4960 XP. Plunder skill activated, gained strength plus 100, spirit plus 100, luck plus 1. No skills or talents were plundered. John disappointing. Human, I didn't expect you to kill Evan. You've truly surprised me. Joel's voice came from behind. He showed no sorrow for Evan's death, rather, he seemed quite pleased. Evan was dead, making Joel the new leader here. As for the human before him, he didn't see him as a threat. The only reason Evan was killed was that he was too weak, combined with the human's sneak attack. What are you all standing around for? Get him and avenge Lord Evan. Joel ordered coldly. He knew the demon soldiers weren't a match for John, but he didn't care about their lives. The demon soldiers snapped out of their shock, roaring as they charged towards John. According to the beggar, there should be over 3,000 demon soldiers in the Dark Land. The ones here were just over 1,000. John guessed that the remaining soldiers were likely killed off by these two demon guards. Whoosh! Endless flames enveloped the area as John cast Rain of Fire. The 60-level demon soldiers, equivalent to elite bosses with 10,000 health points, couldn't withstand John's fiery assault. Agonized screams filled the air as demon soldiers died in droves. Killed 60-level demon soldier, gained 420 XP. Plunder skill activated, gained strength plus 10, spirit plus 10, skill point plus 1. The notifications kept flashing as John reaped a bounty of attribute and skill points. Soon, all the demon soldiers were wiped out, leaving only Joel, the demon guard. Interesting. Human, your strength is impressive, Joel remarked, his axe glowing with powerful magical energy. But this ends now. Dark Blade. Joel roared as he swung his axe with mountain-splitting force. John, however, remained unfazed, watching Joel's movements closely. He cast a lightning spell, which struck before Joel's attack landed. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the magical energy around Joel dissipated, and his skill was forcibly interrupted. Cough! Joel spat out blood from the magical backlash, staring at John in disbelief. You can interrupt skills. Such a high level of combat skill, he had only seen it in powerful demon kings. Joel couldn't believe that the human before him had a combat talent comparable to a demon king. John looked at him with disdain, calmly saying, "If you had teamed up with Evan earlier, I might not have been able to take you both down. But now, you don't even have a chance to fight back." Arrogant. Joel was enraged by John's words. Abandoning skill use, he charged directly at John, coldly declaring, "You underestimate the demons." Elemental disruption. An eerie energy wave radiated out, causing the elemental forces around John to become chaotic and hard to control, preventing him from casting spells. He still has such tricks up his sleeve. John was a bit surprised. This had the same effect as the anti-magic seal, but the force was even more overpowering. The skills the demon guard had used so far were very enticing to him. "Human, without your magic, let's see how you handle me now." Joel's arrogant voice boomed as he charged at John, swinging his axe with sheer brute force, no finesse, just raw power, aiming to crush John. But John was not afraid. His true strength lay not in his magic but in his physical attacks. Switching his staff for a dagger, he activated Death Whirlwind. His figure blurred into shadows, deftly dodging Joel's slashes while delivering precise strikes that made blood spray and damage numbers flash. John's attacks included critical hits, rapidly depleting Joel's health by over 15,000. Piercing Strike. Deadly Strike. Two more assassin skills struck Joel with precision. Reeling from the pain, Joel staggered back, his health plummeting, panic setting in. This human was far stronger than he had anticipated. He sensed death looming and knew it was too late to escape now. Human. Joel stepped back, halting John's attack, and quickly proposed, "You came here for the Demon King's treasure, didn't you? I'll give you the treasure map if you let me go." Treasure map? John was momentarily taken aback. This was the second time an enemy had begged for mercy. He sneered and asked, "Are you in cahoots with the orcs?" "Orcs, those filthy beasts." Joel spat in disgust. "Human, do not insult me. I am a noble, powerful demon." Half a dozen of one, 6 of the other, John scoffed, uninterested in further conversation. He resumed his attack. Killing Joel was essential for his class advancement. As for the Demon King's treasure, it would drop just as easily when he killed Joel. Damn it! You'll regret slaughtering the demons. Joel cursed as he realized John had no intention of sparing him. He launched a desperate counterattack. Despite having higher base attributes than John, Joel felt powerless against him. It seemed like John could see through all his moves, while Joel couldn't fend off John's relentless attacks. Soon enough, Joel's health was depleted, and he died with resentment in his heart. Killed level 70 Epic Demon Guard, gained 4,960 experience points. Plunder talent activated, you gained a B-rank talent, Dual Mastery. You have completed your class advancement quest and successfully advanced to a Tier 3. Wrath of the Gods Mage and a Tier 3 Phantom Assassin. The notification popped up. John had successfully completed his Tier 3 class advancement. Moreover, he had plundered another talent. John opened his status window to check. Dual Mastery, B-rank talent, your physical attacks now include 50% magic damage. However, regular attacks consume 10 mana points, and physical skill attacks consume double the mana points. John was speechless. This talent drastically enhanced his physical attack and skill damage. His Phantom Assassin class received yet another terrifying boost. However, his main class was supposed to be Wrath of the Gods Mage. John found it hard to accept. At this rate, his main class might become a mere decoration. Wow, I have accumulated this many skill points? He noticed the number of skill points he had. Over the past few days, he had gathered more than 3,000 skill points. This was enough to max out all his basic skills, with plenty to spare. Upgrade, John commanded, spending his skill points to max out all 10 of his basic skills. He still had 44 skill points remaining. John might be the only player to have maxed out his skills at the current career stage. However, upgrading primary skills to intermediate skills required 100 skill points. Additionally, each skill upgrade also required 100 skill points. Even with the more than 2,000 skill points remaining, John was still far from being able to max out everything. The journey to Tier 4 class advancement was still a long way off, giving him time to accumulate more skill points gradually. He set aside his concerns and examined the items dropped by the demon guards. Legendary gear. John exclaimed as he held a black armor piece in his hand. Twilight Shadow Armor, legendary, usable by Tier 3 classes, physical defense plus 100, magic defense plus 100, strength plus 100, spirit plus 100. All 4 attributes reached the maximum values for Tier 3 legendary gear. The only downside was its tier. If it were a Tier 9 legendary item, its attributes would be comparable to those of a low-grade divine artifact. John immediately equipped the armor, along with the blood-refining belt dropped by the orc leader. His strength saw a significant boost. City building order. John exclaimed in surprise upon seeing a token on the ground. He had unexpectedly acquired another city building order. However, he didn't find the Demon King's treasure that Joel had mentioned. Could it be on the other demon guard? John checked the items dropped by Evan. Another city building order? He muttered, astonished. He had spent days previously without getting a single city building order. Now, in this exploration of the Dark Lands, he had found 2. Had these items suddenly become so common? John joyfully collected them and inspected the rest of Evan's dropped items. 20 equipment enhancement stones, 20 equipment embedding gems, and a Tier 3 legendary spear, which unfortunately could only be used by warriors or knights. He decided to give it to Richie. John stored the items, still finding no treasure map. Was Joel trying to deceive him? Gazing at the fortress before him, he quickly gathered all the loot dropped by the demon soldiers and ventured into the city. Chapter 52, Completing the Mission, The Descent of the Gods. Chapter 52, Completing the Mission, The Descent of the Gods. The city was ancient, with old but well-preserved buildings and complete facilities. A level 1 city wall? John observed the towering black walls. It was entirely the scale of a level 1 city. By using the city building order, he could directly occupy this city. The only downside was that the surrounding area was populated with level 60+ beasts, which players currently couldn't handle easily. Upon entering the city, John was once again deeply shocked. Castles, a temple of life, a potion shop, a blacksmith, a tailor shop, a fine craft shop. All these facilities were available, and they were high-level buildings, producing items with a quality bonus of +1. John was determined to occupy this city, as its subsequent development would be significantly easier. The city was empty and deathly silent. All the demon soldiers had presumably been killed by him. John made his way to the central castle. Inside the castle, dim firelight flickered, casting an eerie and terrifying ambience. John was unfazed, thoroughly searching the castle but failing to find the Demon King's treasure that Joel had mentioned. Could it be that it's not in the castle? He doubted that Joel was lying. The only possibility was that the treasure map was in another location. He continued to search the city, rummaging through every building. In his search, John discovered a hidden treasury filled with a large quantity of ores, herbs, and other materials, along with over 2,000 sets of Tier 3 warrior-class high-quality equipment. However, he still couldn't find any information related to the Demon King's treasure. John sighed. It seemed he would have to search for it later. He took all the equipment from the treasury, but due to limited storage space, he had to leave the other materials behind. Fortunately, no players would come here anytime soon. He was now more determined than ever to occupy this city. Let's turn in the quest first. John was curious about the hidden quest's reward. He left the city, taking Evan and Joel's heads with him to present to the beggar as proof of completion. By the time John returned to Silverleaf City, it was night. The city was dark, with few players in sight. Occasionally, patrol guards with levels over 60 passed by. John headed straight to the abandoned mansion. The beggar was still in a drunken state, leaning against a pillar, dozing off. Hearing footsteps, he squinted open his eyes. When he saw it was John, he almost cursed but stopped himself. "Hey there, young man. Run into some trouble?" John shook his head. "I've completed the task." "What?" The beggar didn't catch his words, looking at him suspiciously. Without further explanation, John pulled out the 2 heads and tossed them on the ground. The beggar jumped up, his drunkenness vanishing instantly. Staring at the heads, his body trembled. "It's them. It's really them." "Ha!" He laughed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, kneeling on the ground, clutching the necklace around his neck tightly. "Janet, did you see? Evan and Joel, those traitors, are finally dead. I've avenged you. Now I can be with you without any regrets." The beggar's voice was filled with relief, clearly ready to die. John quickly intervened. "People can't come back to life. We still need to live on. Please, accept my condolences." He didn't care about the beggar's fate, he only cared about his own reward. The beggar seemed oblivious to John's attempts at consolation, wiped away his tears, and stood up. "Young man, thank you. Please wait here for a moment," he said. John nodded, watching the beggar carry the 2 heads upstairs. Soon, the sound of running water came from above. After a while, a middle-aged man descended the stairs. Clad in fine clothes, with a handsome face and an air of elegance and nobility, he was a stark contrast to the beggar from moments ago. John frowned, taking a moment to realize, "Are you the beggar from before?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly, not offended by John's term. "Young man, walk with me. Let me tell you about me and Janet," he said. Janet was his wife. "All right, John agreed reluctantly. He wasn't interested in any stories, but he was willing to endure for the sake of the reward. The man's face showed a nostalgic expression as he began his tale. His wife wasn't a dark human, but a demon. Dark humans initially sided with the demons, but later, with the rise of the gods, they switched allegiance, becoming enemies of the demons. He and his wife, Janet, had managed to evade the dark humans' pursuit, but they were betrayed by Janet's two subordinates, Evan and Joel. Janet was killed, but due to his status among the dark humans, he survived. During this period, he exhausted his wealth to avenge Janet against the dark humans and demons. He used various means to eliminate those dark humans responsible, which provoked the dark humans to retaliate against him. The two demon guards who betrayed Janet received the dark humans' protection, and he was powerless to seek further vengeance. Hence, he enlisted John's help. As the middle-aged man spoke, he led John to the Silverleaf City teleportation point. He didn't care if John was interested in his story, he just needed someone to listen. John's interest was piqued, and he looked at the man, waiting for him to continue. The man's expression turned serious. Pointing to the teleportation point, he cautioned, "Young man, what I'm about to tell you might put us in danger. Be prepared to run at any moment." John didn't quite understand, but he nodded, not taking the man's words to heart. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and continued, "Long ago, the demon gods from the demon race could contend with the gods. But for some unknown reason, the demon gods fell, allowing the gods to rise. If you can grow into a demon god, you will be able to oppose the gods." Demon race? Demon gods? John frowned, never having heard of these before. Curious, he asked, "How can one grow into a demon god?" The middle-aged man glanced at the overcast sky, swallowed, and said, "It's quite simple. Elevate your cultivation to the 10th rank infused with the demon soul, demon eye, demon wing, and demon armor. Then, you will become a demon god on par with the gods." As he spoke, he took out a jade box from his pocket and handed it to John. "This is a wisp of a demon soul, left by my wife. Now, you just need to find the demon eye, demon wing, and demon armor, avoid the god's pursuit, and successfully elevate to the 10th rank. Then you can become a demon god." The man's voice was somber as he raised his head to the sky, his posture straight, eyes filled with defiance. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce wind roared, and a terrifying, oppressive aura filled the air, as if it could destroy everything. John's heart skipped a beat, a familiar feeling washed over him. He had encountered this aura before. It was the aura of a god. Boom! Booming thunder echoed as dark clouds churned in the sky, and a huge, menacing face appeared in the heavens. "Oh my God, it's a god! It's a god! A divine descent, a celestial blessing. Greetings, great god!" Dark humans filled the street, falling to their knees, kowtowing repeatedly with utmost reverence. The middle-aged man sneered at the sight. He looked at John and urged, "Young man, use the teleportation array to leave. The god cannot lock into you." John realized that the god had been attracted by the beggar, or rather, by the demon soul in his hand. But he didn't move. Instead, he raised his head and stared directly at the immense, ethereal face, his staff appearing in his hand. "You're insane." The middle-aged man was shocked by John's actions. Facing a god with a mortal body. He must be either a fool or a madman. John didn't speak. He gripped his staff tightly, eyes burning with a fierce desire for battle. Surrounded by powerful energy waves. The middle-aged man watched John's actions and laughed wildly. He stared directly at the massive, menacing face in the sky and shouted, "God, do you remember the prophecy? It's about to come true." Crack! 2 bolts of lightning struck simultaneously. One was pale and weak, the other dazzlingly bright. John and the god attacked at the same time. Thunderstorm erupted, creating ripples in front of the god's face, leaving it unharmed. Thunderstorm was merely a basic magic skill, too weak to cause any real damage. In his previous life, John had reached the 9th rank and had to burn his life force, risking everything to cast a forbidden spell, only barely wounding the god.